Alright, hey folks, so I'm doing something a little bit different today. Obviously, as you can see, I have a face cam for the first time ever on this channel. It's not great, obviously the position's like a bit off to the side, I have to look at it this way, and the lighting is dog shit, as you can clearly see, but I'm here. You can see Mittens is right over there. She's lying on my bed. I thought that I'd put it in this position because I wanted to make sure she's included too. Obviously, I've shown lots of pictures of my cats and my dogs. My dog Tucker will appear in a future video, but he's like asleep right now, so I wasn't going to go wake him up. It is 4:30 in the morning, as usual. That's kind of when I record my normal videos. And I'm going to be leveling on BC Classic. So, as we can see here, I am level 69. Nice. And I'm going to be getting to level 70, hopefully, over the course of this video. I'm definitely going to end this video when I hit 70, but honestly, if I run out of stuff to talk about, I might just, end it early. We'll see. Figure it out as I go. Honestly, I have a lot of stuff to talk about here. There's a lot of ground to cover, and I'm also incredibly anxious because I'm not used to doing a face cam. So I'm probably just going to be focusing on the game most of the time. While talking, the face cam is here for reasons I will explain in a little bit. I'm still incredibly anxious about it, but you know what? I figured it was time to actually give it a shot. It's not going to be a regular thing. I'll explain how I'm going to use this going forward, but I did want to address that because obviously I know a lot of people are going to see it and be like, oh my god. But okay, sound, let me quickly tune this down a little notch. Let's go to 4%. Okay, cool. So while I talk through the early stuff, which I need to kind of focus on, I'm just going to mindlessly do the Hemet Nessingwari quests. So, you know, run in, kill the stuff. And I'm already over-leveled for this, so most of these things should just go down mindlessly. So, alright. I've even gone ahead and made myself a little script that I can follow, because I figure, honestly, that'll make things a little bit easier for me. Honestly, if I get too distracted now, it's just gonna make my life hell. So, put together a little script. So, introduction, we're good. Now, channel update. Generally speaking, that's the main thing that I want to talk about here. So I know a lot of people like to watch my leveling runs because they're laid back and informal and stuff, and we're going to get to that. I have a lot of stories to tell. I'd like to think some good ones to tell over the course of this video, and I'm sure once I get into full storytelling mode and I kind of forget that the camera's pointing right at me, then I'll kind of ease back into it and we'll get into normal, storytelling Harlan mode. But right now, I'm obviously anxious. So I also want to quickly discuss some important stuff that I kind of need to talk about at some point on my channel. But it's where's the right place to talk about important channel updates? Because some people will put out a channel update video, and that's all there is to it, and it's just them talking about changes they're going to make. And I think that's dumb, right? Because at that point, who gives a shit? Nobody really wants to watch that. I figure, this is kind of killing three birds with one stone, right? Because, well, I need to level on BC Classic anyway. I'm going to talk about my plans for that too. Ooh, I should say this early on. Yeah, so I'm playing, obviously, as you can see, Orc Warrior on Horde Mancrick. And ideally, I'm looking to tank, because if you've watched my channel, you know that's kind of what I do. So if you happen to be a guild on Horde Mancrick that plans on raiding and is needing a Protection Warrior tank, long shot, I know. Believe me, I've been looking at different forum posts, and no guild wants a Protection Warrior tank. But on the off chance, figure I'll throw it out there, call me. My Discord thing is in the description, so you know where to find me. If you need a Prot Warrior tank, I can do it. That being said, I still obviously need to get there, but I'll talk more about what I want to do. TLDR is just kind of, I think Sunwell looks cool. Everybody keeps telling me that Sunwell is extremely difficult and really unfun to prog, which to me is the opposite. If something is really, really difficult, I'll probably enjoy it. So I think Sunwell could be interesting. I don't know if it's really as challenging as everybody makes it out to be. I doubt it is, because it almost never is, but still worth a shot. But anyways, main thing that I want to talk about, obviously channel update stuff. So, if you've been following my channel lately, you've probably noticed that I haven't uploaded in quite a little while. So the last video I posted was, I think, a little over a week and a half ago at this point, and that was just kind of a clip. So it's technically been about 2 full weeks, or no, 3 full weeks. Yeah, it's been a while, come to think of it. Since my last real video, which was catching up in WoW Shadowlands. Now, one of the main reasons for this is I know people have been messaging me in Discord, giving me suggestions on like, oh, you should cover this topic, you should cover that topic. There's just not a lot at this point in regards to like patch 9.2 or just World of Warcraft in general that I really want to cover. Now, every single time I say this, because I've said this before, people are like, oh, does that mean you're quitting WoW? No, does not mean I'm quitting WoW. In fact, I'm still actively playing it. Got to take a sip of coffee. I'm going to have to keep my energy up for this one because it's going to be a long haul. But no, short answer, I'm not quitting WoW. I'm actively raiding. I'm happy with the guild that I'm in. We're going to be starting Anduin Prague in, well, about like, I guess 16 hours or so. And I'm really looking forward to that. I had a lot of fun on Halandris, even though they nerfed him. But overall, I'm enjoying WoW. It's just, there's not a lot to cover at the moment. And I don't want to burn myself out trying to just make generic videos, because I feel like this is something that a lot of people do. They just kind of pump out video after video after video after video. And they try to like basically flood YouTube with all these useless videos that don't actually contribute at all. And I just don't want to do that. You know, it's boring. If I have something I actually want to make a topic on that I think will be useful to people, I'll make a video on it. But I don't want to sit here and just try to find like a million different things to cover if I don't really think I can do it justice. If I think that something is already beaten to death and I have absolutely nothing to add, then I'm not going to make a video on it. Plain and simple. I've said it before and I will say it again. So, as it stands, I am happy with the amount of coverage that I've done for patch 9.2. Now, I do kind of wish that I could have done more with the tank guides. That's something that I've unfortunately had to scrap. But the reality is those, even though I enjoyed making them, and I thought I did a good job at making them, it's just, well, frankly, an oversaturated market. And that's one of those instances where, although I feel that the way I was conveying the information was maybe not necessarily better, but like unique in a way, I like the way that I structured my guides, it is definitely true that there are a lot of really good tank guides out there. And just because I may feel that mine is good doesn't mean that that's going to magically make everybody watch it. And I was sinking a lot of time into making those guides, and, well, they just weren't quite turning out as I hoped in terms of, like, viewership. So it's one of those things where when a video takes me, like, 4 times as long to make as, like, an average thing, and then it gets, like, 1/20th of the views, that's kind of how extreme the numbers we're talking about are, it's just really hard to justify, you know, continuing it going forward. So that was kind of the last thing that I really wanted to do in regards to patch 9.2, and I've just decided to scrap it. I should say there's a few more general, like, World of Warcraft videos that I have coming out over the next few months. I'm not going to give an exact timetable for them, but they're going to be more generic, like, without giving away exactly what they are, because I think they'll be interesting. Like, I do actually think that my audience will like it. If you're watching this video, it's probably the type of thing that you'll enjoy. It's not a speedrun, it's not a guide, it's just a more general entertainment-focused video with a cool topic that I thought of, or variety, because I have, like, multiple different videos planned, that I think people will find amusing, entertaining, that kind of thing. So a little bit different, but those videos will all take me a while longer to, you know, set up, get working, etc. So they're not the kind of thing that I can just put out. I would want to make sure that if I'm going to do them, I'm going to do them right. So I'm going to take the time that I need to actually make those videos, and I'm not going to rush them out of the gate. Okay, sorry, had to pause for a moment there. Middens wanted to go outside, so I just figured I'd cut it in post instead of, you know, keeping it all in there. I'm going to do like a moderate amount of editing here. I just feel like that's better if there's just going to be extended downtime. That being said, so I'll cut to the chase, right? Uploads are going to be less frequent, but better. Now, I've been kind of slowly making this shift over time. I've been saying that I don't want to do like daily uploads. I stopped doing that a while ago at this point. But even then, at first I was saying it was going to be like every 3 days or so, and then I was like saying every week. And at this point, I think it's safe to say that I'm going to be doing uploads whenever I feel the uploads are ready. So I'm not even going to try to set a timeline. I'm going to try, I should say, generally speaking, to get one video out per week, but that's more of just like a loose personal motivation type thing, not a hard and fast schedule. All I'm going to be doing is basically taking the ideas that I have, putting them in order, and then working through them one at a time, starting with the thing that I want to do next. So, for instance, this PC run I've been planning to do for about like 3 weeks now, which is why there's been such a gap. But I wanted to make sure that I did it right, so, you know, I honestly, with the face cam, right, wasn't entirely sure if I wanted to do that at first, and I kept thinking about it, and I'm like, yeah, I want to do that for this run. I want this to be like the first video where I actually use a face cam, and as a result, let's be real, I had to kind of work up the courage to do that, because I've said this before, but I have really bad anxiety, and that includes, you know, using a face cam on stream. That's kind of the main reason why I haven't done it up until this point. And I've always said that if I do use a face cam, it's just going to be you tune into a random video or stream, and it's there. And, well, I stood by that. I'm not even going to bring it up at all in the video title or thumbnail or whatever. It's just going to be there when you open this video. Presumably, that's kind of the expectation for everybody that clicks on it. That being said, yeah, so I wanted to make this video for at least a few weeks, and I kept delaying it, primarily due to nerves. But, you know, now it's finally there. Hopefully I can actually finish this. I also did kind of fall a little bit behind on my BC leveling, so I was hoping to have been at level like 69 faster than the time that I'm currently there, because I only just hit level 69 earlier today. And, well, it just, you know, took a little bit longer than I expected. Not really like I didn't expect it to take a while, I just wasn't able to set aside the time. And a lot of that is because I have finals this week, but, well, that's something I'm going to be talking about in a little bit more detail later. I'm sorry, I know I'm all over the place. Just, hopefully you've come to expect this if you're used to watching my speedruns, especially towards the start while I'm still getting my bearings. It might take me a little bit. But yeah, okay, referring back to my script, so this way I don't, like, get disjointed. Almost got lost on a tangent there for a moment. After this BC leveling run, what you can expect is probably about a week, like I said, of nothing else. Because A, like I said, I have finals, and B, the next video I'm going to work on is one of those miscellaneous World of Warcraft projects that I mentioned, and it's going to take me a little bit to get it filmed properly, for lack of a better way. I'd say that's probably a good way to describe it. The footage that I'm going to need for that video is very particular and very difficult to get in order to, you know, actually make it work. And I don't want to half-ass it, because I think I have a great concept, but I think if I fuck up the execution of that concept, then it'll just be a video that people click on, go, could have been better, and click off on, instead of being something that I genuinely think could be one of the best videos I have ever created. So I know I might be hyping it up a little bit too much, and I'm really hoping I can pull it off to the extent that I've, like, envisioned it in my head. I don't know if I can. I guess we'll have to see, but I'm really excited to try and make that video work, and I'm going to be dedicating as much time as is necessary to actually get that up to my standards. So if that is ready by a week from now, next Tuesday, awesome. Then I will post it. If it's not, then it will be delayed as long as it takes, really. But I'm hoping that that's going to be the next video I make. I think that's going to be my primary focus going forward. I don't really want to, you know, get sidetracked on other stuff, because the thing I want to do after that is the Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn main story quest speedrun. So this is something that I've talked a lot about in my Discord, and if you're not in my Discord, the link is in the description. Anybody's welcome to join. Just, you know, type in that link and you're in. But in my Discord, I post, like, mini channel updates, kind of like just, you know, not long, formal rants like this, although sometimes I do that. But really, it's usually just, like, a general loose schedule of what I'm going to be doing going forward. And one thing that I have been talking about there is my plans to try and get the Final Fantasy main story quest speedrun world record, at least for now, for A Realm Reborn. I might try the others if I manage to get the first one. But I have a lot of ideas on how I can save time in that run, and it's something that I've been really interested in for quite a while now. I did like a practice run video, or a few different practice run videos, like about a year ago, and I wasn't really super into it because at the time the meta was you needed to play as a healer, and I don't really want to play as a healer. I want to play as a tank. That's, what I do. And I think it's the most fun to do runs like that when you're tanking it. So I wasn't terribly enjoying the way that the run was structured, and I didn't really want to do that version of the speedrun. So I just said, screw it. I'm going to practice this a little bit, and if they ever change the meta, I'll give it a shot. And recently, the game was changed so that you now can do all the stuff up until, or all the way through patch 2.0 in a party of NPCs, so like a trust party. And I think that's really cool, and I think it opens up a lot of potential for new routing tricks, and it also means that you can play tank. And this is significant for me because obviously it means that you're going to be doing lower level content a bit faster. So the tank introduction is like 2-3 minutes slower than the healer introduction, but outside of that, just general questing is significantly faster from that point onwards, just because obviously, tanks do more damage than healers. The argument could be made that DPS are also really fast, but the thing about tanking in dungeons, especially if you're doing it with a party of full NPCs, which is the thing that I plan on doing, is you can't really rely on the NPC to do like the super ballsy pulls. But if you are comfortable with your own survivability and you know what you're doing, you can do like these really risky, gigantic pulls in dungeons. And, the NPCs are fairly reliable at keeping you up. Like, that's what I always did while leveling in Endwalker, while leveling in, Shadowbringers. In there, you have parties of NPCs, and the coding is actually really good for those. So I haven't fully tested it out, but from what I've seen, it is fairly decent. They're not terrible. So I think that should be fine. And there's some other ideas that I have, which I won't fully disclose because I generally speaking, I don't like to strat hoard, I guess is like the typical term, but I think that's only really bad in like popular speedrunning categories where, everybody's just competing for a fast time. For MMO speedruns, I think the idea of strat whoring, at least for a first run, is kind of okay because runs require so much time in preparation, where a lot of the actual time save comes from the actual strategizing, the actual planning. Because a lot of people just won't want to do the run in the first place. So if you can think of a way to save 30 minutes over the course of a 15-hour speedrun, which is what the current world record is, that's pretty significant. And I don't want to, toss that away in the off chance that, somebody happens to find it. But of course, same thing I did with World of Warcraft. I got the world record, and then I made a detailed guide on it. So I don't know if I'm going to make a detailed guide for Final Fantasy because it's not as useful to the average player as, the World of Warcraft stuff is for people leveling alts. But I'll definitely make a video about it. So, if it ends up working the way I think it will, then that could be a cool topic for a video. And then it could be one of those things where I tested it out, I got the world record, and here's how you can do it for yourself, etc. So that's kind of what I'm thinking in regards to what I'll do after the next World of Warcraft video that I have planned. I've been, as I've kind of said here, doing a little bit of practice for that, so haven't actually done a full run, but I've been testing out some of the theories that I have, so that when I eventually do the full run, I won't be going in completely blind. But I'm not going to actually make any serious attempts for that until I really get to the point where I can set aside like a boatload of time and actually get that done. But then, after that, that's kind of where I haven't really decided yet. So I don't really know how long it's going to take me to get the Final Fantasy world record. I mean, getting a world record is kind of one of those weird things, right? Where you can get it on your first try, or it could take you like 5 tries. And with a run like that, which takes 15 hours, it might take me forever. So what I'll probably do in regards to that is maybe give it like a good 5 tries or so. And if I can't get the world record by that point, at that stage, I will give up and move on to the next project. But I'm not going to just do like one attempt and then say, fuck it, it didn't work out. So if it does take me a month to get the Final Fantasy world record, then it takes me a month. So be it. That'll be pretty much all I do in that free time. And I hope it doesn't, because that would mean I wouldn't be uploading for that entire time. But we'll see. That's kind of the plans going forward. This is what I'm trying to convey. If a video takes me a month to make, I will spend that month. I'm not going to try to just rush out videos every single week just for the sake of rushing out videos. But that said, whenever I'm done with that, I have a few different things that I might want to do. One that I've been considering for a while is Guild Wars 2. Obviously, I've said before, I really like Guild Wars 2. I played it a ton, like, about a year ago. And all my friends played End of Dragons when it came out, but unfortunately, you know, I was doing Sepulcher ratings, so didn't really have that luxury, unfortunately. So I missed the End of Dragons launch, and at this point, it's kind of one of those things where, because I missed the big rush, there just didn't really seem any point in coming back, like, immediately, so I figure at this stage, I'll just come back to Guild Wars 2 at some point, and I'll do all the stuff that I missed, and that'll be fun. I enjoy that game. Think it could be interesting to do that. We'll see, though. I don't know if that's going to be the thing I'll do after. That's just something I do plan to eventually do. I want to play End of Dragons, plain and simple. But also, I'm kind of enjoying BC Classic, I won't lie. So I don't really know how much more I plan on playing this. I'm probably not going to make too many videos about it, but definitely I'm going to do this leveling video, and then I'm considering leveling up another character. I don't really know exactly whether I'll put that on YouTube or not. It's kind of one of those things where maybe if people want me to document the entire process, there's a method in which I might do that, and that's something I'm going to discuss maybe in 15, 20 minutes. I have to, you know, remember that some of the things that I'm alluding to, I'm going to be discussing later in this video. Don't mean to tease it, right? But another thing that I get asked a lot, of course, is streaming. Am I going to be, like, you know, going back to streaming at any point ever? Is that, like, something I'm interested in doing? And to be honest, not really. It isn't really a priority, at least. So streaming, I've said this before, but I do like to repeat it because it's something that, like, a lot of people don't seem to understand. It's, like, honestly really demanding. So I've seen, like, a lot of debates between people online and, like, whether it's harder to make videos or stream or whatever like that. I think they're both difficult in their own way. But to me, the issue that I have with streaming, like, I enjoy it, but, like, making videos, it takes a much larger, I guess, cost and time is probably a good way to put it. It's much harder for me to make a really good, well-polished video that I'm happy with, and I have to, like, sit there for sometimes weeks on end, really, like, you know, scripting it, getting all the footage, putting it all together in a way that I'm really happy with, and that's a lot of work. And streaming, you know, a lot of people joke, it's like, you know, oh, you just, you know, turn on a camera or, you know, play a game and people watch you do it. It's easy. And having streams, you know, at this point, a decent amount of times, I can definitely say it's not easy. It requires less time, of course, because you're only sitting there for, I don't know, however long your stream is. Some people stream for ridiculous hours. I would usually stream for like 5 to 10 hours. It would vary depending on what I was doing. But the main problem that I had with streaming is that the emotional tax that it places on you is, like, really, really rough. So to kind of explain that, I guess, whenever I would be done with a stream, I would basically just be dead. And I would kind of just immediately fall asleep because I would just be so completely exhausted, even if I only streamed for like 5 hours, that I wouldn't be able to focus on anything. Like, I couldn't, you know, play WoW, I couldn't do schoolwork, I couldn't do anything. Work on videos, much less. Like, it was just one of those things where it sapped every last bit of energy that I had. So even though the actual amount of hours that I was spending doing it wasn't as much as, like, say, making a video, the amount of time that I would basically lose from streaming was, like, way larger, and I would also just kind of feel like shit because I would feel so tired all the time. So that was the main reason why I wasn't a huge fan of streaming. It also was the fact that at the time, the numbers for streams were comparatively lower to videos. So it was draining me of energy, and it wasn't even performing as well as a video, which was something that I could usually do most of while like watching a show on Netflix, so I definitely preferred that. But going forward, I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff that I could probably do on stream. This is the type of thing that I could definitely do on stream. More casual, laid-back leveling. And I guess, like, on the topic of the face cam and stuff, if I were to use it going forward, it would probably only be on a live stream. I'm just doing it now because, as I said, I don't plan to live stream at least anytime soon. This is more of like talking far in the future thing. So I wanted to get this out of the way, use it at least in one video, just to practice. Even like I said earlier, it's not an amazing setup, you know, shitty lighting, shitty positioning, but at least I've tried it out at least once. So got it out of the way in this test run, so to speak. But as far as streams are concerned, don't expect anything soon. Just, you know, I know a lot of people keep asking me that on Discord. I'm glad that you used to like the streams, and I hear you, but I have bigger priorities at the moment. But yeah, so with that, geez, that took, at least on my timer, like about 25 minutes. I'll probably edit like maybe a minute out, so around that much. Yeah, 25 minutes, great. Now, there's one thing that I do want to say that's like fairly important to the channel, in addition to like how the videos are being structured. And I'm going to talk about that after a quick story, because I don't want to just quickly bombard the first 30 minutes of this video with, you know, information. So for this story, it's a little bit relevant. It's basically how I created this channel, which you need coffee if I'm going to keep talking about this. But honestly, I thought about it, and I don't really think I've talked too much about like when I actually created this channel, why I did it, and kind of the process like behind the scenes, so to speak. Because I've kind of talked about, you know, while making videos, my thoughts in the moment. Like I've given kind of my general headspace at the time. That's something that I always wanted to share. And I've kind of talked a little bit about just, you know, how I reacted to my channel actually, you know, being a thing. I've said before, this was meant to be just a side project, and I was never expecting it to be anything more than that. It's like something I could share with my friends. So that was cool, obviously, and it's still fairly small, but recently hit 8K subs, which, you know what, I'm pretty happy with. That is infinitely more than I ever expected to reach, so definitely hoping to keep going. I'm not giving up anytime soon, right? But I am very happy that I even managed to get this far. But that being said, so started this channel, right? I started my channel back in, I think it was like, well, it depends on when you think started. The first video I posted was late October 2020, but I guess I started working on videos like early October. It's like when I had the idea to make this channel. Now, around that time, it was my first remote semester, so I am in college, or at least I'm technically still in college, but I'm going to be graduating shortly. But at the time, I was like halfway through college, because that was like 2 years ago or so. But late 2020, that was my first full semester doing remote classes, and I'm going to be real, I found it to be easy. I've known a lot of people who have said that they really struggled with remote classes, that like the lack of in-person like learning and stuff like that really made it difficult for them. And to be clear, I'm not judging the way that anybody learns. Everybody has their own style of learning, so what works for me may not necessarily work for somebody else. So if you happen to be somebody who's in college and did struggle with like remote classes, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. I think even my sister was telling me that she prefers in-person classes to remote classes, because she likes, you know, engaging with the lesson and being there to like talk with the teacher and ask questions and stuff like that. And that's just simply never how I've approached college. I've always been one of those people who like, you know, kind of half pays attention in class, and I'll pick up stuff like by proximity. Like if I hear the teacher talking about something, I'll kind of make a mental note about it. And then some of that I'll understand naturally. and then other stuff I'll have to go back into the textbook and read on my own. But I would much rather read something myself and like understand it that way than, sit there in a lecture and listen to the teacher say it. Everybody learns in different ways. That is how I learn. And as a result, online classes were amazing for me because at that point, the teacher started sharing all of their material to make it even easier for you. And then I would just get to sit there, quite honestly, playing World of Warcraft while my teacher did their lessons. And I would get to, basically multitask. I was already only half paying attention in class, so this way I was able to get more stuff done in game, while also basically getting the same amount out of my classes, because I was only half paying attention anyway. And then, after the fact, when I needed to study, all the studying materials were right there, and, it was easy. So I didn't struggle at all with online classes, and the end result is that I had a lot more free time in my hands. And I decided, you know what? I'm going to start looking into how to level my alts more efficiently. So it wasn't even necessarily a thing of like, oh, I want to, start making YouTube videos. That came after. The initial thing that prompted me to even make a video in the first place was just the leveling aspect of it. That's what interested me more. So I just wanted to level characters for the sake of leveling characters, and I figured it would be fun for me to basically do that and figure out like the fastest chromie time route and basically give that to my friends, because a lot of my friends were coming back for Shadowlands, and I figured, you know what, they might enjoy this, because for people who didn't know, before I did YouTube, I actually did a spreadsheet with like all the different covenants, and I ranked them and stuff like that. That got shared around the class discords. It was fairly controversial, but that was another thing that I made purely to help my friends pick their covenants and their classes, because some of them were like, oh, I really want to be Venthyr. So then I did the research, and I'm like, well, if you want to play Mage, you would need to go this spec for Venthyr, that kind of thing. So that's why I made it. It ended up getting shared around because I sent it to, more people than I had initially intended. Next thing I knew, it was getting shared by class mods. So that was kind of neat. And I kind of figured I'd do a similar thing in regards to the leveling guide. I would make it for my friends, and then I would, share it in case anybody found it interesting. And while, the Covenant spreadsheet did well, I would say it actually got me more backlash than anything. There were a lot of people who reached out and were like really friendly about it and were like, oh yeah, I love that you put this together. It's really, made it easier for me to pick my class going forward. And I thought that was cool, but I also received a ton of backlash from that. There was a lot of people basically accusing me of spreading misinformation, saying that the information I had there was wrong. I got banned from the Paladin Discord. Fun fact, I'm still banned from the Paladin Discord. So it wasn't the best experience, and I was kind of expecting this to be the same. But obviously, as you know, or maybe you don't know, but if you've been around for a while, I made my speedrun, and that got the world record, which obviously, as I said, with the Final Fantasy thing, you can never predict a world record. You can try as hard as possible and hope to get it. And in my case, I had done basically a bunch of segmented runs where if you combine like the sum of my segments, I would have had world record. So I knew it was possible with the new strategies I had come up with, but it's one thing to know it's possible. It's another thing to actually pull it off in a run. And the funny thing with that run is actually a lot of stuff went wrong. It did not go according to plan. I had to completely change my route on the fly, and I still managed to get the world record. So I was really happy about that. And after I posted that, not much came of it. It was, got decent amount of views. I posted it on speedrun.com. It got like accepted and all that stuff. So that was neat. But overall, it wasn't like a very big thing. But then I made my leveling guide, and I put a lot of work into that. Obviously, that was much more, highly edited than the speedrun video. I had like a whole script for it. I had a written version of the guide, which is what most people use now because, well, I continually update the written version. And I posted a, what's the way to describe that? Like a shortened version of it to Reddit. And honestly, that's kind of the main thing that kickstarted my YouTube channel, posting the guide to Reddit. Because then people on Reddit liked it. It got traction there. And then more people started clicking on the video. WoW had noticed it. WoW had made a post about it. And next thing I knew, I had a ton of people flocking to my video. And obviously, you know how YouTube works. If something starts doing well, they keep promoting it, etc., etc. And yeah, it kind of exploded. And that was pretty cool. I was not expecting that at all. Like I said before, big surprise to me. And is this actually... I guess it's a tank item. And let me just grab this quest. I don't know if this is actually worth getting. This probably is. More armor. But I'm not sure if I can actually solo these guys. Let's see. Banthar's over there. Gut Ripper's over there. I mean, it says level 67, but I'm also a warrior. You know what? I'll try something. I'll post in general these things looking for more. And if somebody messages, then I'll 2-man it. And if not, we'll move on to a different zone. I just wanted to start with this because I wanted to finish these quests, and I figured this would be a nice chill way to start out the video. Just murdering stuff into Grons. I need to level up weapon skills anyway. Point being, okay, so... right. One thing that I've kind of not talked about a ton is I ended up obviously not quitting YouTube, but taking an extended break from YouTube where at the time I was considering I might quit about like a month or two after my channel like first blew up. So it blew up in like early November, and then I continued making videos up until, well, through December. Then I took a short break because I was focusing on raiding. I made a handful of videos in January, and then I just vanished. And I was actually looking through some of my old videos a few weeks ago, and it was kind of like heartwarming, but, you know, I also kind of felt bad because I missed a lot of these comments. But in the time when I had been gone from YouTube, a lot of people left comments like, oh, where did you go? Like, are you quitting YouTube, etc., etc., like on the old live stream VODs and stuff like that. And, you know, honestly, at the time, I was genuinely considering it. So at that point in time, I had a lot of personal stuff going on, which I don't really feel like going into. There's only so much that I'm willing to divulge for this. I'm already putting my anxiety at risk just using a face cam, right? So there's only so much personal stuff I can really go into. But I had a lot of personal stuff going on, and I also wasn't really sure how to make a successful YouTube video. Because to a certain extent, I had kind of gotten like lightning in a bottle, right? With that speedrun video. As I mentioned, I never really intended to make a YouTube video. It was one of those things where I just kind of said, hey, you know, making a video could be fun. It's something I've never done before. Maybe I'll just try it as like a medium for, you know, conveying my guide. It was meant to be like the written guide was the priority and the video guide was kind of an afterthought. Now, I still put a lot of work into it, but it wasn't really my top priority. It was just something I did for fun. And as a result, I really didn't know a ton about video editing. I didn't know about YouTube really at all. And I just wasn't really sure what I should be doing going forward to actually make my YouTube videos succeed. And I tried a lot of different stuff early on, and I just kind of got frustrated, honestly, that a lot of it wasn't working because I wasn't really sure how to replicate my speedrun video. I wasn't really sure what necessarily it was about that video that made it so successful. What was it about that thing that people enjoyed so much, and how could I make another video similar to that? And I wasn't entirely sure. It's a tough question to answer. And because I got like really frustrated, I kind of, at the time, was telling myself, you know, I guess this is it. This is kind of where my channel caps out at. I like, you know, made one good video. That video was a good video, sure, but I'm never going to be able to make something quite as good as that again. I might as well just give up. And that was kind of the mentality I had for a few months at least. And this wasn't helped when I did finally return to YouTube the next summer. And pretty much all of my videos during that time absolutely bombed. The first video I had that even broke 1,000 views after I returned was, well, another leveling video, but this one was more of a kind of informal going over the changes made in patch 9.1.5 to, like, alt catch-up. And the fact that this video didn't do amazing, but still did well enough, kind of, you know, clued me in on the kind of things that people might be looking for, because that video was entertaining, but also informative. So I was going around doing the usual things where I, like, you know, test stuff and give my commentary and, like, things like that. But I was also providing useful information and showcasing upcoming content to people who wouldn't otherwise know where to get information about that. So the fact that that video did well kind of made me realize, this is something that, you know, people are kind of interested in, like looking at upcoming content, seeing changes, and seeing those changes explained in a way that makes sense to them. I don't want to kill 15. Fuck it. Why not? Phil's time. But yeah, so basically explaining the changes in a way that makes it make sense to people, I think was something that I realized I can do that. You know, I can basically take complicated changes and break it down to explain it to everybody. You know, not everybody wants to go sifting through patch notes or testing on the PTR. That's always been something that I just enjoy doing. So I started doing that more. I even went out and I tested, like, the Legion raid nerfs, which was something that, honestly, I was not interested in at all. And I have not gone back and done it whatsoever. I have no interest in running the old Legion raids. But some people were telling me about it, and they were saying they were curious as to how it would play out. So I said, all right. I hopped in the PTR, I did some testing, and I made a video basically documenting my findings. And the funny thing about that is, over time, that video has performed, like, extremely well. It didn't do super great when it was first published, but it's the kind of thing that, even now, people will go back and, like, look for. So somebody will search, you know, how to solo Mythic Legion raids, and then my video will pop up. And despite it being something that I made a while ago, it's still benefiting my channel now. So at that point, instead of thinking about, like, you know, short-term views and, like, what can I post now that people might be interested in, I started thinking about, like, how to make more long-term videos that actually provide useful information that somebody can come back to anytime in, like, the next half a year, and it will provide them with literally everything that they need to know, because I took the time to actually, you know, go in and research it. And that became my focus at that point on. So one of the reasons why I quit streaming is because I feel like streaming, I couldn't really provide that with it. All I could provide with streaming is, like, you know, a little bit of entertainment, right? Most of the time, it wasn't really informative. Maybe if people ask me questions, but technically anybody's welcome to DM me on Discord, right? And I'll answer questions if you have them. You don't need to, like, talk in stream chat or, you know, donate or whatever to get me to, like, talk to you. I'm pretty open about that. I love talking to people on Discord. But that being said, like, I didn't feel like I was able to accomplish that through streaming, whereas by making videos and, like, testing stuff in the PTR, I could do that. So I preferred it. And as a result, I kind of changed the way that I was approaching, like, you know, making videos, kind of going forward to, like, what I'm doing now. I also started playing Final Fantasy Endwalker. Obviously, I'd been playing Final Fantasy for a while, but I came back and started practicing to get back into the new expansion. I made a few videos for that, and they actually did pretty well, which I was happy about. And that kind of made me, and still does, because I haven't really covered anything but WoW since then. But it made me happy because it made me realize that as long as I do good content for another game, you know, as long as it's useful and, you know, will actually help people who are looking for that information, it can perform well. So I'm not, like, necessarily a one-trick pony who can only do stuff about WoW. That's, I guess, always comforting to know, right? But then I took another 1-month break, so around the same time as my initial, like, 5-month break or whatever the previous year. But this time, going into 2022, I only took 1 month. In fact, the main reason I did or took a 1-month break there was, well, kind of twofold. First, I was playing a lot of Total War Warhammer 2. I'm not afraid to admit that most of my free time was spent doing that, not actual productive stuff. I was, well, at the time, really excited for Total War Warhammer 3. And unfortunately, if anybody watching this actually plays Total War and knows how that game turned out, well, unfortunate. Was really excited for it, and it did not meet my expectations even slightly, which surprises me because I would have been happy with a lot of stuff for that game, and they managed to fuck it up so horrendously bad that I played it for legitimately 15 hours. I have like 1,700 something hours in Total War Warhammer 2, and I have 15 hours in Warhammer 3, just because it's that garbage and unfun. And maybe it's kind of a weird stance, but I just don't really feel like installing mods. The way I see it is, if I need to mod a game to actually enjoy it, I'm just not going to play that game. Because at that point, I might as well just play a different game the way it's intended to be played that actually is just enjoyable on its own. So I'm sure that eventually they'll fix the game and I can come back to it and enjoy it. But for now, it's just a fucking dumpster fire and I have no interest in playing it. Minor tangent, not one I really planned, but I've never actually commented on that on my channel. And I did know that I said a few times that I was really excited for that game. So I did want to say, really disappointed in how that turned out. Kind of unfortunate. What was this quest? I have to go all the way down there? Yikes. That sucks. What's the rewards for this? Can't open quest log. I'm stuck in combat. That's not good for me. I guess the helmet is probably the best option from here. And that's Banthar. Well, I'm actually going to try to solo this. I don't know if it's going to work out. This is the issue of recording things at 5 in the morning. But it is what it is. I've made my bed, now I got to lay in it. And I'm going to try to solo this two-person suggested quest. Anyways, though. What was I saying? Right. Yeah, so I spent about 1 month of January 2022 basically doing nothing but playing Total War Warhammer 2. Absolutely loved that game, and I managed to get literally every single achievement, which was kind of what I was going for. Just because I had already played it a ton, and I just kind of wanted to do every last bit of content in that game that I haven't touched. And there's still technically like side campaigns that I haven't done, but it just goes to show how amazing of a game Warhammer 2 is. And I had a lot of fun playing that. But another reason is also, I talked about this before, but I had a video I was working on, which was my guild at the time's drunk raid. And I really, really enjoyed working on that video, and I wanted to make it perfect. And as a result, because I kept feeling like I couldn't make it perfect, I kept delaying it so that I could make it perfect. And the end result is that it just got delayed a lot. How am I going to do this? Fuck it, let's, go in, Alright. No! Okay, well, I got second winds. I'm dead. Maybe if I hadn't pulled that other cleft hoof, but I probably was fucked regardless. Worth a shot. The only issue I have with Warrior is that it's genuinely impossible in, like, generic gear to solo anything that requires more than one person. It's just, like, I mean, I'm sure there's some, like, classic Andy out there who's, like, really god tier at this game and has played it, like, you know, a million hours. It's like, actually, if you know how to play Arms Warrior properly and you do the rotation correctly and do all the setup and stuff, you can solo all the things. But look, as far as I'm concerned, I've never been able to solo any, like, elite mob like that at comparable level, just because, you know, all I can do is really attack. That's it. I have no real self-healing. I have no real ways to avoid damage. All of my cooldowns make me take more damage. It's a hard knock life for warriors. Honestly, the next thing I'm probably going to level, if I do level it, is a druid, and I've heard they're a little bit more flexible, so looking forward to that, I guess. But okay, where was I? Right, so I ended up publishing that video, the drunk raid, finally, and if you haven't watched it, I would highly encourage you to. I would say, depending on how well this video does, I have no idea, but if you're watching this far, you've probably already seen it. But in the off chance that you haven't, The Dangers of Drunk Raiding is, in my opinion, one of the best videos I've ever made, and it's gotten very few views, which is kind of the unfortunate reality of a lot of the videos that I put like a lot of, passion and effort into. They just don't perform well. That's just kind of how it is, but what can you do, right? So, anyways, as for that break, so once I was back after doing the drunk raid, I decided that I wanted to focus more on kind of the stuff that I'd been, getting around to towards the end, like, of 2021, which is making more shorter videos that kind of explained a specific topic to people that they may not otherwise be able to understand. So this basically, I guess I like to call it like my 9.2 warpath, right? I just decided I was going to go and, cover everything. I was going to go onto PTR, pick every single subject, and explain it better than anybody else could. And I'm sure some topics I fell flat, but I would like to think that especially in the realms of like alt catch-up, I knocked it out of the park. Like, my video on the secret treasure room, which, for the record, if you did not know, I do want to set the record straight here. So a lot of people have like said that my your treasure room video or whatever doesn't go into as much detail as some of the other ones. To be clear, I had already covered it a few times on my channel by that point, because I was the one who discovered it on the PTR. Me and Whitehorn on Twisting Nether Europe are the two people who discovered how to enter the treasure room in Zereth Mortis. Us two. Nobody else. I have proof on my channel of the time that we figured it out. I think you can see it in the background footage of Treasures of Zereth Mortis. You can see us like figuring out the puzzles and stuff like that. Most of the credit goes to him. It was kind of like he stumbled upon it. He figured out like the last missing piece of the puzzle that everybody else was missing. And then he didn't realize what he had found. So we were kind of doing something else, and he kind of mentioned it in passing to me, and I'm like, wait, you figured out how to enter the treasure room? And then from there, we solved all the rest of the puzzles. I shared the information I had, and we managed to get in there. So I was the one who figured that out for all intents and purposes, in terms of the YouTubers, right? Because he doesn't make videos. So out of all the people making videos about it, that was my information. I discovered it. I published the first video on it because it was my testing. And I still think my video is one of the best out of all the ones made. But yes, obviously, after I published my video on that, there were like 1 million copycats who made their own videos. And I'm not necessarily mad about that. Obviously, whatever you need to do, if you want to chase the trends and whatnot, do what you want to do. But what I got annoyed by is when, weeks after I had published my video, people would pop in and say, like, so-and-so did this video better. And it's like, well, I don't give a shit if you think so-and-so's format is better. I'm the one who discovered it. So, you know what? Fuck you. Mini rant there. But I just find it tilting that despite making the original video on it, discovering the thing, I still get shit-talked by people saying, oh, X person's video is better. Which, for the record, is just an extremely rude thing to go into somebody's video and comment. I don't give a shit if you like somebody else's video better. Like, everybody has their own personal preference. But why be that guy who goes into another YouTuber's comment section just to let them know that you prefer somebody else's video? Just don't comment. It's just rude. Anyways. So yeah, that video is now my 3rd best performing video of all time, which honestly, pretty big for me because like I said before, one of my main concerns when I was like getting back into like starting my channel up again and rebuilding and kind of changing the branding, because early on, I think a lot of people thought that this was a speedrun channel. And a lot of people were like, oh, are you going to speedrun other games? And I'm like, no, I have no interest in doing that. I don't want to speedrun other games. That was never the intent. I did a World of Warcraft speedrun because I wanted to. I'll do a Final Fantasy speedrun because I want to, but that doesn't mean that like speedrunning is my niche. It was literally just a fun thing that I like doing. I like watching speedruns. I enjoy doing them occasionally, but it's not the main thing that I wanted to focus on. The main thing I want to focus on is World of Warcraft because I like World of Warcraft. It's what I spend most of my time playing. So making guides for World of Warcraft was the main thing I wanted to focus on my channel. And it took me a while to like really define that niche. But I would say at this point in time, I think I've safely established that. And I'm really happy about that. But for a while there, I wasn't sure if I could. And I think any doubts that I may have had were completely erased when that video did as well as it did. It still hasn't outperformed my original 2 videos, which are still the top 2. But the fact that it became so popular, despite it being a 4-minute video about something I discovered on the PTR, I think speaks wonders about the potential of this style of content, of testing the content, finding the useful information, and basically packaging it into a digestible format for like, most people. And I like doing that. And people seem to enjoy it. So that's kind of what I want to do mostly going forward. Obviously, though, like I said, not a lot to cover at the moment, so I'm focusing on other things, but you can bet your ass that when I get into Dragonflight beta, hopefully, I will be on there that instant, and I will be testing things and making videos about my findings. So, don't worry, whenever Dragonflight's available, hell, whenever Season 4 is available, I'll be playing that. That's something I absolutely plan on playing. So gonna be messing around with that whenever it comes, but for now, I'm not expecting any of that stuff to be testable for, I don't know, a few months at this point. So it's not really a big concern. And I guess that, brings us to the present day. So basically, with all of that being said, right, I made all the 9.2 guides. I'm happy with how they performed, but I've kind of run out of stuff to cover. I've already outlined the videos that I want to make going forward, that being the World of Warcraft related one that is more entertainment focused, the Final Fantasy speedrun, and then maybe stuff with like Guild Wars 2, BC Classic. We'll see. That's a bit further into the future, hard to predict. So those are my plans, and generally speaking, if there's something that I think I can make a good guide on, I'll make a guide on it. But I'm going to be trying to do, generally speaking, what I want to do and what I want to focus on, because I think it's better to just, make videos on what you're passionate about, right? I should also note something that's probably important to talk about. I kind of briefly touched upon this earlier, but, well, I've been in college for pretty much, well, definitely the entire time that I've been making this channel, but for, last 4 years, right? So it's been a while. That's, how college works, obviously. But that's, changing now because I'm actually about to graduate. So I'm not going to my graduation ceremony. I know some people are probably going to be like, why? But I guess technically speaking, whenever I finish and officially pass my classes and get the certificate in the mail, boom, I've graduated. But, my, I guess, relationship with college has never been, I don't know, a great one. Like, some people really love college, and some people are, like, super gung-ho about, like, their education and stuff like that. I always want to be careful with how I word this. I'm not shitting on, like, higher education. Obviously, I just finished going through it, right? And I do obviously think education's important. I do kind of hate the way that, like, American college works, where I basically need to take a million different courses on things that I just genuinely don't give a shit about. I guess, like, this semester it's kind of a little bit different because I got to pick my electives, and some of the options included American political science, which is actually something that I'm somewhat invested in, and Greek mythology, which, I'm going to be honest, I barely paid attention to that class, and most of the stuff that I know by playing Hades, and that has basically carried me through half of those exams. So, worked out well, I guess, but I didn't really try, and I'm still doing fine in that, because it's like a 100 level course, and I just needed bonus credits. But there were a lot of classes earlier on that I really was not interested in whatsoever and was kind of forced to take, and I kind of hated that. Definitely not something that I really enjoyed, and I've never had like a super ton of, pride or motivation in my college. I've never made a single friend in college, actually. So I'd like to say that I have, I don't know, like a decent amount of friends, but none of them were from college. None of them were like people I met in classes and stuff like that. I don't talk to anybody from my classes. It's just not the kind of thing that I like doing. That's not like my personality. I don't like meet somebody in class and strike up a conversation and whatnot. It doesn't help that I also commute to college because, basically after 1 year, my dad decided that it was like more cost effective for me to just drive since I live an hour away. So I have to drive a total of 2 hours every day when I have classes, 1 hour there, 1 hour back, which is rough, but whatever. But it also just means that, the social element of college just isn't really there for me, at least not as much as other people. So, yeah, kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Just not really been a huge fan of it. And I've also said this before, but I'm just not really sure what I want to do, to be honest. I never really was. At first, I always really liked history. I wanted to be a history teacher, and my dad talked me out of that. Then I wanted to be, I guess, a game designer, and that's technically what I'm graduating for, like computer science and game design. But to be honest, maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but I don't terribly enjoy that anymore. It's one of those things where, you hope that like a future potential employer doesn't see that. But the reality is, you know what? I'm just not really enjoying it. I don't hate it. Obviously, I still like game design, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like, I talk to people who are really passionate about like their dream job and stuff like that. And while I like game design, I don't love game design. At no point will you hear me, sit there and talk for hours about like how much I love like working in Unity, coding on a game and whatnot. Like I can talk about, the, design elements behind specific parts of games, like, kind of dissecting like, how a game works, why a game was made the way it was. That's something that I really like talking about, but that's only part of the job, right? And there's a lot of other stuff that I just, quite frankly, don't really enjoy about it. Like, I can do it. I'd like to think I'm good at it. I just don't enjoy it. And some people love every aspect of their job, and, that's just not me. And maybe I'll eventually grow into it, but at the moment, it is hard to really be excited for, like, a, future line of work when you just don't really care too much about it. I know that sounds probably like a first world problem or whatever, but whatever. Just something I kind of want to talk about because it is bugging me, I guess. I'm graduating in a week and I still don't really know what I want to do. Kind of. I guess that brings me to my next point, right? I do kind of know what I want to do, and that's, making videos, but like obviously every YouTuber says that, right? Like obviously, I can sit here. I never put my talent point in. There we go. So, I could sit here and give you the same spiel that you've heard a million times from other YouTubers about like, I finally found my passion, et cetera, et cetera. This is what I want to do. And it's true, but like, I'm not going to sit here and repeat it. If you can't tell at this point that I really enjoy making videos by everything that I've been talking about, I don't know what to tell you. I love the process of basically, it's like my favorite part about it, I should say, is teaching people. I mean, honestly, it's the reason why I wanted to be a history teacher in the first place. I love talking to somebody and like explaining something to them, and then like that moment where they finally get it, like you can see it clicks. That's like the thing that I absolutely love about whatchamacallit, just teaching in general. And that's my favorite thing about making YouTube videos. It's like the teaching people information component. So when I make like a leveling guide or something, if I'm like talking to somebody about my leveling guide and they ask me a question or whatever, and I'll answer that question and they're like, unsure about something, but then I explain it, and the way I explain it to them, they get it. They're like, oh, I get it now. So it's like this. And then I'm like, yeah, that's exactly it. Or I love talking about tanks. I can talk about tanks for hours. And whenever somebody asks me like a brewmaster question, and I explain to them like the intricacies of Brewmaster, because like I love that tank, and you know, they finally understand like how it works. It just makes me so happy, like seeing that realization and like seeing that person understand, and I'm like, yeah, they get it. And it's just like, you know, I know how much I love playing like Brewmaster Monk, for instance, so being able to like see somebody else fall in love with Brewmaster, like that's really cool. It's like the same kind of feeling of, you know, when you have like your favorite TV show and you introduce somebody to like your favorite TV show, and then they message you and they're like, oh my god, I just saw that episode. Like I have an entire thing on my list about TV shows, but one thing that I will be talking about is Breaking Bad, because I watched Breaking Bad years ago and I absolutely love it. But my sister just started watching Breaking Bad finally. Ooh, all right, cool. I don't know if that's rare. But my sister finally started watching Breaking Bad, so I've been talking to her about it, and it's really cool to like hear her talk about like how much she's enjoying it and like how excited she is by like all the twists and stuff like that. And it makes me happy to hear her enjoying something that I'm enjoying, and like that's kind of like the same feeling that I get whenever I like teach somebody something. So that's kind of like the main thing that I enjoy about like YouTube and all this stuff. And I don't know. I feel like I haven't gotten that feeling from anything else. Like this is kind of scratched that itch more than anything in the past. Like I enjoy video editing. That part's fun. I feel like I've gotten a lot better at it. I've learned a lot, but it's mostly the guide writing. It's like the guide writing and the scripting, and kind of basically seeing how I can best convey information through a video format and stuff like that. That's what I really enjoy about it. So I would love to continue doing this, but well, how far are we into this video? We're over an hour. Okay, good. That was the benchmark I was trying to reach. So I wanted to get at least an hour into the video, because let's be real. Most people have probably stopped watching by now. I know a lot of you watch, but I look at the analytics. I know that for the longer speedruns, it's like the way that it tends to work is a lot of people watch for like the first 30 minutes, and then it starts to fall off, and then you have like, generally speaking, it varies, but like 1 to 4% of the viewers will stay the entire way through, and that's like consistent. So after you hit a certain point, it's like those people that they stick around, but a lot of other people will dip out early. And I specifically want to talk about this because, well, I think it is a little bit more personal, and it's also one of those things where I want to make it clear that it's like, I'm being too vague. Basically, cut to the chase, I'm enabling memberships on my channel. I know that I'm probably way over dramatizing it or whatever for something that is relatively straightforward and is like literally something that, you know, Twitch or whatever automatically has built in. But I guess if you've been following my channel for a little while, you probably know that this is something I've been like highly debating. I wasn't entirely sure how I wanted to implement this because, well, the thing about YouTube up until this point, for the most part, is almost all of the money that I've made from it has been from like advertisements. It's been from YouTube. So I never want somebody to feel as if they need to like donate money or whatever to, you know, make me appreciate them as a viewer more or something like that. I don't know how to word it properly. Basically, I've always said this. I just enjoy the fact that, you know, people are watching the videos and people are learning useful information from it. That's it. That's all I really enjoy from this. I don't really care. Like when I was streaming, I don't give a shit if people donate. It helps. I won't lie, but it's not the kind of thing where I'm like, oh, you know, I appreciate like people who donate more. I feel like that's like super selfish, and I would never want anybody to think that, which is why that I wanted to wait at least an hour into this video before even mentioning that that's a thing. Technically, you can see the join button like below the video, so it's been there in plain sight, you know, the entire time that I've been talking, but I didn't want to like draw attention to it until this point. The reason I'm doing that is because I do want to talk about my rationale behind that, because why I decided to enable memberships and how I'm going to be approaching that type of stuff going forward is kind of significant to the channel overall. So I just got done saying that I'm going to move forward with the format of like longer videos that take more time to make, but are, you know, better and more well edited, right? But that being said, I know a lot of people still like these more laid back style videos, but what I've realized going forward is the amount of people that enjoy these types of videos is significantly less than the amount of people that enjoy the larger videos. And for a while there, I was trying to satisfy both groups. So I was trying to do a mix of like streaming or laid back leveling videos and then like a serious guide. And one thing that I began to notice over time is that the way the YouTube algorithm works is, you know, you only have a finite amount of recommendations, of impressions, right? So, you know, YouTube is just, the way I remember explaining it to like my mom, for instance, is it's like, basically YouTube is like a big highway, right? Where people go to like be entertained. And you want to know which stop to pull off at to get like the best entertainment. And YouTube, obviously, you know, every time you go off on one of the stops, they get to show you an ad on like a big billboard, and they want to make sure that the, or whatchamacallit, that like they let everybody know what the best stop is so that more people see the ads, so that more people stay, you know, on the highway and, you know, whatchamacallit, YouTube rabbit hole, all that stuff. You probably know how this works. But the main thing is, when I upload a video, YouTube's going to give me like a set amount of impressions. And if my video does well, then YouTube's going to, you know, continue doing that and recommend it to more and more people. And this is obviously important for two reasons. One, it helps my channel grow. It makes it successful, right? That's obviously something that I care about. But it's also like, if I make a video that covers what I think is an important topic, like the treasure room video, for instance, reached 100,000 people, and otherwise that secret that I found in the PTR, if that video didn't do well, pretty much nobody would know about it. But it did really well in the YouTube algorithm, and now 100,000 additional people know about that secret treasure room that I discovered, for instance. That's knowledge that now a lot of people have. Like, I've been in friends' discords and they were just chatting about this thing when I know for a fact that it was completely unknown up until like the last few weeks of the PTR. So I credit my video almost entirely with that knowledge. Okay. So what do I need to do for this real quick? I know I got distracted. Ever burning ash. As long as I know what I need to do, I can... Okay, it's that thing, so I just need to pick this up. Yeah, so obviously, the more people that my videos reach, the more people get that information, etc., etc. And one thing that I've been trying to do, I don't know if I've directly mentioned this, but it's been kind of obvious, I guess, if you paid attention to the way that I've structured my videos, is I've been trying to build up like a catalog of, you know, useful guides and content that people can look at. So one of the reasons why I said I want to make sure that I cover literally everything there is in patch 9.2 is, let's say somebody comes to my channel to learn about one particular thing from patch 9.2. I want them to come away having learned, hopefully, at least one new thing that they didn't know already, but ideally, many new things. So they might click on one video and then see another video that's like, oh, talking about legendaries. And they're like, huh, you know, maybe I don't know like everything about legendaries. I'll click on this video. And then they watch that and they're like, oh, I didn't know this one thing. That's useful. Maybe I'll check out this other video that Haraldin has about alt catch-up, so I can, you know, get more gear for that second character I've been meaning to play. Something like that. And then they keep watching more and more. They get a lot of useful information. There's basically information on tons of different topics in one place with the same style for them to consume. And I've been trying to keep that as the focus over the past few months. It also has the added benefit of course, if, you know, people binge watch, right? YouTube promotes that. So if I do get my videos to perform really well in terms of like a lot of people watch multiple, that's something that does well in the algorithm. So it's kind of like a win-win scenario. The issue is, all of this to say, when I have a video like me leveling my paladin, for instance, this was like kind of one of the big ones that, you know, prompted me to make this decision. That was something that a lot of people wanted to see, and yet that basically kind of screws me, because a lot of the views that are going to the paladin leveling, they don't get like filtered out to the rest of my channel. So if my limited impression space is being used on a paladin leveling video, which will be seen by, you know, a few people and then they just go watch something else, that's not really benefiting my channel. That's getting one view from one person, and it's not really broadening my audience. It's not really leading into other videos, and I don't know, like, it's kind of a tough spot, right? Because I enjoy recording those things. I enjoy talking to the camera and recording this stuff, and I know people enjoy that format. But it is one of those weird situations where I don't want to do something that I know hurts my channel. Because even if it's like, oh, you know, I maybe enjoy filming these things, I can't bring myself to, like, actively publish videos if I know they are harming my performance. That just kind of feels bad. So when I'm looking at the data over the course of many months and noticing this trend, I'm just like, all right, well, I'm going to stop doing this. Or is this one of the things I can use? Ah, I've never actually used the Zap Throttle mode extractor. It's the first time I've gotten to use it. That's cool. So you just find these little clouds and you just zap them. Neat. Anyways, what was I saying? Right, so the compromise that I want to do here is, I figure, right, the amount of people that want to see those types of videos are fairly limited. Now, it's kind of a strange situation, because obviously I don't want you to feel like, you know, you are the, what's it called, like, I guess, underappreciated part of the audience. I still appreciate every single person that views. But if those videos don't perform well, I have two options, right? I either stop making those videos entirely, which is, for a large period of time, what I was considering doing, or I make those videos unlisted / special. And in this case, what I've decided to do is make them members only. So the idea is that I've basically made this membership thing. It's, you know, $3 a month. It's the generic YouTube membership setup. Honestly, in terms of, like, all the special flashy benefits, there isn't really much special there. There's, like, a little badge and stuff that's, like, required for that. So I had to do that. It's just, honestly, my profile picture. If I start streaming again, I'll probably add, like, emotes and stuff to it. But at the moment, I'm not streaming, so it's not really a major concern. But it's not super flashy. Really, the main reason for that is for me to upload this type of content. The uncut footage or laid-back style stuff that I know some people like, but that the reality is I just can't keep uploading to my channel if the direction that I want to take this is, well, as like a guide-making channel. And I know some people will say, and I've had the suggestion before, why not make a second channel? And I just can't. It would not be viable at all. It's the kind of thing that, like, large YouTubers can afford to do. Once they've already gotten, like, enough of a following, they can make a second channel for, like, a different type of content. And I guess if I eventually reach that size, that's probably what I would shift to. And then I would start making that, like, more second channel content that would be completely free, right? Because at that point, you know, the kind of hack of a second channel, right, is it, you know, uploading stuff to that doesn't affect your impressions on your main channel. That's, like, one of the main advantages to it. So you can still keep your main channel's niche, and, you know, uploading something different doesn't fuck with the YouTube algorithm and screw over your primary videos. But at the moment, I just don't have enough of an audience to make that a viable option. So basically, all that being said, what am I uploading for this member stuff? Well, one of the main things is just existing unlisted videos that I've taken down, because I've talked about this a lot on my Discord. Any video that I've, like, not been super thrilled with, especially some of the earlier ones. I did a lot of streams early on, like in Shadowlands, where I was just doing, like, BOE farming and just kind of talking to people in chat, and nothing was really going on. And those are the kind of, like, streams where it's, like, 5 hours of content, technically, but it's literally just me talking to people and farming mobs. and there's nothing informational there. It's pure, I guess, entertainment value if you just happen to like watching my channel, which I know some people do. But for instance, that's the type of thing that I just don't think can exist on my channel as a public video. So I've decided to basically put it there. If you just like watching my channel, the old stuff is there. The old stuff that is purely just me talking to people on old streams, all that stuff is on there. At this point, I don't think there's a single old video on my channel that isn't viewable somehow. If you are a member, you can see all of that. There's like a special playlist, right? Still figuring out how to set that up, but that is the end idea, that there'll be like a special playlist or something like that. As I mentioned, one thing is maybe not full runs like this. If I do a full leveling run, like one thing I do want to make absolutely clear before people get the wrong idea, when I eventually do leveling runs for Dragonflight, I keep calling it Dragonflight just because the zone. When I eventually do leveling runs for Dragonflight, they will be regular main channel videos, no membership thing, anything like that. Anything that I would actually normally upload as a regular main channel video, that will not change. I'm not going to basically change the way that I do content just because I now have the membership thing. This is like purely a bonus type of thing of like, I probably would not have uploaded this video regardless, so let me just chuck it in members only. A good example of that is, so it brings me to my next bullet point on this list, scrapped videos. So a good example of this is the Paladin run. So I mentioned before I did the Paladin leveling run up to 60. And I had initially said in a few places that I was going to be doing basically gearing a fresh alt from, fresh 60 to heroic raid type video like I did with my Blood DK back in patch 9.1. And some people were looking forward to that, and I kind of took a lot of the footage that I gathered in preparation for that video and adapted it into how to catch up in WoW Shadowlands, which I like that better because I feel like instead of it being like this long freeform thing, it's a more focused, shorter guide that tells you exact steps on what to do, which, like I said, is more in line with how I want my channel to be going forward. But that said, I had like hours and hours and hours of footage of this thing. And because that was something that I had said I was going to make into a video, but never really got around to finishing it, I took basically all the footage that would have been in that video, edited it down like a little bit. I added some minor editing, and I actually do have that video in the members only playlist. It's like 2 hours or so. It's not like super fancy. It's literally just kind of like behind the scenes footage of me making a video. Like, because some of that footage probably would have been used in the, alternate timeline or whatever, where I ended up doing that. But here you get to see me just kind of like pausing, recording off the cuff, and basically narrating what I'm doing. And then I go back to just, farming and, doing the boring shit that never actually makes it into the final product, right? I did cut some of that out. I tried to keep it like mostly just the entertaining bits, but I thought that was like kind of a good way to do it. So people who, really want to see like the behind the scenes footage, so to speak, can have that video there. I've also got like a bunch of clips, basically short 1 minute things where, not good enough to be like a full clip. Like I do have some short clips on my channel. Like the last video I posted at this point was a short clip of me getting Keystone Hero. And my entire group got killed by quaking. So actually like really good clips like that where, I think it's worth posting as like a public video, I will still continue to do. Like I said, anything that would normally be a public video is still a public video. But for instance, some of these clips are more like inside jokes between friends that I happen to make just to share to them, but they're still kind of funny. Wouldn't do well enough like on, the YouTube algorithm, but maybe some people would get a kick out of it. So once again, they're in the playlist. I guess main other things on there's like some miscellaneous videos in there that, I guess a good example of like what I consider a miscellaneous video is I have, the footage of me fighting the second trial in Final Fantasy Endwalker for the first time. Just to make sure that nobody like accidentally stumbles into it, the thumbnail for that video is literally just a big, like, spoiler warning. So it's kind of more of just, if you've already played through Final Fantasy Endwalker, and you just want to see, like, my initial reaction to playing through that, I happen to have the footage just, like, sitting in a folder somewhere that I wasn't ever sure if I was going to use it, and obviously I didn't end up using it, but I figured instead of just deleting it, I would post it to YouTube and, you know, keep it in here, more just kind of like for myself. Like, I want to have that preserved somewhere because it was a really cool experience getting to see that for the first time. But I figured, you know, I was, like, so excited during that entire process, I figured I'd share it as, like, a members-only video. That would be pretty cool. So that's what I would consider to be, like, miscellaneous. And then I've posted full, like, dungeon runs, so completely unedited, like, plus 20 runs that I've done, stuff like that, which, honestly, that's just kind of not the focus I ever want to have for my channel. Some people post entire dungeon runs and, like, narrate it and whatnot. I've never actually considered doing that, but when I thought of this idea of, like, oh, I should make, like, you know, members-only bonus footage, I figured I gather, like, dungeon footage just to use in, like, background guides. Like, I did a few Mythic Plus guides. It required me to record a bunch of full dungeon runs in order to get that footage. And since I already had it, I was like, sure, you know, I'll just take some full dungeon runs, throw it up there. If you want to see, like, my tanking routes and stuff, which is something that I've been asked a few times, well, I don't have, like, every dungeon, but I guess you can go to one of those videos and you'll be able to watch the exact route that I do for any given dungeon as a tank. And I'm sure, like, a handful of people will find that useful. So if that's something that you care about, it's there. And then also, like, raid boss stuff. Same thing. Like, my first mythic kill of every single boss, and then in some cases, like, a significant, like, alternate strategy that my guild tried, I've included full boss kills of that. Just so if you want to see, like, the strategy that I happen to use to kill a particular boss, it's there. The entire idea of this, you know, in case it isn't obvious, is, once again, bonus stuff that the vast majority of people probably won't give a shit about, and therefore would never actually get posted. But in case one or two people find it useful, if they want to, you know, become a member, they can get access to it. It's that kind of thing. Now, you know, in a perfect world, I'd be able to just magically get these videos to the exact people that want to watch them. But let's be real, that's just not how this works. I can't target specific videos for individual members of my audience. If I post a video, it gets recommended to basically the exact same demographic. So either people watch it and it does really well for everybody, or people don't watch it and then it does really poorly for everybody, and then even the people that want to see it won't know where to find it. So it's just kind of a messy situation. That's how YouTube works. I have to work with what I'm, you know, handed, and this was the best solution that I could find. So as it stands, I have 82 hours and 37 minutes. Yes, I counted. Actually, it's a little bit more. So 82 hours and 37 minutes plus one or two bonus videos that I planned on uploading. Actually, I forget what I was going to do. Let me check my footage real quick, because I know I'm blanking right now in the middle of the recording what I was actually going to upload. But, how did, wait, did I don't think I posted that. Okay, yeah, I never posted my heroic jailer kill. I know some people might still want to do, like a video on how to kill heroic jailer. So I was going to upload something on that, like at least an example of one of my jailer kills. Never got that posted, so I'll do that at some point. And then, oh, yeah, I killed Mythic Sylvanas again, like just the other day after I had already planned all this stuff out. And I kind of wanted to make a video highlighting how Mythic Sylvanas works with all, like, the changes and stuff. Not really changes, so to speak, but outgearing, I guess, is a better way to put it. How the fight changes, it would be a better way to say. When you have, like, all people with 4-piece, like, what are you able to do that you couldn't do before? I think that's something that some people may be curious about, but I don't think it's, once again, a topic broad enough to really get people's interest. Maybe I would make a Mythic Sylvanas, like, farm guide or something like that if there was enough interest, but At this stage, I don't think there is. So it's just going to be, once again, a members-only video. But yeah, so at the time that I was writing this little script, there were 82 hours and 37 minutes of exclusive content in the members-only playlist. And it was spread across 58 different individual videos. So, admittedly, I've spent a lot of work over the past month, like, at least gathering stuff into this playlist. Now, going forward, I am going to be adding more stuff to this, of course. But, as I've said, I don't want it to be, like, my top priority. It's going to be one of those things where if I have something that I want to upload, but probably would never actually post, but I still think some people would get a kick out of it, it goes in the members only playlist. That's how I want to approach it going forward. So took me a little while to get through that entire process, I know, but I did want to give this, like, you know, the time it deserves. I think that it is an important topic. It's something that, like, I'm kind of concerned about. In terms of, like, I don't know how this is going to be received. So I wanted to take the time needed to, like, fully explain my justifications for all this stuff, etc., etc. But yeah, I did want to make sure that at least for the launch of it, it had a lot of content available. So that's what I did. I spent a lot of time getting content prepared for it. What else? Oh yeah, so updates to come. Won't affect normal uploads. Already said that. And then, oh yeah, so I think I kind of already mentioned this, but I did want to explain why did I wait until later on to say this, and it is really just, I figure, I don't want to make a big deal of the fact that I'm enabling this. Like I said, I don't want to make it seem like I'm asking people to give me money. This is really more of a side thing that I am primarily doing as a way to basically get that content out to people who, you know, would really like to see it. And admittedly, the reason why it's $3 is because it does require extra effort on my part. And I figure that if you really like my channel, it's a nice way to support me. That's, like, the primary reason. Because, like I said, well, I mean, if I'm going to be finishing college and having to actually, like, you know, get, like, a full-time job and stuff like that, my time to do this is going to be fairly limited. So I need to... My inventory's full? Crap. How many quest items do I have? I have way too many. Okay, that's not good. Let me just go back to town and clean this up. I have way too much shit just chilling in my bags. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, basically, is the TLDR there. Obviously, I know in some ways it could be considered making a big deal out of it, you know, talking for 30 minutes about it, but that's really just more of me getting sidetracked, me rambling, etc., etc. In reality, I didn't want it to be this whole big thing that I drew a ton of attention to, and I figure by this point, you know, like I said, not a lot of people are going to be watching, so good opportunity for me to do that. Now, I'm going to, obviously the video isn't ending, but I think now that I've gotten at least all of the introductory stuff out of the way. Oh wait, I almost forgot to say, yeah, the main reason I wanted to do the face cam, by the way, is, I guess this sounds silly, right? But I figure if I'm gonna be asking people to, like, give me money, right? Even if it is, like, more of a, oh, you know, if you want type of thing, I feel it does, I've said before, like, just even suggesting, like, you know, oh, you can pay me money for something, it makes me feel kind of bad. So I want, at least in that case, people to know exactly what they would be, or, well, who they would be supporting, but what they would be getting, and, you know, who I am, right? So I don't want to be just, like, some generic, like, face or voice behind whatchamacallit, voice behind, like, the footage or whatever. Like, I want people to at least know who I am, right? If they feel like they're gonna support me or something. It sounds stupid when I phrase it like that. Like, I have a tendency to overthink the shit out of things. And obviously, you know, I'm already nervous because, like, the face cam stuff. But I figured you know, it's probably something that I've been waiting to do for a while. So if I'm going to actually enable something on my channel where, you know, people have the option of giving me money like that, I don't want it to be like anonymous. Yeah, I don't know. The more I try to like rationalize it, the more I just end up sounding like an idiot. But that was my logic behind it. That's kind of what I was thinking. And I'm going to at least end this part now. The video will pick up in a second, but I'm going to be real. I'm probably not going to use the face cam for it because it is really hard to focus when I'm like just in full on like massive anxiety mode the entire time. I've been trying my best. I've gotten 3 bars, which, you know, not a lot, but it's progress. And I would say the fact that I was able to do anything at all while like basically in full freakout mode in my head for like an hour and a half, I'm happy with that. Like I said, really anxious about doing a face cam. It's one of those things where I'm like somewhat, not somewhat, extremely self-conscious, and it literally took me weeks to even be able to sit down and record this. And now after the fact, I still have the daunting task of actually publishing this video, which is, it's going to be rough, but eventually I'm probably just going to have to push that button and go like bury my face in a pillow for like a few hours and not look at like how it performs or anything like that, because that'll just make me even more anxious. But yeah, so the rest of this, I'm going to tell stories. I'm going to basically talk about shows and whatnot. But admittedly, I'm not going to have the face cam on because it's going to be infinitely easier for me to basically talk and level and get this done if I don't need to worry about like exactly how I look, how I appear at any given moment. So I'm just going to do that to make my life easier. But yeah, we'll see what I do with the face cam going forward. That said, thank you for watching. And even though I'm not ending the video, I guess I am... thank you for watching up until this point with the face cam, I guess. Means a lot. This was not easy. But anyways, I guess future Harlden without the face cam will catch you in like, I don't know, an hour, whenever I manage to like recompose myself. Yeah, that's it. All right. So this is me picking up about 24 hours roughly after I said I was stopping at the end there. See, that's the thing about using a face cam. It's so stressful and exhausting that I literally needed to take like a 24-hour break. Well, kind of. Obviously, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I needed to sleep after that because I felt so tired after having to, you know, use the face cam and sit there just being a ball of anxiety that like I had to lay down to not be stressed out. And by the end of it, I'm just like, oh, I'm so tired. I'm just going to stop for now. And also, it's one of those things where I figure in the amount of time that I had left, I don't really think I would have been able to, you know, finish getting up to 70. And I just kind of thought, you know, with reset being, you know, tomorrow or today at the time, I was like, might as well just, you know, postpone this until one more day. Can't hurt. So, I'm doing that today. Now, ooh. Is that? No. Oh, it's a one-handed axe. I might keep that for when I do tanking. These axes are good. Not bad. It's only a green, but, like, could be good. Yeah, so I did a little bit off camera, very little though. Not any leveling per se, but I, you know, cleaned up my bags. It's like so neat and tidy now, which is very nice. Means I won't need to worry at all. I took a lava tick while charging? Yeah, but I won't need to worry at all about inventory management. That's gonna be way more chill. Can just focus on, you know, zugging these guys down. Doing, oh, no. Okay, that would have been bad. I almost just died. So I had to use a potion, which is never good. But I think the potion plus charge to get over the cliff was like kind of a sick recovery. Can I? Oh, yes! Okay. I am proud of that. I don't know how the fuck I just recovered there. I have no business being alive. That's cool. That's why I like Classic. it feels so awesome pulling off like stuff like that while leveling. Anyways, I have a headache, so it's like gonna take me a little bit to get back into the swing of doing the narration, but it's at least easier when I know I don't have the camera on me, because I don't need to worry about that. Okay, so another thing I guess I should quickly say, because it kind of changes something slightly. So I mentioned before that the most recent video in the members only playlist is gonna be my Halandras kill. There's actually a new video there. It's almost 8 minutes. It's like 7 minutes 50 seconds. And it's because I made it today. And I spent a good like 2 hours after tonight's raid making that video. It's a compilation of sorry, just this one hunter. Bless him, right? He's normally a good player, but he showed up to raid drunk today, and he inted so fucking hard. And this was our first night of Mythic Anduin progression, mind you, so we're actually trying to, see the fight progress further, and he just, like, hard inted the entire fucking night, and did some absolutely brain-dead shit. So, honestly, he kind of pissed off a lot of people. And at first I was kind of pissed off because, like, it was one of those things where I had to sit there and go, like, is he actually just intentionally trolling us now? Like, I think some people thought he was literally just trying to fuck with us and then, like, G-quit or something. That's how bad some of the shit he did was. But then, like, I don't feel kind of as mad when I found out he was just really drunk. Like, obviously it's dumb, don't show up to raid drunk. But it's one of those things where it's like, that's an honest mistake. He apparently went out drinking with some friends and then, came home and wanted to go to raid and figured it wouldn't be that bad. And then he just ended up doing a lot of really dumb stuff without, like, intentionally meaning it. So, in that context, I thought it was more funny, so I, like, turned it into a little compilation. But since it's more just, like, inside humor, I, made it a members-only video, and then I, of course, shared it with my guild. So that's the thing about, like, a lot of these members-only videos. I don't know if I said that, but it's like I'm not technically specifically creating, like, videos for the purpose of adding to, like, a members-only thing. It's like, in this case, I made it, and then I posted it in my guild's Discord. So it's kind of like I'm more making it for my guild, since I know they'll get a kick out of it. But then, since it already exists, I might as well just throw it on the members playlist. I actually... in that vein, I have a school project on the playlist. That's one thing that I put up. Just because, I figured, fuck it, why not? Oh shit, I forgot to add Heroic Jailer. I might do that later. Let me put myself a reminder here on my, little Google Doc. Ooh, that's actually something I should talk about. I just got a new topic. I'll talk about this later on, because I don't want to, like, immediately switch topics, but while looking at my document for reminders, I found another reminder that I'd set myself in the past, and I'm like, oh yeah, I was supposed to talk about that during the run, but I forgot to actually, think about it, but now I thought about it. Yeah, whatever, I'm getting sidetracked, so that's how things go, right? But... let's see, so add Heroic Jailer video. Okay, threw down a little reminder for myself. There we go. Should be good now. So that will hopefully be there when I get a chance. Maybe it won't be there by the time this video is posted, but by the time, most people check it, it should be on there. It's just going to be like maybe one of my better Heroic Jailer kills that I happen to record. I'll throw on there just in case people are curious of the strat I use. Because I've done that fight a lot at this point. I went from, in my old guild, trying to get them to do it for weeks, and then in this new guild, they literally sell Heroic Jailer runs, so I've gotten a ton of practice. It's a fun fight. I actually really like it. And that kind of brings me to the first thing I kind of wanted to talk about. I know there were a few things that I said I was going to talk about, like, at the end of the last part, but... here's the thing, it's been 24 hours, and I know that technically for you guys, you're watching it back to back, but for me, I have my own shit that I kind of want to talk about right now, so I'm just going to do it in whatever order I feel like, but if I said I was going to talk about something, most likely it will get mentioned just at a later point, because generally speaking, that's one of the nice things about having this, like, little checklist of reminders and things like that. I can keep myself like honest. I mean, not the right word, but keep myself talking about the right shit and not like forgetting what I was gonna say, etc., etc. So I kind of wanted to just give my overall thoughts on the raid. And the main reason I wanted to do that is because of, Mythic Anduin. Because honestly, I don't really like Mythic Anduin. I think it's kind of a dog shit fight. And I know that some people are probably going to be like, oh, get good. And obviously, I haven't seen the entire thing. Like, I was talking to some of my friends, and even they were like, you'll probably like it a bit more when you finally see, like, the end of the fight. But having done, like, one night of prog on it, I don't really think it's fun, because generally speaking, I really hate fights where it's like, one person fucks up, and, the entire raid gets punished immediately, and it's a wipe. I mean, the classic example of this is, whatchamacallit, Tomb of Sargeras is notorious for having a lot of those. You had, oh, hello, Mittens. You wanna come in? Oh, my cat's standing in the doorway. But yeah, Tomb of Sargeras is notorious for having a bunch of those. You have, like, Maiden of Vigilance, where you fuck up the colors, everybody gets one shot. Avatar Sargeras had a lot of those, and then obviously the infamous one, Kill Jaden, with Annihilate Soaks. Then if a single person missed it, the entire raid basically got one shot. And there's like a lot of backlash to mechanics like that, because the issue that I have is it's like, obviously, for a kill pull, you're going to want everything to go according to plan. Like, a good example would be Halandris, at least post-nerf. So I know some people will say, oh, pre-nerf, Halandris was, like, really tight in terms of the timing. Everything needed to be done perfectly. And, that's all well and good. That may be the case. But at least as it currently works, I can tell you for a fact that Halandris is punishing in terms of, like, you need to get a clean transition into phase 3 to get a kill, but you get, like, really good prog even if people fuck up. And that's kind of what I liked about it. I mean, I found Halandris to just be a fun fight in general, but I feel that because of the way the bombs work in terms of the timers being fairly forgiving, and the fact that you do have some people who can kind of, like, make up for it, like, healers and tanks can pitch in and stuff like that, it means that even if, like, you lose 1 to 2 players early on, you still see the intermission. You can get pretty much the entire way through the intermission with, like, tanks and healers, pitching in to juggle the bombs. And then, obviously, you get to phase 3, and if you have too many people dead, it spirals out of control, and you wipe. And, for our pulls and stuff like that, we basically had a lot of phase 3 pulls. We had 71 in total. But we started exactly after pre-nerf. It literally got nerfed right before we got there, which was a little bit unfortunate. I would have at least liked to try pre-nerf Halandris, but I missed it literally by a week, so unlucky. But when we got there, like, it was so much easier, and it got to the point where literally by, like, pull 30 or something, we were on phase 3. Now, we were still, at that point, not close to a kill, because our first phase 3 attempt was really messy. We had, like, barely gotten there and wiped almost instantly because the bombs had gone off. But in that case, we had at least gotten to see the entire intermission. We had gotten, good practice with, like, the bombs for all the people that didn't fuck it up. And then we had gotten to kind of see how we were going to do the positioning in regards to those, like, Planet Cracker memes in phase 3. So it gave us a good idea as to what we were going to do. I could already start planning ahead on, like, oh, okay, so this is what I'm going to do when we finally get a clean pull. And I can, like, mentally make notes and stuff like that. And that's what I really care about. Am I going to die to this fucking owl? No. Okay. And the main thing is with Anduin, right? You don't get that because, like, for instance, I'm on the second Kingsmorn group, so I'm assuming most people here know how Anduin works. Obviously, I just kind of talked all about Halandris, and if you don't know how Halandris works, then I guess moot point. But, so if you aren't super familiar with Anduin, even if you are, basically there's, like, an upstairs phase, like the normal part of the fight where you fight Anduin himself, and then there's, like, a downstairs phase where he casts an ability called Kingsmorn and basically rips out the souls of, like, whoever stands in it. And the idea is, like, you split your grade into, like, 2 groups. Half of them get hit by each Kingsmorn, and then you go to the downstairs phase, you, like, kill the little ads to restore like hope to Anduin or whatever, and then you get pulled back up. And there's like extra mechanics on Mythic that you need to worry about, which are kind of annoying, I'll be honest. But generally speaking, the main thing is, as a tank, and I'm playing Blood DK for this fight, because they wanted to have 2 Blood DKs actually. This is really sketchy. I don't know why these mobs just take like no fucking damage and dodge like half my attacks, but this is getting real old real fucking fast. Because I went in there and like literally none of my attacks hit, and if I die here, I'm gonna be pissed off. Leash, please. All right. But yeah, so I'm on the second Kingsmorn group, so that means I have Anduin for like the first minute and a half of the fight or so. I don't know exactly how long it is, but then second Kingsmorn goes out, I go downstairs as a Blood DK, I have to group up the mobs using like grip, slappy hands, etc. And now some people may already know how to do this if you've like played it a lot on Heroic, but admittedly, I've not played a ton of Blood DK, and a lot of the time when I did play Blood, I was playing it not as Necrolord. So I don't have like a ton of experience in regards to like doing the intermission downstairs. Technically, I could go on Heroic, but whatever. I'm learning it here. So I didn't fuck it up. Like, I actually got it first try when I went down there, but I think it could be a little bit cleaner. So like, sure, I can get the ads grouped up, and that's all well and good, and I didn't, like, let them go into the boss, but I feel like I can be more efficient with, like, exactly where I stand, where I grip the ads with, like, slappy hands and mass grip, and then, of course, while I'm figuring all that out, I'm not really doing as much damage, because, like, on the first pull when you're doing mechanics, a lot of times you need to, like, process what you're doing and think more on that, and because it's not second nature, your rotation suffers a little bit, so I might like lose, especially in Blood DK, which is like super high APM, lose uptime of like Dancing Rune Weapon, and that's not ideal. So of course, practice makes perfect, but despite having like, 30, I think we ended the night with like around 40 pulls, despite having around 40 pulls in this boss, I've seen that only 2 times now. And although we actually made it out, or at least almost made it out before the upstairs phase wiped, both times, in every single one of those other pulls, I could have been getting practice, and instead it's just like, no. You die because one person fucks up the colors and one-shots half the group. And sure, it's like, yeah, I guess obviously you want people to, do the mechanics properly to get a kill, but we're talking, this is like 45 seconds into a boss fight, and there's a mechanic where if one person fucks up, it's just a straight wipe. And I don't know, it's annoying. Like, I wish the main thing I think that's just really troll is like, why the fuck, the heal, that's brutal. I think it's really, really fucking troll that the Anduin, like, explosion thing does splash damage. That's dumb. I don't give a shit if it one-shots, like, both players that fucked it up, but the fact that if they happen to int and, like, go near some other people, they blow up those people too? Like, why? It's already not going to be a kill, so it's not like you need to worry about, like, oh, if these people fuck up the mechanic, we want to make sure that everybody around them's punished too, to ensure that they wipe. It's like, they're gonna wipe anyways, but when you do shit like that with mechanics, like, when I say you, I just mean, I guess, Blizzard. I'm talking to Blizzard, even though Blizzard's not going to watch this, but I'm more saying my frustration with how Blizzard designs some of these fights is when you do something like that, make it so it's a AoE one-shot because one person fucks up. The end result is that, despite the fact that, yeah, you're never going to meet the damage check, you're never going to have enough people to deal with the mechanics, you're not going to kill at that pull because they fucked up anyway. But when it one-shots 5 other people, then you just need to jump off and reset and go again, instead of it being like a Halandrus situation where you lose 2 people in phase 2, and then your raid leader can say, okay, keep going, and then you get to see phase 3, and you get to start planning for phase 3. So if all those pulls where people had gotten one-shot by fucking up the blasphemy, I had gotten to, like, still go down and practice my stuff, by now, I would have it down to a science. It would be perfect. But instead, every single one of those times, 1 minute into the fight, if somebody fucks up, we just have to jump off. And then I don't get to see the downstairs and get more practice with the downstairs. And that is just really, really annoying. I absolutely hate that aspect of some bosses. So that, at the moment, is really tilting me with Anduin. Like some of my friends have told me, it's entirely possible that I won't really mind the fight as much once we've gotten more progress on it. Like I said, this is literally our first night on it, so it's not like I have a ton to go off of. This is just kind of my initial first impressions with it. And it's also kind of a shame because I love Talandris. I don't know if I've like directly said this before, but I definitely said that Heroic Talandris was one of my favorite boss fights, and Mythic still is. Mythic Talandris, despite the fact that it got nerfed and it's easier now, easily one of the best boss fights I think Blizzard has ever created in recent years. So I guess I'm more just disappointed that I just got done progging Mythic Talandris, which I absolutely loved, and now I have to go to this shit, and it's just, it's so much worse, and I hate it. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. And, I guess for other bosses, so, I don't know how much I've talked about it, but I guess I'll, instead of just going back, because I guess I've already talked about Halandris and Anduin, despite them being, like, the latest ones in the tier that I've done. But to start at the beginning, so I think Vigilant Guardian gets, like, a lot of hate, but I actually think it's a really good boss on Mythic. So obviously I think it's a pretty common and obvious opinion that, like, Heroic and normal Vigilant Guardian is a dogshit first boss. Because it's an ad fight. Nobody likes ad fights. I don't know why Blizzard keeps designing fights like that. You know, they're just never going to be well received by the player base. It's just boring. Just why continue making them? And it's especially weird because Mythic Vigilant Guardian literally solves that exact issue. And I honestly don't see why they couldn't have just made the Mythic aspect, or at least one of the Mythic aspects of Vigilant Guardian, the same for all difficulties, and just tone down the difficulty elsewhere. Maybe like some of the additional mechanics that are present on, you know, Heroic and Normal, they could have just made those Mythic only. And then obviously when you have all of them together, it's like, you know, a bit harder. But the fact that on Mythic, Vigilant Guardian actually pops out of the wall and you have to deal with him the whole time, I mean, it makes the fight infinitely better. It's not magically a good fight. It's still kind of dog shit, but it takes it up from like a really objectively terrible fight, one of like the worst they've made in recent history, to just a solid boss fight. Like, you know, C-tier boss fight. Nothing amazing, but, you know, I'm not going to sit there and complain about it and be like, God, I hate this, it's so boring, etc., etc. So, I don't know, like, a lot of people hate Vigilant Guardian. I think it's fine. I would probably even put it at B tier on Mythic specifically. Like, I think it's a fun boss fight, especially to tank. I don't know how it is to DPS or heal. I know that some DPS hate it for like parse reasons. You know, you can't really get good parses because obviously it's like very patty and stuff like that. I can understand that mentality. I mean, I kind of run into the same issue while tanking. You know, I like getting tank parses, and obviously I am kind of encouraged to pad on ads if I want to do that, but you can't because you have like roles that you need to fulfill as a tank. So obviously it's still kind of a cancer fight for a lot of reasons, but I think the idea of having to manage ad waves while still fighting like that one big boss is actually pretty cool, and I don't mind it. And then I guess next boss, probably, you know, obviously there's different ways you can go about it. But I'll say Skolex next. So Skolex, I think, is it's a boss. Like, what can you really say about it? It exists. It's not a bad fight. It's not a good fight. It's just there. It's like the definition of a B tier fight. It just exists, right? To be more specific, like all joking aside, I guess, my thoughts on Skolex, especially like all of my opinions are coming as somebody who plays tank and like pretty much exclusively tank, at least in a raid setting. I think that Skolex is interesting for like the tank combo portion of it. Any fight that has a tank combo, I automatically think is like, you know, fun to a degree, because having some sort of like interactive tank swap ability that you have to think about compared to like taunt at 2 or something, you know, it's always more fun. I always prefer to have fights like that. So that's obviously good. But especially on Mythic, I really just dislike the way the Mythic mechanic works. So if you don't know Mythic Skolex, obviously Skolex on Heroic is just, tanks stand on one side, and then you do the tank combo, which I think is fine, both on Heroic and Mythic. And then after people get enough stacks, what is Shadowmoon Zealot? See. Does this actually replace my helmet? It does. So can I... God, Retaliation is really fun to press. Just instantly kill any mobs attacking you. Like on AoE pulls, at least. I like that. Yeah, so Heroic, it's like, you stack up, you move the boss, then you go back to normal. So on Mythic, basically, a lot of mechanics will cause, like, these blue splotches to appear on the ground. So I guess a good example is the little blue things that give you a hasty buff. Those will cause, like, a little patch to appear on the ground. And the idea is, as the fight progresses, because, like, a giant patch appears whenever you make him burrow, you basically get more constricted on space over time. And maybe it's just the strat that my guilds used, but I feel like the people that got punished the most by it were the tanks, because we were basically putting Skolex in a position where just the tanks were so, like, constricted in how much they could move, and I was just kind of packed in like a sardine, and I could only move like ever so slightly to not get clipped by my Kotank's Rift Maw, and it just made it really annoying, because like the taunt swap combo is fun and stuff like that, but when you have to sit there and worry about like cleaving your Kotank simply because you're just limited on space, it's not really fun, because a lot of times, it wasn't that we were having difficulty doing the mechanic properly, or that we were having difficulty, like, not cleaving each other. It was that a lot of the DPS would be way too, like, aggressive in terms of their positioning, and they would be, like, up ahead. And then as a result of that, we wouldn't be able to have as much room to move, because obviously you don't want to take it too far out and, risk hitting the DPS. So we would try to stay as close to this, like, one little spot as possible to make it easier on them. And ultimately, it makes our life harder. It's annoying. So, just the kind of thing that it seems good in theory, but in practice, it just doesn't really feel that fun. It's not like a deal breaker for me. Like, it's not the type of thing where I'm like, oh, I absolutely hate Mythic Skolex. The only thing that kind of annoyed me, I will say, and this is more of just an unfortunate thing, is for Brewmaster Monks, the way that the boss is tuned, you actually do not have enough effective HP without 4-piece, at least at reasonable gear levels, to survive Rift Maw. So Brewmaster Monks can mitigate a lot of damage, and with stuff like Celestial Brew and, Expel Harm, etc., you have a lot of ways to, like, recover after taking a big chunk of damage for, like, the auto attacks. But the issue that I was running into for, like, the very early prog, because one thing I've talked about is it took me a long time to get my 4-piece. Literally on my main, my Brewmaster, I did not get 4-piece until the Creation Catalyst. So it was bad. But as a result, I ended up having to rely so heavily on healing externals because I simply could not take Rift Maw without some sort of major defensive cooldown. Like, even with a Celestial Brew, I was still almost getting one-shot. And then usually after that, I had nothing to deal with, like, the follow-up auto attacks. So I was getting fucked. So I would need to rotate, like, Zen Meditation, Dispel Harm, and then, like, Healer Externals and things like that. Or Dampen Harm, I meant to say. And it was just rough. It was brutal. Now, this is, I think, something they weren't really planning around, because obviously they did tune it around 4-piece, so it was clearly intended that you have 4-piece, because once I got that, fight's a joke. You have just so much HP as Brewmaster, you can literally just take the Rift Mob with no defensives, and then, pop Celestial after getting hit, and then Expel Harm yourself to go back up to full. So there's, like, lots of options you have when you have enough, like, effective HP. And because I didn't have that, missing 4-piece, it just made the fight feel a lot more frustrating than it realistically should have. So that was something that made me really dislike it early on, that I think is like one of those things where it's not a fair thing to give points against, because obviously it is a bit of a weird case with like gear dependency. But I did think it was worth mentioning because it was actually something that like significantly influenced my view of the fight early on. So didn't want to like omit that or anything. But then next up, so this is maybe going to be like one of my hotter takes. DeSausage, dog shit fight, F tier fight, fucking horrible. I know some people think it's like an okay fight, like they probably say it's like about the same as Skolex. How the fuck do you think that? Genuinely, if you like really enjoy DeSausage or something and you think it's like a good boss fight, just leave a comment and let me know, because I'd love to hear your reasoning, genuinely, because I want to understand what about that fight would appeal to somebody, because I think it fucking sucks, and I'll explain why. I mean, it's just everything about that I hate. A Mythic I hate more because the way the damage is tuned, it's basically, you're highly encouraged to play Venthyr or Night Fae in order to have blinks to get past that stuff. Now, obviously, some tanks have ways to get through it, like, on their own, and some tanks just run Venthyr or Night Fae. You know, good for you. But as a Brewmaster Monk, both are really fucking bad. So I had to literally get 80 Renown on Venthyr for our first kill so that I could use Door of Shadows for that, and that fucking sucked. Now, once again, that is a case of, like, the way that it, you know, I had to deal with something kind of personally influencing the way I view a fight, which, you know, that's just going to happen. Obviously, you know, my experience of the fight will make me like it more or less. But I think that that was something that a lot of people had to do, and it was more of just an aspect of the overall fight design. Oh, I have to kill this guy to get a quest item. Okay. So I think that is like a fair thing to bring up, because that wasn't just like something that I had to do on my own. That is something that they definitely intended for you to do when looking at that fight. And I just think that's fucking awful. It's one thing to have, you know, a fight which requires you to bring a specific class. Huh. Is that a trinket? That's a trinket that starts a quest. God, BC Classic is wild. But yeah, so like, obviously a lot of people will complain about, for instance, we'll get to Zymox in a little bit. But, you know, for a classic recent example, Sanctum of Domination with Painsmith Raznal, and you needed a Warlock Gateway, at least early on, to get past those last sets of whatchamacallit, the spikes. But at least in that case, just having a Warlock let you do that. And obviously, blinks were encouraged on that, but if you played properly, you wouldn't take any bonus damage. So the issue that I have with the blinks on DeSausage is it's not the case of, of Painsmith Raznal, where like, oh, the fight is easier if you have a blink. Because the fight is easier if you have a blink on Painsmith, because in that case, you don't have to worry as much about dodging stuff, and you can just blink through it. So it makes the mobility aspect of it easier to do. And then there was like some weird stuff with the way that tank hammers worked in Phase 3, but I'm not going to get into that. But generally speaking, it was like, you can do it without it just fine, it's just a little bit harder. But the issue with DeSausage is going through the rings will give you a damage over time effect. And sometimes if you get a bad pattern, it just fucks you in the ass, and there's nothing you can do about it. So you're sitting there, and it's not a question of, oh, this is difficult. It's 100% just, you are taking bonus damage that in some cases, the healers just won't be able to heal you through. And this is doubly the case for a tank, especially one that doesn't have 4-piece as a Brewmaster Monk, because I'm sitting there with the fucking dot on DeSausage, which rips, by the way. Fuck bosses with tank swaps that count as a magic damage over time effect. Absolute fucking cancer. Never want to see that shit after DeSausage and Mythic Sylvanas. It's just awful, because some tanks are really good at countering magic damage over time, and some tanks are horrendous at it. And that's just a disparity that really, really, really fucks Mythic progression. It's just that, like, every tank has ways to deal with physical damage, every tank has ways to deal with magic burst damage, but magic damage over time is something which some tanks are really good at and some tanks are really bad. And when they design bosses around that, like the Sausage or Sylvanas, it's just such a fucking pain in the ass. Like, sure, Prot Warriors were really good for Nathria because of their ability to, like, very easily survive sustained physical damage, but every tank can do that. Prot Warriors just happen to be very good at doing that. It wasn't the case where, like, Prot Warriors in Sanctum just couldn't fucking survive the Sylvanas, some of the Sylvanas overlaps in Phase 3 without, like, you know, specific defensive trinkets or healer externals. And God knows it was already difficult enough on healers, so it's just one of those things where, like, you're inting by playing Prot, because you're just making life harder for your healers on a fight that's already brutally hard for healers. Side rant there, just really frustrated by Mythic Sylvanas. But the Sausage had the same shit. Damage over time, magic effect on a tank. Fuck that shit. Has no business being in Mythic raid bosses as, like, the main tank buster. You want to make it, like, a small thing. Like, I guess on Jailer, for instance, you have... where's the scroll? Like, Jailer has Shattering Blast, which is primarily a magic burst effect, so you can, you know, use the defensive for that part. And then there is a magic damage over time component, but that's only for one phase, and it's also, you know, it's not that bad. It's the kind of thing where, like, once you're back in your group, your healers can keep you alive through it, so I don't know how bad it is on Mythic, but at least, you know, on Heroic, it's like everybody has a way to deal with the burst, and then it's only really sketchy if you're doing the far pillars and you don't have a way to get back quickly, because then your healers don't have as much time to top you up, but for the most part, it's not too bad. But yeah, honestly, all that to say, fuck the Sausage. I hate the rings, I hate the randomness, and especially randomness that has a chance to just kind of get you killed is just dumb. That's never fun. Don't do that, please. So... not a fan, did not like that quest, and, yeah, honestly, I don't know, I feel like I've kind of run out of shit to do here. Like, I could do one-off quests, but there's just not a lot here, and, my friend told me that Netherstorm is generally better. I did want to at least do this initial chunk of quests in Shadowmoon Valley, because I figured that's going to be good experience, and it was. Like, I got X amount of bars, I don't know, I can't count. But I think, you know, from here, I could probably go back to Netherstorm. As you can see, there's, like, a huge chunk of quests that I haven't really done yet. And is there any in Blade's Edge that I can knock out? Nah, they're just too few and far in between for me to really worry about it. I'll just do Netherstorm. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff over there. Alright, Netherstorm it is. While I fly to Netherstorm, I'm just going to go make coffee, so I'm just going to cut that, because you don't need to see me on a flight path for like 5 minutes while I'm AFK. And then when I get back... I guess, final thoughts. Yeah, the Sausage F-tier boss, dog shit. But if you like it, please let me know. Curious to hear. And then when I get back, I'll talk about Prototype Pantheon, which, spoiler alert, I think is also a dog shit boss. But that opinion I don't think is really a hot take. I think a lot of people think Prototype Pantheon is the worst boss in the raid. Alright. Alright, so actually, I finished making my coffee, and, well, I'm still only halfway through the flight point. I mean, it only took, like, 2-3 minutes, right? So, the reason I decided to just say, fuck it, let me just start recording again and do this part is because before I talk about Prototype Pantheon, I remembered something while making my coffee, and I'm like, you know what, I should probably talk about this, but it's the kind of thing where it's not, like, important enough for me to, like, remember to talk about it later, but in this immediate moment, it just really pisses me off, so I'm just going to talk about it. So, we're going to take a sidebar, I'll get back to Prototype Pantheon, and I want to talk about college essays. So, I have to write by midnight tonight at the day of recording, so it's, whatchamacallit, 5 a.m. So after I finish leveling to 70 and posting this video and all that fun stuff, I need to write a 5-page essay, and have that submitted. And then I also have to take a final online. So it's about 90 minutes. I have to do all that. I haven't slept, probably won't. And then I have to do more Mythic raiding tonight. So basically today is going to be a day. But the thing about the essay is this essay is for my Greek mythology class, which I think I mentioned in the last video is like one of the general electives that I'm taking. And you know what? It's like a moderately interesting course because, you know, I like Greek mythology. I think it's cool. It's just, you know, it's a neat topic. I like playing Hades. I've always just been somewhat interested in Greek mythology. But the first essay that this teacher assigned, it was like, we had to look at the creation myth for Greek mythology and then look at another creation myth and basically talk about like how these two cultures, despite being like, you know, separated by like hundreds of years or whatever, or thousands of years, blah, blah, blah. And then in like completely different parts of the world, how they managed to create like creation myths that are similar and like, you know, point out the similarities, explain the similarities and like, you know, what it might mean, etc., etc. And, you know, I thought that was cool. So I talked about like in my essay, like I gave some personal anecdotes about like why I was interested in this stuff and like, you know, how I thought, you know, why I thought this was really cool and like, oh, I think this is really cool because X, Y, Z. So basically it was informative. It answered all the questions assigned, but I gave some like personal anecdotes of my own to basically show that I was interested in the material. And that's something that I've always liked doing in essays. And I always think that's good, right? Because, you know, if I was a teacher, I would want to understand why my student actually cares. You know, if I just got like a generic fuck off essay about like, oh, you know, this is the information and here is the blandest possible way that can be presented, I wouldn't care. I'd be like, okay, you know, obviously, you know, don't give them a bad grade, but it just wouldn't be interesting to me. But if somebody gave like personal anecdotes as to like why they cared about it, then, you know, the teacher in theory would be like, oh wow, this student really likes this class. They really like the material being taught. Like they're clearly interested in this. And I don't know, I think they would at least appreciate that. But my teacher like wrote this thing and she was like, ow, it should be informative only. This is a college research paper. Your personal opinion shouldn't weigh into this at all. And it wasn't even really a research paper. Like, I think this is a 100 level course for the record. I'm just, like I said, taking it because I need credits. So, like, okay, lady, it's a 100 level course. It's barely a research paper. Like, all you're asking us to do is read these two, like, creation myths that you posted on Canvas and then, like, explain how they're similar. I'm not doing, like, you know, a fucking 10-page write-up for, like, my thesis project or whatever. So you're really gonna sit here and tell me that this is, like, such a important assignment that personal anecdotes have no place? And also, I know that's bullshit, that, like, she's like, oh, it doesn't belong in college papers. Like, fuck off! Tell that to all my professors that do like my personal anecdotes, that do like how I, like, try to make a personal connection to the material I'm talking about and explain why I find this interesting. Because guess what? Most professors do like that. And it really fucking irked me that she, like, basically said that this was something that, like, you're not supposed to do. And it's like, bullshit. Showing interest in the material is something you're not supposed to do. I find the way that people view, like, essay writing so fucking stupid. Because none of the information that I talked about was wrong. Like, my essay was factually sound, but because it didn't fit the exact, like, you know, format she was looking for in terms of, like, pure information and no personal opinion, she, like, I don't know if she directly marked it down, but it was in the comments for it. So, I don't know. It's just, why, like, knock out a good essay just because it's not exactly to your liking? And, you know, I'm technically nitpicking. I got a 90 on this, but it's one of those things where I'm like, I should have gotten a 100. Like, I fucking kicked ass on that essay, and then I get, like, 10 points off, presumably, because it was somewhat opinion-based. I don't know. Just, it pisses me off. Like I said, I wanted to give a little sidebar in that, because I was thinking about how I have to write my essay later, and then it made me remember my teacher's comments in that first essay, and I was like, yeah, that was bullshit. I want to rant about that for a little bit, because I never got the chance. That's the problem with, you know, not doing a lot of speedruns and stuff. Stuff happens that's like, not really that important, and then I just forget to talk about it later, even though it would make like an interesting thing to talk about during the speedrun. So you get to hear that now. Anyways, what was I saying? Right, so my thoughts on Prototype Pantheon. There we go. So Prototype Pantheon. What do I need to even say about this fight? It's, for starters, I think the biggest criticism that I could give about Prototype Pantheon, actually, there's two major criticisms that I can give about that fight that I think just make it so hilariously bad. There are mechanics on it which are now Mythic-only mechanics that early on in the patch were normal mechanics. But there's stuff that they basically considered to be so difficult for people to handle, first on normal, and then they removed it from normal, then on heroic, and they removed it from heroic. I'm specifically talking about the sinful projections. Actually, I don't think... I might be exaggerating. I don't think they actually had that on normal. All I'm saying is, the fact that it's even like a Mythic-only mechanic now that just got completely removed from heroic, I think is like actually hilarious. Because it's not even that hard of a mechanic, but it just goes to show how poorly thought out that fight was, that evidently there are people struggling with sinful projections on heroic, and they decided that they just need to completely remove it. And I think that's the problem with a fight like Prototype Pantheon, where I've seen people call it like mechanic salad, and I think that's a really good way to describe it, because there's absolutely zero cohesion in Prototype Pantheon. It's just literally the worst way to make a boss fight, where you just have a bunch of mechanics and you just kind of throw them in together without actually thinking about how they interact or how they overlap, and it just ends up being fucking dog shit. Because there's just so many overlaps in that fight. It's not even, for the record, like a hard fight, right? It's fairly easy. Apologies if you're struggling at Prototype Pantheon. I'm not calling you out, right? But overall, it's just not meant to be a difficult fight. It's mostly just a damage and healing check. But there's just some overlaps you can get, which won't necessarily wipe you, but they're just a pain in the fucking ass. And it just makes it frustrating when some pulls... Like, one of my biggest pet peeves with boss fights is... one second. Sip of coffee. One of my biggest pet peeves with boss fights is mechanics where on one pull, it can be extremely easy, and the other pull, it can be extremely hard due to pure chance, through, like, overlaps or something. Mythic Jaina is a classic offender, and I think Prototype Pantheon, especially with the soul shape lines, is a really good example of that. Where items, there's a cooldown. Right. The issue with the soul shapes is you can find yourself getting just straight targeted by the soul shape lines, or for the stampedes, over and over and over, and it could just really fuck you up, or it could just not target you at all and go to random points in the room where nobody's standing, and then it's just not even a thing you need to worry about. So I don't know why they didn't just make it so, like, the soul-shaped stampedes come in at, like, specific directions. Like, maybe first it goes down the middle, then it goes horizontally, then it goes diagonally in one direction and in the other direction. So it's like the room consistently becomes more and more restricted. So every single time, you know exactly where they're coming from, and you can, like, plan out your movement. And as a result, every single time you do that phase, it's going to be somewhat more difficult. Because right now, it is entirely possible to get 2 stampedes on the exact same spawn point, where you literally basically just get one less soul-shaped stampede, because they just spawn on top of each other. And then you could just get all of them in, like, varying minor angles off of each other, and they just cover one portion of the room, and then you have half the room to work with, and it's a joke. So that makes it just not really fun, because it's basically just pouring. But then why not just make it predetermined? Because in that case, maybe it won't be as bad as if it, like, hard targets you every single time, but it'll be at least more difficult than the average cases where it doesn't really interact with you that often, and then you still need to plan ahead. So I think that would have just made it infinitely better. I think that excessive RNG just has no place in boss design. There's there's ways to make RNG in a boss fight good. Honestly, even though I just got done bashing it, I think one way to make like good boss fight RNG is Anduin with Blasphemy. I think the variance on Blasphemy is fine. The fact that you're going to get a different marker every time, because the way that you handle it is still the same regardless on how you get it. It's mildly annoying, one thing that I will say, that tanks don't get opposite colors, because specifically for tanks, I am not actively tanking at the start, my co-tank is, but when he gets Blasphemy, if he doesn't get the opposite color from me and I can't immediately clear him off, the problem becomes that he will have to run and move the boss in order to like find somebody with his color if nobody's nearby, and just the erratic boss movement that's effectively unavoidable in that case is just really annoying. So that's the only thing where it disproportionately punishes you if the tank doesn't get an easy clear. But for everybody else, I would say it's fine, honestly. It's random, but the way that you handle it is the same every single time. And there's a lot of mechanics like that. I mean, I'm trying to think of more examples, but honestly, a lot of stuff in most raid bosses is relatively scripted. It might feel a little bit random at the time, but like if you think about it, it's not. Like, you know, good examples like Halandris, the Planet Cracker, for the most part, the Planet Cracker like beams go in the exact same pattern every single time. So after you've done the fight a bunch of times, you know exactly what movements to take to navigate through those lasers. And I guess a good example for Halandris would be the fact that the tank fissures, the white ones that you need to break with your laser beam, they don't always spawn in the same spot. But I think that's okay, because there's really never going to be any position where the tank laser or tank fissures can spawn where it's like you won't be able to do it at all. So in that case, it's really more of just every single time I do Halandris, I have to actually pay attention to where the fissures spawn, and I have to like think ahead and plan out like, okay, I'm gonna break the shielded moat you know, over here, and then I'm gonna have to like quickly weave through the planet crackers and get to the next position so I can break my second shielded moat. So it's variance, but it's not really punishing. Like at no point will that like make or break the pull. It's something that I need to focus on more. So that's like good variance, where it's like, you know, it doesn't actually change the way you do the fight. It just means you have to like actually react more actively to the mechanics, and I think that's good. But shit like Soul Shape Stampedes, either just targeting your raid or just going off into Africa, that's just dumb. It makes the fight either significantly easier or significantly harder, and mechanics like that can just burn in hell. So overall, just don't like Prototype Pantheon. One thing that is funny, by the way, is in case you haven't tanked Prototype Pantheon on Mythic, it is the exact same as on Heroic, for tanks at least. Because for the most part, aside from, obviously, you know, now Sinful Projections are a Mythic-only mechanic, despite the fact that they didn't used to be. But as far as, like, the new things are concerned, it's literally just, like, the Denathrius lines, which is, like, not even really a mechanic at all. You just kind of aim it at the shielded guys, and that's it. You barely have to do anything with it. It's trivially easy. And for tanks, you don't get targeted by that. So there is literally nothing that you can do as a tank differently on Mythic Pantheon versus Heroic Pantheon. It's the same fucking fight, which I don't know if that has ever been the case, at least that I can remember in like recent history. I can't remember the last time that a boss fight was literally exactly the same in terms of how you play it as a tank on both Heroic and Mythic. Like, there's always at least one change. You know, usually it's a significant change, but there's usually something minor, something that you need to consider as a tank. And here there's just nothing. Genuinely nothing. Like, now I'm actually thinking about it, because definitely not in this tier. Every single boss in this raid tier has at least something on Mythic that you need to worry about as a tank. And I think back to Sanctum, like, Taragru, yeah, there were some things you had to worry about. It was mostly the same fight, but, like, still some different stuff. Eye of the Jailer, yeah. The 9, yeah. Uh, Even if it is minor, like, there's always at least one minor mechanical change, even if it's, like, not a tank-specific thing, just a general fight change that you need to worry about. But considering the fact that the only real change on Mythic mode, and I'm not, yeah, technically you could count Sinful Projections as, like, you need to dodge this as a tank, but I'm not including that because it wasn't intended to be a Mythic-only mechanic. You had to do that on a Heroic, at least at the time when I got my kill. So, in terms of original design intentions, the only new mechanic was the Night Hunters, and at least the way that we handled it is we didn't have anybody help soak. So as a tank, I was never interacting with that. The DPS would literally just take their Night Hunter to their assigned shielded, like, ad, break the shield, and that's it. And it's a mechanic that I just don't interact with at all, and that was the only new thing. Everything else about the fight was exactly the same. And yeah, I don't think that's ever been the case, at least not that I can remember. Not on a fight that I've done, at least. I am actually curious if you can think of an example of a fight where it doesn't even have to be for tank, like where for a specific role there was nothing new you could do. I'd imagine maybe this will be the case for like some healers or DPS if there's a fight that's like mostly tank or DPS focused. I could see that being the case, but for instance, anything with like a general mechanic that like affects everybody, I count that. So, for instance, on the 9, every single person, or not the 9, in my head I'm thinking, Eye of the Jailer, right? So, Eye of the Jailer Mythic, for instance, by nature of the fact that you have the stacking debuffs, where you need to like split your groups and like not have people cross over and stuff like that, that automatically makes the fight different for every single person just by nature of that mechanic existing, because it changes the way that you approach the fight fundamentally. And like the Terror Brew, the fact that the soaks exist, even if you technically didn't participate in soaking stuff on the Terror Brew, it is a mechanic that in theory anybody can do, and therefore there is some expectation that you might participate in it. But the reason why this is kind of a unique situation is because Night Hunters only target, I don't know if they target healers. They don't target tanks though. So it's a mechanic that literally cannot target tanks, and then only deals damage to an ad and the person soaking it. And I guess the only thing that you could maybe argue is that the fact that I do less damage to the ads in like the few seconds before their shield is broken makes it slightly different for me. But at no point am I actively focusing on DPSing the ads. All I'm doing is cleaving off the boss. So it doesn't actually change the way I approach the fight whatsoever. It just means that at certain points I'm doing slightly less damage, which would be the same as if they just had more health. So yeah, it is something where I can't think of any comparable situation like that, which I just think is honestly interesting because it's just so lazy that it blows my mind that they couldn't think of a single new mechanic to add for tanks. Like, just nothing. Yeah, I really don't know what they were thinking when they designed Prototype Pantheon. Or, well, I do know what they were thinking. And it's, we need to have a fight with the Covenant leaders. Let's just make something. It doesn't matter if it's good. And I just wish they would have scrapped that fight entirely. Genuinely, give us like, whatchamacallit? A 10 boss raid tier, remove Prototype Pantheon from it entirely. Ideally, put the first sigil and elegy on like different bosses and just, you know, rename them, because I'm sure if those trinkets didn't exist, a lot of people would cry. I guess that's the one thing about Prototype Pantheon. It has some of the best trinkets in the game, but still, as a fight, it's not good. Definitely should not have gotten off the, you know, drawing table. Whatever, you know the words I'm looking for. It shouldn't have been a fight. It's the kind of thing that's so half-baked that you just basically kill it before it ever reaches live servers. But somehow we got it as a fight because they wanted to show the robot Covenant leaders, so, you know, whatever. After that, I guess I could talk about either Zymox or Lehuvim. God, did I just spend like 20 minutes almost ranting about Prototype Pantheon? either way, I guess I have more to say about Zymox, so I'll talk about that after. Lahuvim, honestly, not much to say. It's a good fight. I was kind of surprised by Lahuvim because it was one of those where you look at like the videos and you read the like guides and stuff like that, and it sounds like something that's going to be cancer, because Lahuvim on Heroic is like you kill the ad and then you just kind of burn the boss. And it's a fight that you just kind of ignore most mechanics for. So a lot of fights like that, I feel when you're forced to do all of the mechanics, there's either two ways that it can play out. It can either be really AIDS, because the reason why everybody just burns it is so that they don't have to deal with the mechanics. Or it could be really fun, because when you actually do the fight as intended, it feels much better. And I think we've seen, like, you know, that happen in, like, a few different iterations. Like, I guess a good example that I can think of is Fate Scribed Rokalo. You get, like, some really cancer rings towards the end there. So at least my guild, what they would do is they would just save Lust and all cooldowns for, like, the final phase of Fate Scribe and just burn them from 40%. And, I mean, that's what we did on Mythic, too. So that was one of those things where, because the mechanics were so absolute cancer, you just wanted to avoid them at all costs, and the fight ended up being dog shit as a result. But Lahuvim is a pleasant surprise, in my opinion, where, despite that being the strategy on Heroic, where you just kind of burn him and ignore everything, it was actually really fun on Mythic. One thing that's kind of funny is I posted my Lahuvim kill on the members playlist, as mentioned, but it actually is demonetized because, or just in general, like, I can't put ads on it because of the fact that I was listening to music while during it. I actually thought it was going to take us longer to kill Lahuvim, because we made like a surprising amount of progress in 1 hour and then got the kill. And generally speaking, what I do is, like, on early boss prog, when I'm just kind of, you know, going through the motions, trying to, you know, get some practice in, and, well, realistically, people are probably fucking up a lot, and it's just messy and stuff like that. I'll have music going, so, you know, I can just listen to it in the background and zone out. And in that case, I was listening to music because I didn't think we were going to kill anytime soon. And then we did. And then I suddenly had, like, all these Nightcore tracks playing during my Lahuvim kill. So I figured I'd keep that in. So it is probably the only video I've ever uploaded where you can actually hear me listening to music in the middle of, like, a video, which is kind of unique, I guess. And that is the kind of thing that I would definitely never make public, but I can justify uploading it if it's something that only a few people will see, right? So that's, like, one nice side benefit of doing, like, the member stuff. But overall, yeah, so Lahuvim, I think it was a fun fight. I think it's interesting because on Heroic, a lot of things, or one of the main things I saw people complaining about is the fact that the room for Lahuvim is super big. So a lot of people are like, oh my god, it's this gigantic room and you just don't need all of the space. It's just completely pointless. But on Mythic, you do need all of that space. So it kind of makes sense as to why the room is so big. Because it starts off like you have all this room to move around in. But then because you get way more motes, and I mean way more motes over the course of the fight, it really forces you to, like, consider how you're using that space properly. And then also the idea of, like, clearing the motes. You know, before it was just like, drop the motes in Africa. We don't need to worry about them because we're never going to see it. And then clear the motes that people accidentally placed in front of the path leading to, what's it called? The place that you're going to be killing, the ad. And you get, like, 1 or 2 and that's it. But because space is actually a major concern on Mythic, you have, like, if you haven't done Mythic Lahuvim, there's a strat called, like, the flower strat, where you basically have people position themselves when dropping motes in making, like, these big flower shapes with their motes. And then it's in a position where, like, one clear can take out the entire flower. So you're basically trying to place them in a way that maximizes your, like, mote clearing potential. And that's really neat to me. But mostly I like how towards the end of the fight, it's like you feel very compressed. But one of the nice things about Mythic Lahuvim is it's kind of like the same thing that I dislike about Mythic Anduin, but, like, the opposite. right? Where I hate how on Mythic Anduin, if somebody fucks up Blasphemy, a bunch of people get one shot. It's like one mistake punishes everybody. But on Lahuvim, right, if somebody fucks up and stands in a moat, it explodes, but it doesn't kill the raid. It blows up and it leaves like a big patch on the ground that does like massive ticking damage. So it's like, yeah, obviously that person's going to take a lot of damage, but the rest of the raid, it still kind of punishes them, but it's like a soft punishing thing. So on our kill, we had a few moats go off at the last second because obviously it's really hectic. Everybody's running around. The ads are breaking loose. It's just like, burn the boss, and everybody's just kind of tunneling. And some moats get detonated, but that didn't cause a wipe. It just meant that like we had to basically pack in really tightly, and it was like this race to the finish where like we were losing out on space because like there were a bunch of these patches, and it just made it feel more like hectic in a good way. And I like that. I think it's cool. I think that's how you should do mechanics like that, where it like gives you a soft punishment that in the long term, like if we fucked up moats early, yeah, if somebody blows up a moat like in the middle of the room early on in the fight, it's a wipe. But that way, if it happens towards the end, you can still power through and get the kill. And I think that's good. That's like the better way to do it. So I like that fight. I do think it is still one of those cases where, in the case of, what is it? The ads that you have to kill, I do find it interesting how the ones that you prioritize are different on Heroic and Mythic, because obviously Mythic is a really, really long fight, whereas Heroic is like you just lust and burn, kind of. So the Guardians on Mythic are way more of an issue, because taking that like increased ticking damage that ramps up over the course of the fight after 8 minutes is just brutal. So they are your kill prio. And then for the like fixate Automa, you just like root them in place, which gives like extra utility that you need to rely on. And you still kind of take them out of the running, but you have to do it in a more creative way. So I like how that's done. I think it's really cool. Excuse me. I think it's really cool. One thing that I do actually think they should have done, and I know some people are going to say, no, don't say this, but it's like, you can, I guess, disagree with me, but it technically doesn't matter because it's not like Blizzard's going to make any changes to the fight at this point anyway, so I'm not like giving them ideas or anything. But I honestly think that at a certain point, the Fixate Automa on Lahuvim should have just been unCCable. So it should have been one of those things where you can temporarily use roots on it to keep it in place, but then after like a minute or so, it breaks out of all like CCs and just chases the player down and like ramps up its speed or something like that. Because I do think that the fact that you can basically just use like Druid roots to completely negate that one Automa is just a little bit dumb. Like that's a little bit too complicated for people to do on Heroic, so you just prioritize it, right? But on Mythic, it's really not that hard to tell your Druid, okay, when this spawns, go cast Entangling Roots on it, and then every once in a while, pop back over to recast it. It requires a few pulls to get right, but it's not the hardest thing in the world, and then it completely takes one mechanic out of the fight. And there's a lot of cool ways to actually deal with that mechanic of, like, the Fixate Automa that, like, explodes itself after the fact. And I think having to deal with that could have been kind of cool. Like, do you have everybody take, like, a lock gateway out at the last second? Probably not, because you need it for other stuff. So then in that case, it would be like, you would have to get it to, like, 10%, and then, like, the person fixated would run all the way out of the group, and you'd have range DPS finish it off at the last second, so it blows up away from the group. And then the person who's fixated can pop, like, a defensive and use the knockback to send themselves back into the group, so they don't have to, like, run all the way. Just something like that could have made it much more fun, I think, where it's just an extra element to consider. It would add like another 30 pulls or so to the boss, which I think a lot of people probably wouldn't like. But it's one of those things where I don't mind, doing extra pulls on a boss if it's because of like a fun mechanic. So if I enjoy doing a difficult mechanic, I'm fine with it. I'll sit there for like 100 pulls. Obviously, anybody who does like cutting edge progression probably feels the same way. But there's, like, a lot of artificial difficulty, I feel, on fights like Anduin, where, miss me with that shit. Like, I don't really want to prog it. I'm going to have to. But then if you add genuine, like, interesting challenges to fights like Lahuvim, with that, like, CC ad not being constantly CCable, that could make it a lot more interesting. But, like, giving you the ability to CC it for a short amount of time could be nice, because in that case, it's like, well, if you need to deal with, like, the little guys and kill them off first, then you can do that and then leave it rooted, and then you can break the root when you have time to deal with that guy. So, I don't know. I just personally think that would have been a better way to design the boss, but we're, like, nitpicking at this point. I think it's genuinely a good fight, at least on Mythic. On Heroic, I know a lot of people probably won't like it, because it is just a lust and burn boss, and that's boring. But overall, good boss. And speaking of good bosses, I know some people feel mixed about this, but I actually really like Zymox. I think it's a great boss, especially on Mythic, but I think even on Heroic, it's pretty solid. And Zymox, I think it's interesting. The best part about Zymox, to me, is how they took a boss that they had already done. Zymox was in Castle Nathria, and they basically made it clear that this is Zymox. This is the exact same character that you fought in Castle Nathria. And you might wonder, like, how do you make a fight, again, the exact same boss, making it unique enough that it is inherently a different boss fight, while still making it clear that you're fighting the same guy, and it's not just a completely different boss with, you know, the same name. And I think the way they did that aspect of it is perfect. That alone, I would give them a lot of props for, because what's really, really cool about Zymox is the general feel that I have from a lot of his mechanics is like, you beat him in Castle Nathria, and he knows that, like, you're able to deal with some of his stuff, so he, like, intentionally augmented the way that he fights you in order to, in order to, I don't know, like, counteract the way that you used to deal with it. Like, a great example, honestly my favorite, and the one that I'm kind of thinking of, is the way that the traps work. So obviously Blizzard made it so on the new Zymox fight, after you disable a trap, it rearms itself a few seconds later. Because if you did Zymox in Nathria, the way that people would deal with the traps is they would just pop like AMS or something, or Bubble, and run through all the traps and pop them, and then, you know, while bubbled, you can't be CC'd, so you would just basically clear out all the traps and not have to worry about it. And obviously that was like a little bit cheese, and it made it so immunities were like a high priority. And it's clear that the main reason Blizzard made this change is because they don't want to have people doing shit like that in order to, like, you know, kill bosses, like having degenerate comps with like a lot of immunities. You know, that was an issue on N'Zoth, for instance. But I think you can also look at that in a way as like, the way the ability's called is it's like upgraded trap or something like that. So you can think about it more as like, Zymox saw us using immunities to break his traps, so he's like, you know what, fuck you, I'm gonna design a trap in between the raids that rearms itself after you break it, so you can't do that same exact cheese trap. And I know that's probably like overthinking it a little bit, but I do think that is kind of a neat component, how it's like the same abilities we've already seen, but with a twist. And like the way they changed the portal mechanic is really cool, because the portal mechanic on Nathria was more of just a tool that you used to like kind of help you deal with some of the other stuff. It was more about like the mobility aspect of it. So, you know, for the portals, in case you didn't do original Nathria, it was like, for the ghosts, you would take the portals to make the ghosts like juke back and forth across the room, and if they reached you, you would get MC'd, so you can do that. Then for the wild seeds, you would have people grab the seeds, then take the portals to the other side of the room, and that way you could drop all the seeds on one side and then portal back. So it was more about like, it was physically impossible to get the seeds like stacked up in time, unless you were like a super fast class like a mage, or if you were like a slow class like a DK, who used Death's Advance to negate the pull-in, and then just hopped in the portal to get most of the way there. So it really was more about how you did the mobility aspect of it. And I think as a result, that was like one way to handle the portals, but the way they did it on this fight is it's literally the way that you dodge like half of the mechanics. And on Heroic, it's pretty basic. It's just like the ring comes out or contracts, and you have to like go through the portal to dodge it. That is effectively the same way that you use the portals for the final mechanic in Nathria, which was like the whatchamacallit, the big like death axe that dragged you in. You just went through the portal at the last second, it took you to the safe area, and you were good to go. Kind of the same deal here, but the way that it works on Mythic, where it's like you have multiple sets of rings coming in and out, and then you have like the people on like the outside platform that have that are like stranded out there, and then you have Glyph of Relocation, and you have to like find that spot in between the rings to drag everybody in and yoink them over the one-shot rings, and then like put them in a good place to actually like go into the portal and get to the safe area. There's just so much thought and planning that goes into where to stand for that, and I love it. I mean, as a tank, right? It's just so much fun. You just get to do all these crazy things with your Glyph of Relocation. You get to just yoink people across the room. It's a really cool fight. And then, you know, as a Brewmaster Monk, for some of those points, you can drop Transcendence, and then you can blink through a ring, and then with Glyph of Relocation on you, you drag people past the point that they would normally not be able to get to. And, you know, it makes them, or it allows them to skip an entire set of rings. And I just think stuff like that is really cool. There's like a lot of creativity that goes into how you handle that mechanic. And any mechanic like that where it's like, there's an obvious way to do it, but then there's like additional ways you can do it that like make the fight even easier. And it's not necessarily easy to pull off, but like as a tank, if you can do that, it helps your entire raid group. Like that is the reason why I love tanking. It's so that I could do those like really difficult roles and pull off like crazy strategies like that to basically help carry the raid group. Because if I have additional responsibility and I can do that responsibility well, which I feel like generally I can, and it makes it so we kill the boss faster, then fuck yeah, you know, that's what I'm here for. So really like Zymox. I think it was a really fun fight. I kind of wish they had the like external platforms on Heroic too. I just feel like it's missed potential. You know, you already have them there. Just, you know, make them a little bit a part of a Heroic. You could have it so there's like sets of portals that take you out there. And then on Mythic, you have to do like the Glyph of Relocation stuff to get everybody back because there's like no portals or something. I don't know. It's just a thought. I think that it adds a lot to the fight. So I wish they would have done even a simplified version for Heroic and then just made it like more complicated for Mythic. But obviously at the end of the day, Mythic is like the main thing that people are concerned about, you know, myself included. So the fact that the Mythic fight is where it's like the most fun, I think is obviously good, but I know there's a lot of people who don't really play Mythic. So that's kind of what I'm more thinking of for all the people who maybe like don't really like Zymox that much. And then, you know, good examples like Vigilant Guardian, which we already talked about, where anybody that hasn't done Mythic Vigilant thinks the fight is absolute dog shit, and they're correct. But if they had that mechanic present in Heroic, then a lot of people would like that fight way more. So it's just one of those things where I feel like they're doing themselves a disservice almost by not including some of these mechanics on Heroic. Just make it so the fun parts of the fight are present at all difficulties. And at the end of the day, like, you know, the main reason that people play Mythic is for a challenge. So anything that's just really challenging, keep that for Mythic, sure. Or just, like, add some new mechanic that may be, like, really fun. Like, Halandrus Bombs, obviously, that shouldn't be present on Heroic at all. But it's a mechanic that's, like, actually somewhat interesting and changes the way you do the fight. But there's no way that you can implement that mechanic on Heroic without making it, like, a pug nightmare. So I think Halandrus Heroic, fine. Halandrus Mythic, really good. And new mechanics are cool. So that's like how you should design a boss fight, generally speaking. But yeah, some stuff like Zymox platforms, I think, could have made it into Heroic, and that would have been pretty neat. Am I going to pull that guy? I don't think so. What else? So I guess I can't really comment on the Mythic versions of, the last three, because at this point I've talked about every other boss. But I've done Heroic Lords, and I mean, I've watched a decent amount of, like, Mythic Lords, Ryglaw, Jailer, so I kind of know what the fights are like. I won't comment on Mythic because I obviously haven't done it. but I have a general idea on what they're going to be like, and I can give my comments on Heroic at least. So, Lords of Dread, I think, is fine. That's where, like, it's one of those things where it's hard to say, because I've looked at the Mythic mechanics, and I don't know if I'm going to love that boss or hate it. The only thing that I kind of dislike is, I don't know why tanks can't see the imposters. Because, you know, as a DPS, like, I've done it now a few times on my Hunter, it's really fun doing the Among Us phase, and, like, having to call out the imposters and figure out who it is, and then, you know, I get to kill one person in the raid. And I'm going to be real here, I have absolutely just straight up murdered people in the intermission phase, and it's fun as fuck. You know, you just pick somebody, and you're like, I don't give a shit if you are the imposter, I'm just gonna kill you. It's like, it's basically like the Among Us equivalent of just, like, calling an emergency meeting and saying that, like, your gut instinct is telling you it's yellow, and telling everybody to vote yellow. That's, like, the equivalent here. It's just picking a random person and saying, you might be the imposter, in which case, I'm doing the raid a favor, and if you're not, well, you get murdered. Tough shit. I've done a few heroic Sepulcher boosts, and every single time I just immediately murder the buyers on that fight in the first Among Us phase. Usually they actually die by that point, so it's not a big deal, because, like, the big swarm or whatever on Heroic obviously hits like a truck. So generally speaking, our healers will just not focus them and let them die, because it's better to just, you know, focus the actual players in the raid. But if any of the buyers happen to survive until the Among Us phase, I just hard swapped them and burn them down. And it just makes it way more fun. So I've definitely murdered people in that, but I guess I just kind of wish that I could at least see who the imposters were, just so I would, like, know for sure, am I actually, like, trolling right here or not? I don't know. It would make it more fun. It's like a minor nitpick, the fact that you can't see it as a tank, but I just don't see why you shouldn't be able to. Obviously, like, the reason why tanks aren't able to get it is because it would be infinitely harder to kill a tank than it would be to kill a DPS. It's already annoying enough when, like, you're in a pug and you start killing somebody and they pop bubble, and you're, like, sitting there like, oh, this fucking idiot, dude, you're the imposter, stop bubbling yourself. But as a tank, you would just have way too much health for people to burn through comparatively, so it would be really AIDS if it could target you. But even though it can't target you, it would still be cool if, like, you could see who it was. Though I guess the problem there is, obviously, I know people are going to say, well, the issue there is that if whatchamacallit, if you know that the tanks can't be imposters, then you would just tell the tanks to call out which ones they see. Because the entire reason why you can't trust who is the imposter or isn't the imposter is, if you are the imposter, you see two fake imposters. And in that case, you basically need to make sure that you get 3 callouts on a single person, because that guarantees that it's the correct set, because more than just the 2 imposters have called it out. So if the tanks can't be imposters, but they were still able to see it, then they would just be able to say the correct answer every time, which is obviously the reason why tanks can't do it. But yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, when I think about it that way, I understand why that's the way it works. It's just more disappointing. I'm like, oh man, I wish I could do the fight. It would make it more fun. Okay, I need to... Come on, come on. Oh. Why are there so many of them? Why are they patrolling towards me, dude? Come on. He keeps coming this way. Come on. Die. Why are you at 1%? Oh. Fuck it. I'm gonna use the healing potion. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna die to this guy. Oh god. If I used a healing potion and I still end up dying, that's gonna be so fucking embarrassing. Please. Please. Please! Okay. Whew. That would have been bad. Oh. Alright. Breathe, breathe, breathe. But yeah, overall, I like the fight. I think it's cool. It is annoying, of course, on Heroic when, like, people get a bunch of, like, green puddles and blah, 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 but Lords of Dread has some interesting mechanics. I like the way it works. I do think it was kind of weird. Obviously, the whole thing where early on it was only AoE damage. I think it was neat as a concept, because the reason why I've seen people saying, I don't know why they ever made it AoE damage only in the first place. And like, the people who don't understand why it used to be AoE damage, I have to wonder, like, do you have any creativity at all? Because the obvious reason why in the Swarm of Carrion they took more damage is because it's a swarm of tiny little bugs. So the idea is that instead of just, your Keg Smash, for instance, hitting one of them, your Keg Smash is hitting each one of the little bugs. So the idea is they're taking more damage from your attacks because they're in the form of a swarm of bugs, and they're taking more damage from attacks that hit like a wider array of targets, because you're hitting all the different bugs instead of just them one time. So that's like the very obvious, at least in my opinion, logic behind why it used to be AoE damage only on their increased damage taken. But it was, yeah, it kind of made it weird, because then obviously, survival hunters and stuff, their entire burst is AoE. But at least for me, I thought it was kind of neat in terms of how I had to play around it, because it made me think about like how I changed up my rotation to include more AoE centric abilities. And for like a Brewmaster Monk, where most of my stuff is AoE already, it doesn't really matter. But like as a Blood DK, for instance, you're just going to get more value out of mashing like Blood Boil and Heart Strike than using Death Strike at all. So theoretically, before then, it might have been feasible to keep yourself runic power capped just so that you could keep spamming out AoE abilities like Heart Strike. But I don't even know, would Heart Strike count for that? Never looked into it, because obviously they changed it, but technically Heart Strike is a single target ability that cleaves onto additional targets. So I don't know if it actually counted as an AoE ability, because it's a single target thing that gets added, that gets hit to multiple targets, but it's not inherently AoE. I don't know, it's weird. It's a bit of a weird case, kind of curious. If somebody knows, just once again, leave a comment, let me know. I always I've started doing that, like whenever there's something that I say in a video and I'm like, not sure about, I'll just say, if you happen to know this, leave a comment. And then it's cool how on some of those videos, like 1 month later or something, I'll see a comment pop up on my phone, and it's somebody answering a question that I asked like over a month ago. And it's just kind of neat, where I'm like, I had completely forgotten that at the time that's something I was thinking about, but then it's kind of cool seeing the answer after all that time. So I've just started doing that more often, and it's kind of fun. So then, just seeing those like sleeper questions that I thought about and then forgot about get answered way later on down the track is just kind of cool. I like that. And it's neat, like going back to like an older video and seeing like a question get answered, and I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. So yeah, just it's fun. That's why I've been asking. I like that. Necklace probably isn't an upgrade. Huh? That's a lot of strength, but it has no agility, so probably not. I would say this is more of like a side grade, but I'm not gonna toss my current necklace. What else? Oh yeah, Rygalon. Ooh. I probably can't solo this guy, especially without retaliation, so yeah. Ow. Ow. What are my thoughts on Rygalon? So Rygalon is, I mean, it's a patchwork fight. Like, what is there really to say about a fight like that? It is what it is. I've seen, obviously it's the kind of thing where I know, like, whatchamacallit, Liquid Max will say, like, oh, Rygalon is, like, the best fight in the tier or something like that. I think he still thought Halandris was the best fight, which, like, I agree with, but although I can agree that Rygalon is, like, a good fight, at least on Heroic, I don't know. I don't like patchwork fights, because I've seen people argue that the most fun fights are ones where you get to min-max your damage, and to that I say, why aren't you min-maxing your damage on every boss fight? Like, for me, on Halandris, I ended that fight with a rank 8 parse as a Brewmaster. And sure, some people will be like, oh, but Brewmaster Monk parses don't matter on Halandris. And sure, But in terms of my enjoyment of a boss, I'm still able to enjoy min-maxing my damage on Halandris just as much as I am on Rygolon. In fact, even more so, because on Halandris, there's like way more mechanics that I have to consider in terms of how that affects my damage and how I play around that to actually pump out the most damage possible. So I find it to be more engaging of a boss because I'm still thinking about how I can do the most damage possible, but I have all these additional mechanics to actually worry about. So fights where it's literally just like, do as much damage as possible, I mean, they're fine, I guess, but for me, it's like, I'm already doing that. My mindset for every single boss fight is how can I do as much damage as possible. Now, obviously, Rygolon has additional mechanics. Like, I'm not saying it's literally a pure patchwork fight, but I don't really like those mechanics, at least on Heroic. It's really annoying when somebody fucks up their Quasar Soak and then they blow up the entire group. I think that having a group-wide one-shot on Heroic is kind of troll on Blizzard's part, but, you know, oh well. It is what it is. I've heard about guilds that are wiping genuinely, and I don't exaggerate this. I mean, you can look if you want. There are guilds that have wiped over 100 times on Rygolon Heroic. Not saying that's the case for me, so I'm not trying to use this as like, oh, the boss is too hard. Like, I have done Rygolon carries already. It's not impossible, but admittedly, at this point, my guild has an easier time doing Jailer sales than Rygolon sales. Like, Jailer sales are, you know, pretty much just, as long as people don't hardcore int, we kill the boss. But Rygolon, first off, you need to have the carries jump off immediately in a sale run, because they can absolutely kill you. Whereas, like, in Jailer, we usually have them do that, but if they, like, at least kind of understand the fight, we'd let them stay, because even if they fuck up, it doesn't one-shot us. So it's a bit more forgiving. And in Rygolon, because it's such a tight DPS check, and there's like so much damage going out at certain points, it just gets really fucking overwhelming. It's just kind of a crazy fight in that regard. So I don't know. It's neat, I guess, but I'm just not a huge fan of it. So I would personally say I would rank it at like a B. I think it's like kind of the same with like Skolex for me, where it's like, it's a fine fight, I guess, but I just don't find the concept of, you know, oh, it's a boss where you min-max your damage to be interesting, because like I said, I'm always doing that, so it doesn't really change the way that I play the boss. It just means that, A, I have less that I need to do, which makes it more boring, and B, where's this thing? Little orb. I just saw it. Okay. There we go. Yeah, so it just means that I have less mechanics that I actually have to worry about. And then on top of that, there's stuff like Anduin, which, like I said, is annoying, where if one person fucks up, it one-shots everybody, and then you don't get to prog. But realistically, Rygolon, from everything that I've seen on Mythic, I don't want to fully comment, because I don't know if this will be the case, but it looks like it is a fight where it is mostly a DPS check, and you just do need to do the mechanics perfectly the entire way through, and then when you pull that off while doing DPS, you kill the boss. So, you know, it's slightly different than Anduin in the sense where, for a lot of Anduin, like, obviously the downstairs phases, your damage matters, the intermission, your damage matters, but, like, phase 1 of Anduin, your damage doesn't really matter that much. It's, like, so trivial in the grand scheme of things that the mechanics take massive precedence over any damage that you're doing to the boss. So, not as important, but like Rygolon, from what I've seen, looks mostly like just a pure damage check, like, don't fuck up and keep everybody alive so you can burn the boss type deal. And I don't know, I just don't think those fights are fun, because generally speaking, what that ends up being is you just have 1 or 2 people in your raid who haven't figured it out yet, and you're waiting for them to figure it out, and you just can't kill the boss until they do. So, not very fun in those cases. I don't know if that's how it will be, haven't done it yet, but I suspect that's how Mythic will end up playing out. Not a lot of nether rays. They're, like, very hard to find. I expected I would find more just looking around, but no, don't see any. And lastly, I guess I've kind of hinted at this a little bit because I've been referring to him in like multiple different things, but the Jailer, I actually like the fight. So some of my friends really hate it, and that might just be because we've done like so many sail runs at this point that they're just tired of doing it. But I actually like the boss fight. First off, I think one thing that I do like about Jailer, even if it is relatively simple and does kind of take inspiration from older boss fights, like specifically Maiden of Vigilance, I like the room design. And I think that's important because I've said this before, but one of my biggest, concerns, I suppose, when it comes to boss fights is the room layout and design and how that room interacts with the fight itself. So I've mentioned before the concept of the white room test, which is something that I saw Fat Boss TV mention way back in the day, and I really like that concept, and it's something that I've been applying to like most bosses when I think about how much I enjoy them. The white room test is basically like, if you were to take this boss and put it in a big featureless white room with nothing in it, would the fight play out exactly the same? So if you look at Skolex, the answer would be yes. Because Skolex, none of his mechanics interact with the room itself. It is literally just, you do his mechanics. The only thing that matters is like the room size, I suppose. But let's just say, if the room was just a big white empty box, the same exact size, would it matter? And there's some where it's kind of like Lehuvim is one of those where, can you argue that Lehuvim technically interacts with the room? Sort of, because it is a really big room, which was intentional because of the way the moats work. And yes, there are like kind of cubbies on Lehuvim, but they're not really, that big. But I would say by that nature, Lehuvim fails the white room test in, failing is good because you don't want to pass it. You don't want to pass the white room test and be a boss that you could just take and put in an empty room and it's the exact same. You want the room to be like unique enough where it influences the fight to make it more interesting. And in that case, yeah, Lehuvim fails it, which is nice, but barely. You have like Lords of Dread is one that, passes it, nothing really interesting in that room. I also don't really count like fall-offs. Like technically there's like a cliff around Anduin, but it's still just a generic circular room. Technically there's like partial cliffs in Rygalon and Lords of Dread. They're still just big circular rooms. But like, to me, a fight that like fails the white room test in the best way possible is Halandris. Halandris is like, you have these rooms with like the little passages connecting it, and then you have to like go along the cliff and watch out for the bombs. And you take a fight like Halandris, you put it in a generic white empty room, it does not work because that room layout is specifically designed with Halandris in mind. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. Because that Halandris, that fight does not work without the room that it takes place in. And it's better off for it, I feel. So stuff like that is, I think, what really makes a fight special when you have like a really cool like boss arena. And the Jailer's boss arena, like at first glance, may seem like, a generic open room, but the way that the little like patchwork pattern on the floor works, not the kind of patchwork that we're used to referring to, I guess, in WoW context, but it's like all the different little holes in the floor. It makes the fight on its own, fail the white room test. And I think that's good. The fact that just at any given point you need to worry about falling into the abyss because the room is covered in little holes, it's different, that's for sure. There's normally not like a million holes that you need to worry about, but also the way that you have to play the fight with that in mind, I think is pretty cool. Like, first off, he has mechanics with knockbacks built into it, and they're intentionally designed that way so that you need to consider the positioning of your character relative to the holes, so you don't get booped into one of them. And then, of course, there's the bomb mechanic where you have to jump into them and get blasted back up, and then you have to consider what way the bomb's going to knock you back so you don't, like, go out of one hole and straight into another. And it's just really cool how you have to interact with that aspect of the room design for a lot of the mechanics. And then, of course, the fact that the pillars spawn, and then you have to use the pillars as line of sight. It's just, honestly, a really cool concept for, like, a boss in terms of the room design alone. So I like that. And then a lot of the other mechanics, like, you know, they're pretty straightforward. Like, you know, LOS to not get MC'd. People get MC'd, you damage them to break them out. You know, tank combos stack in and split, right? Like, a lot of the stuff on the Jailer isn't necessarily revolutionary, but I think it works. The only thing, really, that I guess is, at least, I don't know about Mythic. I've watched Mythic, but I don't know enough about the mechanics to really comment on how unique they are or how they feel to play through. But I would say the only thing that really feels different, per se, on the Jailer is the two mechanics where, like, both in Phase 2. Phase 2 is my favorite part of the fight, because in Phase 2, you have the MCs that try to kill themselves, which I think that's an interesting twist on it, because generally speaking, if somebody gets, like, mind controlled during a boss fight, they'll, like, attack you and you have to break it off them. But the fact that, like, Rune of Compulsion is, like, it compels people to commit suicide, it's like a weird twist on the mind control mechanic. Like, it makes you think, like, huh, why doesn't the boss do that? Why doesn't the boss just make it so it's like, you control the player's mind and you tell them to just kill themselves to, you know, remove them from the fight? Like, it would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? So I think that's, like, an interesting play on, you know, how that mechanic works, like how the mind control mechanic works in a lot of boss fights. So I think that's cool. Credit where it's due to the fight designers. And then I also like the Shattering Blast. I guess there have been mechanics kind of similar to Shattering Blast, but I've said it before, I love when Blizzard gets creative with, you know, tank swap mechanics. What is this? Crit, expertise, attack power. Is this better than the axe I have? No, the axe I have is probably... Yeah. I mean, I'll take it just so I can vendor it for gold. But yeah, so I like when Blizzard adds, like, unique tank buster mechanics, where it actually makes you think about it, and... Oh, no, that's the one I want to keep. Right. I want to keep this one, vendor the other one. So... I mean, honestly, yeah, actually, every single tank buster on Jailer is like a, you know, somewhat like multifaceted tank buster that you actually have to, like, put some thought into. Like, the first tank buster is, you know, it's a big soak that everybody needs to, like, stack in and split the damage. Is it, like, the most unique thing? Oh, I'll keep this. Healing boots. Could probably sell that. Is it the most unique thing in the planet? No. I mean, there have been, you know, soak damage mechanics in the past, but it's still more interesting than, like, a taunt onto tank buster. And then you look at, you know, Phase 2, and you have Shattering Blast, where you have to, like, take that and go destroy a pillar. And although we've had mechanics where it's like you get targeted by something and you have to stand somewhere to break it, I like the way it works in the context of the Jailer fight. So if you haven't tanked, this is an upgrade, right? I'm losing a little bit of crit rating, but I'm gaining a ton of strength. So, yeah, that's... I think that's worth it, yeah. So if you haven't tanked Heroic Jailer, the way I would explain it is basically, on Heroic Jailer, there's 3 different equidistant points throughout the room where he will spawn a pillar. And that pillar... Oh, wait, let me do the math. So I lose a little bit of crit rating, I gain stamina, gain hit rating, and right now I'll lose a little bit of attack power. Overall, I think this is, once again, an upgrade. And then 2 more quests. Okay, cool. Where do those go? There. All right, neat. Cool appearances. So basically there's 3 equidistant points throughout the room where these big pillars will spawn, and you have to take your Shattering Blast, which the Jailer will target you with, and he'll like cast it and then fire it. And it's neat because there is a cast time for it, so you have time to like run to the correct position, but then on top of that, there's also a travel time for it. It's a projectile. So for like the farther pillar, you actually have... Oh, Dr. Boom! It's a classic Hearthstone reference. Or I guess, well, the Hearthstone guy, yeah, you get what I'm saying. Oh, the helmet is an upgrade too. Getting a lot of upgrades in a short amount of time. Cool. So, what's it called? Shattering Blast, right? It basically has, by the travel time, a built-in, like, kind of, buffer where it makes it easier if you're doing the far pillar versus the close pillar. Because if you're doing the close pillar, then almost immediately after the cast goes off, it hits you and it detonates. But if you're doing the far pillar, then you have like an extra second or two while the little Shattering Blast actually travels to reach you. Boombots. Oh my god, that hurts! What the fuck is that? Okay. Let me recruit my thoughts. Can I just, like, run in and, like, tag him and drag him out of the minefield? Or do I have to kill him with all that shit around there? That is pretty cool. I've never actually fought Dr. Boom before. I knew he was based off a guy in Netherstorm, but I've never actually done this quest, like, even on retail. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, so I like how that works, and some people might think that like the way that the Shattering Blast mechanic works is like you just as a tank need to run to a pillar and break it, but there's actually a lot of thought and planning that goes into it, because whatever, like every single time the Jailer casts the ability Unholy Attunement, he will spawn 3 new pillars, and as a tank you only get... Oh my god, I'm getting fucked. What the fuck? He has so much health. I definitely didn't do something right. Oh my god. Ah! Oh. I thought I just had to go in there and kill him. There's a quest item. Well, that makes it easier. Okay. See, this is why you read quest text. Anyways, what's it called? The way that it works is basically because you're only getting 2 Shattering Blasts for every 3 pillars that spawn, eventually, before long... Oh, okay, you know what? I don't feel as bad. That guy didn't know either. He also couldn't figure it out. So, I'm not the only idiot here. Ah, shit. Wait, so I need to go in and then, like, throw bombs at him to deal damage? Oh, that's a lot harder. Alright. Yeah, so the idea is eventually you're not going to be able to destroy the pillars fast enough. And then when you get 3 pillars in a row on one of those 3 sets, what will happen is the boss will phase into phase 3, and those pillars will become empowered and create like a line blocking out that part of the room, and you'll have to play around with that spot completely blocked off. So the idea is you want to make sure that you're only shattering the pillars in the sides that you don't want to become empowered. And I think that's a cool way to do it. Here, let me invite this guy. I think I'll be able to... We can just take turns bombing him. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so I like that, honestly, and then even in Phase 3, the Tank Buster is, like, not really a Tank Buster, so to speak. It's like the tank gets chained to a bunch of other people, and you have to break them. So it's more of like a healer mechanic, where you have to like snap them one at a time, so it's only doing like slight bursts to the raid instead of just nuking everybody down all at once. Honestly, Jailer's a good fight. I didn't get time to respond. Oh well. Yeah, so I think it's one of those things where I've seen some people criticizing the Jailer fight, and I think the biggest criticism that you can levy at it is the fact that it doesn't drop a universal tier token, which I don't know what the fuck they were thinking. Obviously, there is some good loot off it. Gavel is, like, stupid powerful. For the record, in case you have heard about how good Gavel is and aren't really sure because you don't play, I have it on my Blood DK, and it does, like... I have a normal Gavel, for the record. So, we're talking, like... Aside from LFR, I have, like, one of the worst Gavels you can get, and yet this buff on Mythic Anduin progression is, in some cases, doing, like, 25% of my overall. It's that good. It's fucking bonkers. It's only if you get, like, the really, really good buffs where it does that much, but the fact that it can do that at all is, quite frankly, kind of fucking dumb. It's, very, very, very powerful. Where's this thing? There it is. Okay. Throw this in there. I have, like, stuffy nose for some reason. That's annoying. Can go down here to do that quest. So yeah, it's... I don't know, I think that part is, like, kind of annoying, the fact that it only drops good loot for, like, people who need the two-hander, and it doesn't drop good loot for anybody else. So I personally had the issue where I really wanted to get AOTC because, obviously, you know, for me, getting cutting edge is the end goal of the tier. Like, that's what I want to do. But I still want to get AOTC in a timely manner. So the fact that it took me almost 2 months... Actually, it took me about, 2 months exactly to get my cutting edge achievement. That's just absurd. You know, it's crazy that because... Oh. I have to do that before I kill them. I see. But yeah, because it didn't drop any loot, my old guild just decided, we're not gonna fucking kill it. Tough shit. So that kind of sucked. I don't really blame them, especially because, well, honestly, after I'm done talking about all this stuff, I'll probably talk about my guilds. There's a few things I feel bad because the more I think about it, it's probably going to take me less time to hit 70 than I realistically expected. So I might not actually get a chance to really get through everything that I wanted to talk about. But, you know, what I will say is any topics that I've said I'm going to talk about that I didn't finish here, they'll be mentioned in my Final Fantasy A Realm Reborn speedrun, which will be 15 hours. So whenever I eventually do that run, any topics not discussed here will eventually be covered, because I'm going to have plenty of time to talk while doing that. The only issue is I don't know how many attempts it's going to take me, so I don't want to, like, you know, basically tell a really good story and then, like, not get to have it in, like, the world record attempt. That might be kind of weird, but we'll see. Anyways, yeah, so I think that covers it for the Jailer. I think overall it's a good fight. It gets a bad rep because, you know, it's the Jailer. In terms of, like, writing quality, yeah, the Jailer is, like, one of the shittiest villains Blizzard has ever made, if not genuinely the shittiest villain Blizzard has ever made. So that is obviously disappointing, but one thing that I do think you can't really take away from him is that he actually does have a good fight. At least, in my opinion, it is a better fight than Sylvanas. And I didn't necessarily hate Sylvanas. I thought it was, like, a fine boss fight, but I know some people really, really hated it. And regardless of whether you liked or didn't like Sylvanas, I think it's fair to say that Jailer is a better final boss than Sylvanas. Though, if I had to pick, obviously, Halandris is still by far my favorite boss of this tier. Halandris is just a banger fight. Very, very easy to say that's the best one. But yeah, so I think that covers, like, all my thoughts for Sepulcher, the first ones. That's kind of something that I've, you know, wanted to talk about, I guess. I briefly mentioned it in my earlier video where I was doing Paladin leveling, but at that point I had only done Heroic, and I'd only done it like once or twice, so my thoughts weren't as fleshed out. but this is like a good way for me to like kind of give all my thoughts on it. I'm sure I'll touch upon this later on whenever I finish the tier fully on Mythic, but I did think that was something important. And it was just, kind of something I wanted to discuss, especially now that I'm doing Anduin and, was kind of like frustrated with Anduin and wanted to like give my thoughts on like the overall boss design. So yeah, now that I've talked about that, I think that took me about 2 hours. A little bit longer than it should have. But, that's kind of what you got to expect with a lot of these videos. It's just going to be me leveling and just rambling about whatever the fuck I feel like. And I've done enough of these that, if you've been watching for a while, you probably know to expect that. But I think that's what makes it fun, If I want to make it scripted and structured, I do my my actual guides and whatnot. And then for these, it gets to be more laid back. Now, I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to handle it, because at this point in time, I actually haven't edited the first, hour and a half or so of this run. But I have about, an hour, 30 minutes of footage that I recorded, obviously, with the face cam. And as I said, it's way harder to do, natural, conversational commentary and stuff when I'm really nervous because I have the face cam on. Honestly, once I really get into telling a story, especially if I don't need to worry about, my face being there, it's so easy to just get lost in the story and just talk and, give my thoughts and stuff like that. It's something I feel really comfortable doing. But specifically, with the face cam, I was kind of, thrown off and I was, really nervous. And it did come off, a little bit, scripted and forced and whatnot. And, I mean, it was scripted. Technically, all of this is I wouldn't say scripted, but it's I have, like I said, a document in front of me I made on Google Docs where I at least have given myself a basic outline on what to talk about. But generally speaking, the way I do it is more I don't know if that's worth doing, but the way I do it is more just I give myself a basic outline and then I'm oh yeah, I can remind myself that's the next topic, and then I stay on track and I don't ramble as much. So that's the point. And then of course sometimes I just go off course and talk about whatever I feel like anyway, like I did in this part. And that's kind of what I prefer doing. But in the off chance that I get distracted, that having that script there helps me stay focused. And for something like that with enabling memberships, I wanted to make sure I didn't ramble too much and kept my announcement of that clear and concise. So that's why I chose to approach it in the manner in which I did. It's a good tank item, but do I really care that much about defense rating? I mean, I think my gear as it is probably good enough to tank normal dungeons. But I mean, that said, I'm admittedly not too miffed about gear, because I am kind of approaching this all with the mindset of I'm probably not going to play my Prot Warrior at endgame. So I did say at the start here, if anybody is looking for a Prot Warrior, hit me up. But realistically speaking, I don't think any guild is looking for a Prot Warrior. It's one of those things where it's if I was obviously really geared and really good at Prot, I'm sure maybe some guild out there would be yeah, fuck it, why not? We need a tank. But if somebody's going to take a chance on me as a, brand new Prot Warrior, obviously I know I can make it. I'm not to toot my own horn, a damn fucking good tank. And that applies to Classic too. I've tanked in Classic before and I know what I'm doing. But obviously tanking fundamentals apply to any game. So I can play any MMO really. And as long as I understand the differences in tanking, which I already do for Classic WoW, then it's really just, a lot of the fundamentals still apply, and it's just, figuring out how to tweak your playstyle. And I've already done a shit ton of research in terms of looking at guides and stuff for Prot Warriors and Feral Druids, etc. But honestly, as part of that research, what I've realized is that Prot's just not very good. Probably maybe that's a bad way to put it. It's not that Prot's bad. It's just, it really is kind of exactly what I said. Prot is not very good. In terms of, they're good, they're just not very good, whereas Prot Pallies and Feral Druids both have very specific niches, which arguably make them very good at what they do. So Prot is like jack of all trades, master of none. Whereas Feral is just kind of nuts in Sunwell from everything I've read. And Prot Pally is just really nice to have as like an AoE tank, which is kind of a niche that neither of the other two tanks can fulfill with the current toolkit that they have in BC Classic. So there's just really, at this stage, no reason to bring a Protection Warrior over either a Protection Paladin or, whatchamacallit, a Feral Druid. And Feral Druid especially, when I've looked at, recruitment stuff, is the thing that everybody seems to want, because obviously it's a little bit better than a Paladin due to, like, how strong it is in Sunwell. And generally speaking, I get the vibe that it's, like, less popular just because, it's... I guess for the classic playstyle, the rotation doesn't look too hard, but it's infinitely more than, like, a Paladin would have to do, as far as I can tell. Maybe it's different when you're actually playing it, but it looks much more involved, especially if you're shifting to cat form and, like, optimizing DPS. And as I've said before, optimizing DPS is my shit. That's what I love. So if there's, like, a cool rotation that I can do to get more damage out, I'm all over that. So I think Feral looks pretty cool as a result, so it's probably something that I'll try. And I would imagine that, like, a lot of people who play Feral Druid in Classic, maybe I'm, stereotyping people, but I would suspect that a lot of people have the mentality of, I only stay in bear form, I only tank, you're not going to get me to shift into cat form. Because I've seen those people on retail, in terms of, like, they only tank, they don't want a DPS, etc., etc. And what I find ironic is, I think I've said this before, but I'll bring it up again because I think it's an interesting talking point. A lot of times I've seen the mentality of people saying that, like, back in the old days, let me finish my coffee real quick. I've seen people say that, like, back in the old days of Classic, like, your only job as a tank was to stay alive. And I understand kind of where that comes from, because to a certain extent, like, you look at fights like Brutalis, and I'm looking at, like, how involved and difficult it is to actually, not die as a tank in that fight, and I can understand why some person might look at that and say a tank's only job is to stay alive. But at the same time, I would argue that, like, yeah, while Brutalis is the extreme, and it is something that can absolutely shit on tanks by, all accounts, one of the key elements of a good tank is knowing when to focus on survivability and when to focus on damage or threat. Now, in retail, focusing on threat is just kind of a non-issue at all. It's just not really something that you worry about, because you just automatically maintain threat, like, 100% of the time. The only case where, like, threat is a problem is, like, you're tanking with a Blood DK as a Brewmaster Monk, and Blood DK pops Dancing Rune Weapon and just completely rips threat off you. I've had my co-tank do that to me. And even though I'm literally getting, like, a 99 parse for damage as a Brewmaster Monk, I still lose threat to my Blood DK co-tank. That's just how much damage it deals. So that's how much threat it generates. So that's, like, the only time that threat is, like, really relevant in terms of, like, tank damage, at least in retail. But in Classic, I'm sure anybody who plays Classic can attest to the fact that threat is a much more real component of tanking. Being able to hold threat against other members of your group, like making sure that your DPS have as high of a ceiling as possible to do their damage without having to worry about, like, oh, if I do too much damage, I'm going to rip off the tank and die. That's a very important part of Classic tanking. And I found it interesting in Classic when running dungeons and stuff like that, because a lot of tanks would tell me, like, all that matters is surviving. So, like, a lot of times in retail dungeons, I would try to, like, min-max my damage to help the group, and people would tell me before I played Classic, like, oh, it's, like, Classic's gonna be, like, a wake-up call for you, because you're gonna have to only focus on survivability, and I'm sitting there as Prot Warrior, like, going into Berserker stance, casting Whirlwind, and basically every single person in my guild wanted me to tank dungeons for them, because, like, all the rogues who would just, like, go ooga booga and, like, tunnel shit loved like being in the group with me because I would go out of my way to do like as much damage as possible, and they could just pump to their heart's content and not have to worry about ripping threat. Like, I had engineering bombs, I had all the shit needed to hold threat against the DPS. And it really helped. So in that case, like, the fact that I was going to like such great lengths to min-max my damage in Classic was actually even more relevant than in Retail, because in Retail it's just like, yeah, it helps you complete the dungeon faster, but in Classic, by doing that, you know, I was actually making my DPS fucking love me, just because it genuinely allowed them to perform better, because they didn't have to worry about ripping threat and dying. So I find it amusing that, like, there's this kind of, like, mentality that some people have, where it's like, tank damage doesn't matter in Classic, and like back in the old days, tanks weren't meant to do damage, they were just meant to survive. When there's like a genuine argument to be made that tank damage actually mattered more in Classic than it does now in Retail. So it is something that I find amusing, but I do think that would be pretty cool. All that to say, I think BC Classic Feral Druid looks pretty cool because there's a lot of room to optimize tank damage, and being able to, like, on some fights go like full avoidance bear for like Brutalis and stuff, but then on other fights go like more like threat oriented with like cat weaving and stuff. That seems really cool to me. It's like you have two different play styles in one tank, and I just like that. It sounds neat, sounds like something I'd enjoy, and by all recruitment posts I've looked at, it's in high demand. So that's probably going to be one of the main things I focus on after finishing this. Obviously, I did say before there's like one WoW-related video that I want to make, but I've gotten most of the setup needed to do that. Now I just need to record it and get the footage, and I'm hoping, like I've said before, you know, video's done when it's done, but I am hoping that it won't take me forever to actually get that done, and that I'll be able to get it in like a few takes, bare minimum. And if that happens, then it shouldn't take me too long to get all the editing. It's more about just getting the footage for that one. I won't spoil it, but I am excited. What else? So, talked about Bear. I guess, honestly, I don't think there was anything else I really wanted to say on that topic. So, here's something that I know a lot of people have been waiting to hear. I actually, you know, come to think of it, what I might do is I might put timestamps on this. I've never really done that before, but I think a lot of people may want to listen to my thoughts on like specific topics, because like this is obviously, I'll tell you what I'm going to talk about so you understand what I'm referring to. I'm going to talk about Dragonflight now, and I've gotten a lot of people messaging me, asking me, like, what are your thoughts on Dragonflight? Are you going to make a video talking about your thoughts on Dragonflight, etc., etc.? And, like, usually I'll give kind of, like, cursory opinions and, like, DMs, and I'll just be like, oh, yeah, I'll talk about it more, but I think it looks fine. But it's the kind of thing where I think if somebody clicked on a video and they saw that there was a timestamp that specifically said, like, 3 hours in, I talk about Dragonflight, they might click on that timestamp specifically, whereas otherwise they would just click off the video. So, you know what? Actually, I will try that. Hey, this is the moment when I realized I was going to do that. Obviously, if you're watching this video, you've seen the timestamps there from the very beginning, but this is the first point in which it occurred to me, maybe that's something I should do. But I do think that'll actually help. I think that'll be neat. And it'll also make it so if somebody wants to just skip past the whole thing about, like, memberships and stuff, they can. Oh, no. No. My rich adamantite deposit. Back off, bitch. Oh, no. I'm taking a lot of damage. Okay. I still need to kill this guy. I also, the other day, I hit 375 mining, so I've gotten that all over with. My engineering, I've been, like, slowly working on, so I got it up to 355. At least, I got some bombs. Like, I'm still working through my remaining Fell Iron bombs. I only have 3 left, though. Then I can swap over to Adamantite grenades. And I already have 18 of these crafted, so a decent amount. More than enough to carry me through the max level, so that's the main reason I haven't crafted any additional ones. Oh, this is a lot of adamantite. Juicy. Very, very nice. What else do I need? I need a bunch of those Fell Reaver pieces. Let me see if I missed any. They kind of blend in. Bell Reaver scraps. Ooh. Doomclaw. And the issue is, it's like I can't reach any of these without pulling one of the Ganarg engineers. Oh, there's one. But yeah, so I'll put timestamps. I think that's cool. Anyways, Dragonflight. So, where do I begin? I don't... Should I go through, like, point by point and talk about my thoughts and everything? I didn't really think this far ahead. So, is there, like, a Wowhead thing for Dragonflight? If I go to, like, the news page, maybe there's, like, a Wowhead Dragonflight news roundup or something like that. And I can just go through, like, point by point, talk about all the things that I think are good, all the things that are bad. I'm not seeing anything, though. Worst case scenario, I just go off, like, memory, talking about what I remember. But then, invariably, what I'm worried about is, like, if I forget to talk about something, like, somebody will message me and be like, oh, you didn't mention your thoughts on the professions system, or whatever. And then I'll be like, ah, shit, I knew I was missing something. So I'm just looking through, trying to see if there is anything that I can discuss. All the stuff about the mobile game. I'll talk about the mobile game. Actually, yeah, that's probably what I'll discuss after Dragonflight. And if I have more time, I'll go into additional stories. But I think those are the two things that I've gotten asked about the most. Primarily Dragonflight, but I guess less people have asked me about the mobile game, I think, because I was actually fairly vocal in my own Discord about my thoughts on the mobile game. Which, yeah, I'll get into. I don't have as much to say about that. Actually, I guess while I look for this, I'll just talk about WoW Arclight Rumble, because it is a quick topic. And I guess if you want some of my more in-detail thoughts, you can check out my Discord, because I was talking to some people in there about it. Basically, maybe this will come as a surprise to people, but I have nothing against the idea of mobile games in general. Like, I've played a decent amount of mobile games. It's the kind of thing where it's like, I don't consider myself, some people identify as like, PC gamer, mobile gamer, whatever. To me, I just like, if a game's fun, I'll play it. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what form of media like something is conveyed in. If it's fun, it's fun. That's my view on it. So I do think the whole idea of people nitpicking on the fact that it is a mobile game and that, like, the argument of mobile game equals bad, I think that's dumb. I don't think that something being a mobile game inherently disqualifies it from potentially being good. So that is something that I do stand by. That being said, in terms of the way Blizzard did it, so I think the marketing was really bad. That is one thing that I just genuinely don't understand what the fuck they were thinking. Their entire marketing team needs to be fired. Because it is just one of those things of the way they handled that announcement is just bad. Like, plain and simple. It is fucking terrible. Now, I can kind of, I guess, look past that and, judge the game for what it is rather than, what it was marketed as. But let's be real. A lot of people just saw how fucking terrible that, like, announcement thing was and just said, oh, fuck this mobile game trash. I'm not playing this. And, the only thing I will comment on regarding that is when it comes to something like, whatchamacallit, the announcement trailer. And this is, or not announcement trailer, but announcement video. This is specifically what I'm referring to. There is absolutely no reason to ham it up and make it, like, really childish. Like, I'm sorry, but the chaos shit was genuinely cringy and hard to watch. And I know that, some people might joke about, like, oh, it's cringy, but it's made for kids. It's like, an announcement video like that is not made for kids. Like, people who keep, like, the main response I've seen to this, like, people even in my Discord said this, is they're like, well, you're not the target audience, but I should be the target audience for that. So for, like, the generic, like, trailers that you see on YouTube and stuff like that, yeah, I'm not the target audience for that. I'm not the target audience for, like, those generic trailers that are trying to get, like, the Fortnite kids on their phones to pick up the game. That, not me. market that however you want. But when you announce that you're making a new mobile gaming experience for Warcraft, and you make a big deal out of it, hype it up, and talk like, oh, this is going to be our next big project and stuff like that. And, people like me who are maybe mildly interested in it, but more just from a perspective of like, I wonder if this will be something that I can enjoy like playing on the side, right? And I like Warcraft as a franchise, and I play a shit ton of World of Warcraft. When I heard, because it was leaked, obviously, that this was going to be like Clash of Clans, I was fairly excited because I loved Clash of Clans. Now, in the end, it is more like Clash Royale, which admittedly, I don't like Clash Royale. I don't hate Clash Royale, but I just never really enjoyed it. Just kind of didn't play it at all. But like, I loved Clash of Clans. I even like, I've never really talked about this because like, I don't know, I just don't really think mobile games are like a thing that people really take kindly to. But I played a ton of Clash of Clans in high school with my dad, and it was just really fun because we were both in like the same clan, and we would do like the clan wars stuff. And like, my dad would like pop into my room and be like, hey, have you done like your attacks for the clan wars yet? I'm like, I'm doing homework. And he's like, whatever, homework can wait, do your attacks. So like, my dad would like sometimes inherently or like go out of his way to like encourage me to not do my homework like as soon as possible, because he was like, oh, we need to win this war and stuff like that. And it was also kind of fun like playing something with my dad, because I've actually like, my dad is the one who got me into World of Warcraft. I've talked about this before, but he hasn't played in recent years. And a lot of the times when I played stuff with my dad, like as a kid, I had a different mindset on it all. Also, I'm gonna need to get new ammo. I guess, well, yeah, this would be the place to do it, right? So that works out well. But yeah, like, my mindset for just gaming in general has like changed a lot over the years. So, when I'm a kid, the only reason I really played games was just like, purely as like a distraction, like to have fun or something like that. And obviously I still play games for that reason. But I primarily enjoy now in games like optimizing things and like finding like the best way to like accomplish a goal. Like that aspect of like min-maxing and optimization. I know a lot of people will, use the quote of like, given the chance, players will optimize the fun out of a game. But like, to me, that is the fun. That's the best part. I love that. Like, I've said before, I love making guides. One of the best parts to me about making guides, I already said earlier, I enjoy the aspect of teaching people, but also the component of doing the research and like figuring out that method. And like, when I finally do all the research and stuff and I crack the code and I'm like, this is the best leveling route, for instance, or this is the best way to like, farm reputation, or, DPS as a brewmaster, etc., that feeling of figuring out the perfect solution, it's like it's like crack. Honestly, it's so much fun. It gives me like this high, like, nothing does. Just that feeling of like solving a puzzle, of like figuring out the optimal solution. I love that feeling. So basically, optimizing stuff like that is really fun for me, and that's kind of an experience that I only have kind of gotten into, I guess. Dr. Vamisa, is it I have to turn it in? Huh. So I guess there's this quest I just turn in, then there's a follow-up? I don't know. But yeah, point being, so that was something that I kind of discovered later on, like in high school and stuff, and of course later on in college, right? But my dad really only played video games with me when I was like a kid. So Clash of Clans is actually one of the few games that I actually played with my dad when I was like a bit older, like towards the end of high school. And I was already, in the process of realizing that I just really enjoyed optimizing stuff and solving puzzles. So it was kind of cool, basically talking to my dad about Clash of Clans. And like, I was doing all this research into like the best army comps and stuff like that. I remember like basically him and like, it was like kind of a dad clan, right? Where, my dad was in it, and he had just kind of like met all these people on the game who were like also, you know, in their 40s and stuff like that, and we're just playing the game for fun. And I was like the one kid in the clan, and everybody else was like, you know, these old people, and they would all basically just do like these basic strategies of like they would spam dragons, because dragons were like you click, you drop the dragons, and you let them run wild and just destroy shit. And I didn't like that, because to me, I was like, you know, sometimes, sure, if a base is like poorly optimized, you can just drop dragons and they'll like clean house. But the main thing that dragons would get countered by is heavy air defense bases, where people would like structure it specifically to counter dragons, because that's what you saw 90% of the time. So I did like a lot of research into like optimal ways that I could like build my army comps. And I found this one combo, which was like bomb balloons and minions, which were like, it was a combination of like the balloons, which were like these really big like burst damage, like slow attacking like guys, and then minions, which were like really fast attacking, and you know, you had high numbers of them. So it worked well in combination, because you would basically, for like the really strong targets, you would send in the balloons and they would just blow it up. So you would kind of like really like bum rush their like most defended point and just destroy that outright. And then the balloons would kind of soak up from that point a lot of the damage and continue like dealing heavy damage to the front line. And they would eventually usually get taken out, but by that point the minions had kind of like flocked around the back line and like cleaned up a lot of the other shit. And you know, when that strategy was executed perfectly, I would just completely slaughter bases, because I would just immediately go in for like the best well-defended angle and just blow up all their like really big towers. And it worked out perfectly. So it was really, really nice. And it was kind of fun, because I remember when I first did that strategy, my dad was like, what the fuck is that? Like, it blew his mind, and he was like really impressed by it. So it was kind of cool, like, you know, playing that with my dad and getting him to like see, you know, the min-maxing stuff I did apply to that angle. And, you know, obviously I think everybody to a certain degree like wants to kind of impress their parents. So even if it's something, you know, as silly as like impressing my dad by like, you know, winning a Clash of Clans battle, it was kind of cool to like see him be like really impressed that I had like figured out a strategy that he had never seen. And then, you know, like his friends in the clan were like, what the fuck is that? Because they had only ever done like the dragon strategies before. So that was like really fun for me. I really enjoyed that. And like, I've always remembered like how much I enjoyed Clash of Clans, and it's kind of like an experience where, I don't know, like if I were to play it now, it wouldn't really be the same. It was kind of like a very unique experience, because I've genuinely never been able to find like a mobile game where I actually enjoyed like playing it with like a lot of my friends. That was like the one time ever where I've had a mobile game where like I played it with like, I guess a group of friends. And in that case, it was my dad, which made it even more unique. So the way that Blizzard advertised Arclight Rumble in terms of the like the group element, where they were like, you can make guilds and play with your friends, I actually think that looks really fucking cool. So, you know, this might be like a opinion that maybe people weren't expecting from me, because I generally tend to be pessimistic about a lot of stuff. I'm actually low-key really excited for the mobile game. I know that's not what a lot of people are expecting. I'm really excited for it. But a lot of my complaints early on were just, I don't know how they managed to fuck up the marketing that bad. I stand by that. Regardless on how interested I am in the mobile game, and like I said, I'm very interested in it, the fact that they did those, like, that cringy, like, chaos shit is just dumb. You're marketing to people who play WoW. Like, in that announcement trailer, I guarantee you 90% of the people who saw it and will ever end up seeing it are the people who play World of Warcraft and just wanted to see, is this mobile game worth my time? And although I have, like, nostalgia from Clash of Clans, and I'm willing to look past that to an extent to see, like, the potential fun that I could have with it by, like, playing that with a group of friends, because I already had that experience playing with my dad before, I think that a lot of people won't be able to do that, and a lot of people will just say, like, this looks like cringy garbage, and will just never attempt it. And that would be a shame, honestly, because in my opinion, it genuinely looks like a good game. So I really hope that it doesn't like flop because not enough people play it. But I don't know. I don't want to necessarily say that I'm gonna like make Warcraft Arclight Rumble content because I don't know. That's one of those things where it's like impossible to really predict where that kind of stuff's gonna go. I'm definitely gonna play it. I'll definitely try it. I don't know if I'm gonna like actively play it. I don't know how much I'll play it. I don't even know if I'll enjoy it. It's one of those things where I will play the beta when I get it, and I'll see what I think about it. And if I enjoy it, I'll continue playing it as like a side hobby. It's not gonna like take over whatever I happen to normally be doing, which is usually like World of Warcraft, but it is something that I do think could be very fun. And I think that a lot of people maybe aren't giving it enough credit, largely because, let's be real, the announcement was so dog shit that it does kind of feel bad giving them credit on it being a good game when they clearly fucked the landing with those like trailers so badly. But, you know, I'll be the one to give them credit and say, it looks good. I think that could be pretty fun. But yeah, that is, in my opinion, some good news. I was really hoping that it wouldn't be like some really dumb mobile game that I just have no interest in playing. Like, you know, one of those gacha games. Like, I don't know, if you like gacha games, sure, but it just not really my cup of tea. I guess like it still has the potential to be like a gacha game because they have like the different heroes, right? So they could do one of those things where it's like, you know, summertime Uther or whatever, and then, you know, it's just Uther with like, you know, shorts or something. But I don't know. They kind of do that with like skins and like Heroes of the Storm. But I guess the way that it seems right now, it looks more of just, you know, kind of like the Hearthstone setup where, oh Jesus, okay, should be fine. But yeah, it looks like more of the Hearthstone setup where you just like build a collection, and, you know, once you have all the stuff that you need, you can like play the matches, and I'm fine with that. Like, honestly, I know that may be a little bit controversial, but like I am perfectly fine with dropping a little bit of money on a game I enjoy. There is, of course, a reasonable limit. When I say a little bit of money, I mean like $20, $30 tops. But, I mean, think about the amount of money that you've spent on World of Warcraft over the years with, like, sub-costs and expansion boxes. If I can spend only $20 to $30 on a free-to-play game, and with that $20 to $30, enjoy it as much as a full, like, regular game, I'm fine with that. And I think that, you know, cosmetic stuff is always a good way to go. Because if something is purely cosmetic, then some people will like it and some people won't. And I remember I had this conversation with one of my friends like a year or so ago, who was basically saying that they hate when cosmetic stuff is the main paywall. And for them, it's because they feel like they need to collect every single cosmetic item. And because of that, they really hate when games put like all the cool cosmetics behind like a paywall, because they want to get all the cool cosmetics and they feel like they're punished for liking appearances. And I had never really thought about it that way, because I've always maintained that like cosmetic stuff is good, because the way I see it is, if the only thing you're gaining by paying money is like, you know, personal enjoyment just for you and not like an advantage in a game where it like disproportionately affects people who haven't paid money, that's ultimately better, right? I think that any like competitive gameplay oriented stuff should be, you know, earnable by all players. And I think that the times chest the times when this gets a little bit murky is like I don't like, there's different ways to call it, but I guess pay to progress faster is something that like a lot of people bring up, where, you know, if something is sold in the cash shop that makes your experience like, you know, take less time or makes it easier, like boosts are obviously the common example, then a lot of people will say that counts as pay to win, because by saving you time, you know, it falls into the category of pay to win. I would actually agree with that. I would say that there's different elements of pay to win. There's like different levels. And I do think that, the people who are like, oh, X game isn't pay to win, Y game isn't pay to win, like a lot of games, especially online games, to an extent are pay to win. And the thing is, it's really just about, determining what level of pay to win you're willing to accept. It's very easy to argue that World of Warcraft, to a certain degree, is pay to win. And I love World of Warcraft. At least I won't say I love all of the current decisions being made, but I do love this game. Obviously my entire YouTube channel to a certain degree is built around World of Warcraft. But I'm not afraid to admit that it is, to a certain lesser degree, pay to win. Now, I think Asmongold had a good video on this a while ago, where he basically talked about how, to a lot of players, pay to win really only means as long as you can't do the hardest level of content, or as long as you can't pay to skip to the hardest level of content, then it's not pay to win. And I think it's like, my argument kind of falls into a similar camp to that one, but I don't know if I wouldn't say it's not pay to win, because obviously it's still pay to win. Or a game is still pay to win, even if you can like progress up until like the end game content, and then you can't spend money to get an advantage and like the highest level of content. But for me, I would say my tolerance for pay to win, for the most part, is, does it give you an advantage in the hardest possible content, or does it let you clear the hardest possible content? And then I think there's another argument of, are we counting boosts? So a lot of people will say that boosting is pay to win because you can pay somebody money to clear all of the hardest content for you. Now, that is one where I actually don't subscribe to it, and I actually think that's a silly argument. I do think boosting is a whole other, can of worms that you need to like discuss on like, whether that should be allowed or not. But that is one of those things where just because boosting exists in a game does not mean that it is the game designer's fault for letting that be the case, because the only way you prevent boosting is by making it so players can't run content together. If players can run content together, then you can sell carries through content to another player. That's just kind of how that works. So should we make it so multiplayer just isn't a thing for any MMOs, which is literally part of what the fucking acronym means, just because some people will use that multiplayer aspect to sell boosts? And obviously, I mean, you might realize that I am somewhat biased in this because I do sell boosts. So, like, I definitely have a vested interest in saying it's not necessarily pay to win. But the way I see it, I've always viewed people buying boosts as more of like, how do you put this? What do I need to do with this thing, by the way? Sigil of Crassus. Where do I turn this in? I don't see the hand in point. Interesting. Alright, where's this? It's down there. Okay. I might go down there later, but let me hand in this first, and then I think I'll pop up to the Storm Spire and do those, because there's like slightly higher density up there. And I'm already going in that direction to turn this in. But what's it called? Yeah, the way I see boosting is, a lot of boosting I think people do for just personal enjoyment and cosmetics. So sometimes they want like a transmog, and they can only get that transmog by doing content that they just aren't skilled enough to do. But they want the transmog for like appearance purposes, so if it really matters that much to them, they buy a boost. This was one of the main types of buyers that we saw for challenge modes. So I sold a lot of challenge modes to people that really wanted like the weapon appearances back in WoD, and they really wanted that for a transmog, but they just didn't want to invest the time in actually, learning the challenge modes. So they just said, yeah, it's not really something I care about, so I'm just going to pay for it. And that's fine, I guess, to each their own. I personally enjoyed the challenge of challenge modes, which was why I decided to do them in the first place. To me, like, the fun part of content is inherently the challenge of said content, not the reward that I get from it. So, boosting doesn't really make sense to me. And that's kind of why I view like boosting as kind of like not really like an accurate way to view like pay to win, because the way I see winning is like, I mean, are you really winning if you pay for a boost? I don't think so. I think at that point, yeah, like I want some people say, oh, boosting is like, the biggest losers are the ones who buy a boost. And I think if you are buying a boost for the sole purpose of saying that you cleared the content, yes, you are the biggest loser. That is a dumb reason to buy a boost. Because at that point, I've seen people, and I know people do this because I have done like Pug plus 15 keys, and I have looked at people who have like 2k IO or something, and I look at their dungeons, and every single one of their dungeons is an obvious carry. It's like a group of like 3k plus players, and them back when they were like, 245 item level in the group. And I'm like, oh yeah, you totally didn't get carried through that. And that's like half their dungeons. And, they may trick some group leaders into inviting them. I've been in groups with friends when they're leading, and sometimes my friends aren't as attentive as I am when I'm forming groups, and this will slip past them. And then we'll get somebody who like doesn't know how to play their class getting into like a plus 15 key. But, there's a lot of people like me who, if I'm forming a group, the bare minimum that I'm going to do is check to make sure that you actually earned the stuff that you're linking me. Like, if you have 2k IO, I want to make sure that you actually are a 2k IO player. I don't give a shit if you paid gold to get that. I'm not going to invite you just because you have a score next to your name. The entire purpose of, like, Raider IO stuff is to let people know that you experience the content and that, you understand how to do it. I've seen a lot of backlash on, like, public forums on, like, oh, Raider IO is, like, used to bully players, or parses are, like, bullying because, it lets people restrict me from joining groups. And I'm sorry, but, like, if I'm doing a pug group, I'm not just going to gamble and invite whoever the fuck queues up. If I'm trying to, like, help my friends get one of their alts geared, I'm going to make sure that we're going to get as smooth of a group as possible to run it, because, if we're just, dicking around with, like, random people who have never set foot in the dungeon, then it's not really a group that's able to efficiently help my friends. So, what's the point? And then a lot of times, I just don't even pug. I just run with a full group of guildies or something, in which case that's not even a concern. And to anybody that will say they're unable to find groups because of, like, Raider IO gating, the simple answer is just join a guild. Join a guild, find people to run with, and clear the content that way. And to people saying that that's not a feasible option, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's what I do. So I know that some people have anxiety. Some people, maybe don't really like interacting with others. But at the end of the day, it boils down to this. It's an MMORPG. You're expected to interact with other players to clear the highest content. I think that to a certain degree, you should be able to experience the basic level of content without having to group up with other people, or at least without having to, like, do that much work. Like, for instance, I'm fine with LFR existing. A lot of people are like, oh, remove LFR, and, people shouldn't get to do the raid for free. It's like, if you want to do the raid for the story, why not? Like, why is that an issue? I don't see the issue with that. But, I don't think that somebody should be able to get, like, a free ticket to a heroic raid, because if you're doing a heroic raid, the point should be you know how to actually clear the content, you know how to pull your weight. I mean, everybody else there is trying to pull their weight, so, like, why should one person get a free carry through it? It just, I've seen a lot of, like, entitlement from new players who, like, expect to just be able to walk into the content without having to, like, put in the legwork first. And understand that, like, in a multiplayer game, in a team-based thing like raiding, you need to make sure that you are, putting in the effort required to not let your team down. And it's not for everybody. Some people may not like that. Some people may prefer a solo experience, and that's totally fine. In that case, World of Warcraft and a lot of MMOs just aren't for you. But I enjoy that. I like working with a team, and I like every single member of the team trying to work together to, like, you know, do the best they can to, like, solve a complicated fight. That's what I enjoy in this game, and that's why I like that. But yeah, you know, it's not for everybody. I don't know how I even got that sidetracked, but... oh yeah, I was talking about pay to win, and then I got talking about boosting, and yeah, I kind of remember where I was going with this in terms of my train of thought. I guess all that to say, in regards to Arclight Rumble, as long as it's not like blatantly pay to win, where you have to like sink a ton of money into the game to get an advantage, if there's like minor pay to win, where like you can unlock the guys, and then once you've unlocked, you know, a new hero or whatever, it's like permanently in your collection, and you can like level it up, and there's no ways to like, you know, massively speed up your progress where you like sink a shit ton of money into it. I don't know. I think that would be shitty. But as long as it's more of like a Hearthstone situation where you can unlock more ways to play by buying new heroes and expanding your options, I'm fine with that. You know, I'd be willing to spend $20, $30 if it meant, like, you know, enjoying the game, like, even more than I already do. Like, that's kind of how I viewed Hearthstone. Like, I would enjoy... Obviously, I don't play Hearthstone anymore because I don't enjoy Hearthstone as it is, which means I stopped spending money and I stopped playing it. But when I was actively playing and enjoying Hearthstone, I could play the deck that I already had, and I could have a lot of fun just climbing ranked ladder and just playing matches. And at that point, once I already had my deck, I didn't need to spend any more money to play the game. But what I would do is I would like buy extra card packs, and then I would like play with friends, and we would basically mess around with some of like the more memey legendaries, for instance. So one thing that I always remember, I had this one friend that I played with, and we had a lot of fun whenever like a new expansion came out. Like after about like a week or so of playing like ranked ladder and doing stuff, each of us would make like 9 different decks. And some of them would be meta decks, and usually what I would do is I would go in and tell them, I'm like, okay, 3 of these decks are like meta decks that are like, you know, things that I've been using to push like, you know, legend and stuff like that. And I would let him know that. So then we would play our meta decks against our meta decks. And then I would be like, okay, this is a meme deck. And then I would basically, using some of like the cool extra cards that I had gotten, I would put together like this random deck using some of the cards that people consider to be unviable. And my friend would do the same thing. He would try to make like, you know, one of the really weird cards into like a viable deck, and we would see who built the better meme deck. So it was more of just like a fun test of our abilities to like create like a unique deck on the fly. And I really like that. I love deck building in Hearthstone. That was my favorite part of the game. In fact, one of the decks that I was the most proud of is back in I think it was Witchwood, right? One time when I hit Legend in Witchwood, I decided, for whatever reason, that I wanted to make an aggro druid deck that used Twig of the World Tree, just because I wanted to name the deck Twigro Druid, and for some reason at the time I thought that was like hilarious, because I'm like, aha, you combine the words twig and aggro, and it turns into Twigro. And just the idea of like an aggro druid using a weapon. And then I forget what I did, but I had some combo where it was like I would equip Twig of the World Tree, and then I would like attack with it, and then the next turn I would like attack again, and then use something to break my weapon to get like up to 10 mana. There was like some really like bad card, but it had the effect of like breaking your weapon or something like that. So it was like not efficient at all, and definitely not like meta viable, especially because at the time there wasn't like a lot of like support for aggro druid. But it was just really fun getting to set up like these janky combos where like I break Twig of the World Tree and get 10 mana, and I'm playing at legend rank, and there's these people who are like genuinely trying to push ladder who just watch me do this shit, and they're like, what the fuck? Like, what is this guy doing? I got a lot of friend requests playing that deck, because like a lot of people would add me and be like, even after they usually kicked my ass, they'd be like, hey man, Obviously your deck is shit, but like I respect the fact that you're playing it. You know, it's a neat concept. So I thought that was fun. I played it a lot towards like the last few days of the season because obviously I tanked a shit ton of rating playing it. But I enjoyed that stuff. That's like kind of what I had fun doing. Point being, yeah, if I can do stuff like that, like just experiment with different playstyles and get more enjoyment out of the game that way, I'm fine with it. As long as it's not like literally if you want to play the game whatsoever, you need to pay money. I've just realized that I've been murdering these things, and that is not what I've been supposed to... Yeah, words. I wasn't supposed to be doing that. Oh, well. Let me keep going down here. I'm still looking for the Dragonflight post about, like, what, like, the news roundup on Wowhead. I'm sure they have it somewhere. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, yeah, they actually do have something. Okay, Dragonflight expansion news roundup. All right, perfect. Also, I guess, I don't know if I've already talked about this, but on the topic of Wrath Classic, because that is something that I guess I technically haven't directly addressed. In case it isn't obvious by the fact that I am already playing Burning Crusade Classic, I am very much so going to be playing Wrath Classic. And I've already said that, like, I'm interested in playing Sunwell, right? So, you know, I'm playing this now, and I'm probably going to try to still enjoy what's left of Burning Crusade, but obviously, I'm going to play Wrath. Goes without saying. Wrath is the first expansion. I don't know if I've said this. Wrath is the first expansion where I ever reached max level back in the day. Like, when I played Original Classic and BC Classic, I was really young. We're talking like 5 to 7 years old, give or take, like in that range, when I first started playing WoW back in vanilla. And although I played WoW like a decent amount, I was playing it with my dad, and I was not really good at leveling or, well, staying focused at all. I played it with my dad, I played it with some friends from school who also happen to play WoW, which, like, now that I think about it, the odds of me, like, going to high school with, like, multiple kids who also happen to play WoW, especially back in, like, you know, original vanilla, when the game wasn't super big, was actually kind of cool. Because it technically wasn't, like, the biggest thing in the world. And I did manage to convince some of my, like, other friends to try it, like, once, you know, a bunch of us had started playing. So that was nice. I had friends who played WoW. But we were never, like, you know, active in endgame and stuff. We would just, like, dick around on, like, leveling dungeons and stuff. So Wrath was the first time where I made a concerted effort to, like, actually level up and, you know, see the endgame content. But I was still really shit. It wasn't until, like, Kata and Mop when I actually, like, did raids and whatnot. And even in Kata, that was, like, very minimal. It was mostly Mop when I really started raiding. So it would be really cool to, like, go back and actually experience that, like, again, but, you know, with my, you know, older mindset. I think that could be neat. But yeah, that should in many ways go without saying, but I did want to clarify that since I saw the Wowhead post about Wrath Classic, and I'm like, yeah, technically never directly confirmed whether or not I'm going to be playing that. But yeah, so, Dragon Isles. Or Dragonflight in general. I will start off by saying, I kind of already did hint at this. Overall, good. I think this is, like, the general opinion that most people have had. Like, you'll find that, honestly, my opinion on Dragonflight is not revolutionary. I don't have, like, you know, an unnecessarily, like, unfair take on the expansion just for the sake of, like, you know, farming rage clicks. If I did, this would be in its own video, and I'd be like, why Dragonflight will kill World of Warcraft, which is, like, an actual title I did see at one point. But no, like, obviously, I'm just, you know, talking here about my general opinions, and, well, I think that it's fair to say that it looks like an expansion. That said, one thing that I have kind of prefaced this with is because a lot of people have like said, oh, well, everybody's reaction to Shadowlands and BFA, et cetera, was, really, really good. And obviously, a lot of this is going to be with how we actually like engage with the beta, and whether the the systems in place, even though they have cut back on systems, which in my opinion is really good, but like the stuff that they do have, we'll have to test it in the beta. We'll have to see how it plays out. Until I actually get my hands on the content, I won't give like a definitive opinion on like this is going to save WoW or blah blah blah. But one thing I will say is, in response to like a lot of the people who are like, oh, everybody said that like Shadowlands looked great, and it wasn't. Anybody who watched my channel from the start will know that I was very outspoken about Shadowlands looking like it was going to be a fucking disaster way before everybody else was. In fact, I was the person who called attention to the fact that Covenants were fucking dog shit. I literally made that spreadsheet specifically to basically draw attention to the fact that Covenants were a fucking mess and were going to kill the game if they released as is. I take, obviously, not like, a large amount of the credit, but I do take some credit, however small, in getting Shadowlands delayed. Because I think that there is an argument to be made that if my spreadsheet had not existed and hadn't drawn as much attention as it did to the major imbalance that, Covenants had a while there on beta, and they were still not very balanced at launch. I think there is an argument to be made that, like, there wouldn't have been as much community uproar, and Blizzard may not have delayed the expansion. Like I said, there's a lot of factors at play. I am not the reason why Shadowlands got delayed, but I do think it's fair to say that, like, however small, I did play some part in it by creating that spreadsheet. And I was saying from the very beginning that it was bad, and that it should not have launched remotely in the way that it did. I mean, hell, I had on there, I was constantly posting like little blurbs in the Covenant thing about like, my personal opinions regarding like the Covenant balance and how I thought Blizzard should change it. I had in really big bold letters on my spreadsheet for a while, pull the ripcord. And then when Ian Hazakostas did his infamous interview where he basically said he lied, there was no ripcord and they never planned on pulling it, which I still, honestly, I haven't fully let them off the hook for that. Like, I am tentatively hopeful about Dragonflight, but you do have to remember that this is the same like team who literally went on to an interview with Preach, said the ripcord is there and we will pull it if necessary, and then later on admitted, yeah, we lied, there never was any ripcord, we just made that up so that people would shut up. They obviously worded it better than that, but what a fucking slap in the face. Like, that is something that we do need to remember. It's the same team of people that gave us that absolute fucking shit show of an answer when Shadowlands was like, starting. So don't forget that stuff. But at the same time, I can still acknowledge that some of that was fucking dog shit and say that, yeah, what they are talking about now and showing does look like they've kind of realized that they fucked up a lot. So, it's something. But overall, it's, it is, I would say my criticism of, don't want to fuck with that. My criticism of Shadowlands, I would hope, gives like a little bit more credibility to the fact that I actually do think Dragonflight looks like it's going to be a solid expansion. Because, yeah, when Shadowlands was looking like it was going to be dog shit, you have evidence on my channel that I was not letting them off the hook, and I was giving them shit and no end of grief through all of my videos, saying that, they needed to clean it up and make it better or Shadowlands was going to suck. And I was right. So, told you so. But I guess you can take my word for it on this one, but I was also very critical of, well, not as critical, admittedly, but fairly critical of BFA, at least amongst, like, my friends. Like, I remember a lot of my friends were asking me, does BFA look good? Is it worth playing? And I was still kind of hopeful of BFA, because remember, at the time we were coming off Legion, which was very good, but I was always a little bit like thrown off by the Azerite system, because I remember even early on in the previews, I was kind of saying, this looks like they're just basically trying to do like a blatant copy of the artifact abilities, or the artifact trees specifically, without any of the stuff that genuinely made artifacts interesting. And it was one of those things where for a while I was kind of hoping that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was, but I was approaching that more with the mindset of, well, they pulled it off in Legion, so maybe I'll end up enjoying it. So I was giving them the benefit of the doubt, but early on there were like warning signs like this probably won't end well. And then the moment I actually tested it out, I was like, yeah, this is dog shit and nobody's going to enjoy it. But that's the thing with Shadowlands. The moment I saw like the soulbind trees and stuff, I immediately said, you fucked it up in BFA and you're doing it again. This is dog shit. It's going to be dog shit. I know that for a fact. And then I tested it and yeah, it was dog shit. But there is nothing that I've seen so far in Dragonflight that gives me that feeling. So, like I said, I'll have to test it. Maybe there's something that I just haven't seen yet that's like gonna be the Achilles heel of Dragonflight and is gonna make it like suck really bad. But everything that I've seen so far that Blizzard has shown to the player base, it looks good. Or it maybe it doesn't look good, but it doesn't look bad. And you know what? At this point, you know, maybe that is like a little bit copium, but I will take WoW not looking bad. To me, that's enough for me to be happy with it, because the way I see it, I have enjoyed Shadowlands just by nature of the raids being solid, and I've always kind of enjoyed WoW because the raids are solid. So I am in that like niche camp of players that is just like, I only give a shit about raids. As long as the raids are good, I will still play the game. But it has still been frustrating to play Shadowlands, because while I will still continue to play because I enjoy the raids, everything else has been a chore. This latest patch has been better, admittedly, and I have given them credit where it's due in all my stuff covering 9.2. But up until that point, yeah, it was a chore. Oh, god damn it, I have to use something here too, where I have to tag them. Ugh. Blizzard, just let me murder shit. I don't want to sit here and like actually have to use quest items. I just want to go like zug and, you know, nuke something. Ooh, but it basically takes him out of the running. Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, so, okay, now that I've, like, gone with my generic overview, let me talk about specific stuff. So, I mentioned earlier in the video that, like, I made that, whatchamacallit, like, roughly 8-minute video, and shared it with my guild. But, like, I posted it in the guild Discord at, like, 2 in the morning, right? Because, you know, I finished it after raid and most people had gone to sleep. So now that people in my guild are starting to wake up and see the video, like, a lot of them are, like, adding me on Discord and being like, oh my god, that's funny. So I'm glad they're appreciating it, but now I'm, like, I'm tabbing out trying to look at all this stuff. But, yeah, okay. They seem to be enjoying it, so I'm glad about that, at least. I don't know if I can retag the same Talbot multiple times, so I'm just gonna go fight other shit. I guess one thing, it's not like a major detail, but I'm just gonna kind of go through the Wowhead, like, Dragonflight news roundup, and every single topic I'll, like, just give my general thoughts on, even if I don't have a lot to say. Just so that nobody can message me later and be like, oh, you forgot to mention XYZ. So, my general opinion on the Dragon Isles is, obviously we all saw that coming, right? You know, that was something where everybody kind of expected it to be Dragon Isles. But I do like what they're doing with it in terms of, like, the zone diversity. I think that the zones they've shown look pretty cool. You know, it's different, but, like, believable in terms of, you know, like, obviously in Shadowlands, there's just, like, every zone feels way different. And I'm going to be honest, even from the early previews, I thought that Maldraxxus looked like fucking ass. And I knew that I wasn't going to like that zone, and I don't. I absolutely hate Maldraxxus. the zone that disappointed me the most in Shadowlands was Bastion, because I was expecting to really like Bastion, and I think Bastion is boring and lame as shit. But I've already talked about that at length, right? But so far, the zones that they've shown look cool. Oh, okay, for a second I thought I just got a random crit and one-shot it. Yeah, so not something that I really have a whole lot to comment on. Ooh, don't want to pull that guy again. It's definitely more of a minor thing, but I figure I will give my thoughts on that. The zones look cool. The one that I think looks the coolest is probably like the blue Dragonflight one, I think it was. Whatever, the one where it's like you get that Grizzly Hills vibe, and then it like goes into like the snowy mountains. That zone looks sick. I'm really excited to, do quests and stuff there, because I'm probably just going to really enjoy the aesthetic of like questing through that zone. So I'm excited for that. The Drakthir. Oh boy. The Drakthir is something that, well, I guess there's two things to talk about with Drakthir, right? There's the appearance, which has been a fairly hot topic amongst the community, right? And then there is just the Drakthir in terms of the class, the Evoker, I guess. So it's more, there's the Drakthir and then there's the Evoker. So my thoughts on the Drakthir as a race, and I guess the potential of later on down the line, they've already said they'll be able to be other classes. So, like, would I play Drakthir if they could be, like, another tanking class? I guess in that case, I'll say Evoker first. I have zero interest in Evoker, just because it can't be a tank. Like, if at this point you don't know the fact that, like, I literally only really play tanks, and, like, the only other DPS I play is, like, I play Survival Hunter, and sometimes I play, like, MMBM Hunter because I'm also playing Survival and I already have the gear for it, so I'm like, why not? Or I play Windwalker Monk. Windwalker is actually fun. That's about it. Those are the only things I make exceptions for. I have, like, dabbled with Mistweaver Monk and some other stuff, but basically, the only reason I will play something is if it can tank, and then I happen to already have gear for it, and I play an off-spec. The only pure DPS class I've played is Hunter. So I have zero interest whatsoever in the Evoker. I probably will not play it at all for the entirety of Dragonflight, and presumably ever. Because if it can't tank, I don't fucking care. I have barely ever played Rogue in the history of WoW. I have literally never once leveled a Warlock to max level. If something cannot tank, I am not interested. So, yeah, don't give a shit about the Evoker. It looks cool, I guess, if that's your thing. I can't really comment on something that I'm just genuinely not interested in. And to be clear, it's not that I think the Evoker looks bad. Like I said, it is purely because it cannot tank. I guess in that note, I am kind of a little bit annoyed that it can't tank. This is something where they've already received this question multiple times on why the fuck can't the Dragon class tank, which it should be able to, let's be real. And they've given like these lazy excuses as to why they don't want it to be a tank. I'm sorry, but it is dumb that the fucking Dragon class can't be a tank. It's a fucking dragon. You're telling me that a big scaly monster can't be a fucking tank? It's like, it's literally like the class fantasy of like Dragon Knight. Like, I don't know. I think that's a little bit ridiculous that they're trying to justify not adding a tank. It's like, dude, if you just wanted to add 2 specs because you got lazy with Demon Hunter and you want to do that moving forward, yeah, I agree with you. What are the 2 roles that deserve a new spec the most? Range DPS and healer. That is absolutely true, and I will stand by the fact that, yeah, range DPS, we needed a new one. We've never gotten a new one. And healer, well, we have already more tank diversity than we have healer diversity, so I am totally on board with my healer friends getting another, like, toy to play around with. I think that's great. So I have nothing against those 2 specs being the priority, but I do think it's like, really? You couldn't have, like, just done the basic legwork to get a tank in for the Dragon class? I don't know. It irks me, but it's not, like, the kind of thing that, like, I don't really give a shit, right? It's like, to me, it's missed potential, but it's not, like, a bad thing. So that's where I'm like, I can sit here and go, darn, I don't get to play as a tank. You know, I love playing tanks, so if I got to add another spec to my arsenal that I could, like, learn and figure out and have ready for, like, you know, raiding and stuff like that, that would just be fun for me. I would enjoy that. But it's not the kind of thing where I'm like, oh, because they didn't add tank dragons, I'm not playing this expansion. That would just be dumb. No. So, I mean, I'm disappointed, and I can sit here and grumble and be like, they should have done it anyway. But at the end of the day, don't really give a shit. It just means that I have zero interest in Evoker. It's just not my cup of tea. But I can sit here and admit that it looks like it's going to be fairly interesting. My healer friends all seem to think that the new spec looks like kind of neat. They think that, you know, they've been theory crafting about like how the healing is actually going to work and stuff like that. It's a cool thing to discuss, I guess. And the damage spec, I don't know. It's a new range DPS. That's definitely good for raid leaders because having more range DPS options, always a good sign. So, yeah, honestly, I'm fine with it. I wish it could be a tank, is all I'll say. As for the Drakthir, and I guess whether or not, you know, if they add other tank specs to it, because they've mentioned that the Drakthir might learn how to be like other specializations or other classes. And I guess one of the main contenders is like, if they add other classes to Drakthir, one of the first things they'll add is Warrior. Because obviously, like, everybody can be a Warrior. And the new thing they said is like now everybody can be like rogues, mages, or I forget what the other one is. But presumably like at least, was it hunter? Rogues, mages? I don't remember. But I think everybody can be hunters. Everybody can be, whatchamacallit, rogues and mages. And I forget the other, priest, right? I think it was priest. But all I know is like, that means, they'll probably at least have the ability to play as like a protection warrior. And I guess the question then is, would I be willing to play as a dragon on my prot warrior? I don't know. Maybe. It's something that I guess I would have to consider when I look at the racials. Now, generally speaking, the way I go about stuff like that is I like my characters. I have attachment to my characters, and I'm not just going to like race change them nilly-willy. So to me, my current warrior is a Pandaren, and her name is Anji. And I am not going to change Anji no matter what happens. Anji is going to stay a panda. So I don't give a shit if I can be a dragon, and even if I really want to be a dragon warrior, I'm going to keep Anji, and I'm just going to level a new one. Which is one of the perks about, you know, leveling being my main focus. I can just make a speed run out of it or something. So I'll have a lot of speedrunning material to work with, I guess, in Dragonflight. And if I ever want to level like a dragon tank or something like that, well, there you go. I can make a big thing out of like speedrunning a Drakthir warrior and, you know, clickbait that to shit or whatever. But I guess that's one of those things where since it's only been hinted, it hasn't been outright confirmed. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But I guess I wouldn't be opposed to it. If you're curious about my opinion on what they look like, because I know that's like a thing that a lot of people give a shit about, I don't fucking care. I don't know why people really hate the appearance of Drakthir. I should say, they do look stupid, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that the Drakthir, you know, don't look a little bit dumb. I think that it could have been done way better. But, you know, a lot of people hate Volpera, and my hunter's a Volpera, so I don't really give a shit. Like, you know, there's all those people who are like, oh, scaly, furry, whatever. To me, it's like, you know, I don't, you know, support all that stuff, but if something looks like cool, or if I want to make my character something, I'll, you know, do that. I don't really give a shit about, like, whether people are going to think I'm, like, a scaly or whatever because I play a Drakthir. I mean, just because, like, I play a Volpera doesn't mean that, like, I'm a furry, so I don't know. It's one of those things where I've talked about this before on, like, streams and stuff. People are weird when it comes to things like that. If I think they look cool, I might play one. I don't know. But it wouldn't be an Evoker, like I said. This is only, in theory, after they, you know, let them be other classes, because I would only play them if they could be tanks. And this person already killed all the stuff around here. Alright. I'm looking for... stuck on the fence. I guess I started to think that I might finish leveling soon. But I think we've probably still got at least another hour, so I should be able to get through, like, all the stuff that I wanted to talk about, or at least most of the stuff. Unfortunately, I really hate to say this, but I do think one thing that is going to hit the cutting room floor is I won't be able to talk about all the TV shows I've been watching, and I've been teasing that for, like, 3 different speedruns in a row, but every single time that I do a speedrun or something like this, like a leveling run, I basically say... oh yeah, I'm going to talk about, like, you know, all the good TV shows that I've been watching. And then I end up talking about, like, current events, like, you know, Dragonflight being announced or, like, recent things that have happened to me, which is, like, more time sensitive, I guess. And then I never get around to talking about all the good TV shows I've watched. And I have a lot of cool stuff to talk about. And I've been watched a lot of shows now in the time since I've last discussed that, like, on stream, like, 6 months ago or whatever. But unfortunately, that topic won't make it into today's video, I think. Alas. Ooh. Fell armament. Nice. I can use that. That worked out well. I wasn't sure how much health those guys would have, like if they were going to be hard to cleave down, but Whirlwinds made quick work of them. I didn't even need to use like a healing potion or anything. That works out. All right, moving on. So, yes, dragon riding, the other, I guess, big feature. So, I've said this before, but I play Guild Wars 2, and I really like Guild Wars 2, and one of the best parts about Guild Wars 2 is the mount system. And my favorite mount in Guild Wars 2 is the Griffin. And Dragonflight, or Dragon Riding, or whatever, is literally just the Griffin from Guild Wars 2 implemented into WoW. Now, there's 2 ways to look at this. You can look at it as, oh my god, World of Warcraft is stealing content from Guild Wars 2. How could they? That's unforgivable. Or you could look at it as like, hey, literally one of the best features from Guild Wars 2 is going to be added... No. Well, that's unfortunate. I thought I could make that jump. Apparently not. Anyways, yeah, so the way I'm choosing to look at it is one of my favorite things to do in Guild Wars 2 is now going to exist in WoW. So it's just a win-win scenario. You know, I think, you know, crying about like, oh, X game copied Y game is just fucking dumb. If a feature's good, take it. I don't give a shit. Like, if it's fun, it's fun. So, I mean, I haven't played dragon riding at all, but I've watched the footage and it looks exactly like flying a griffin in Guild Wars 2. And I can say, if you have not played Guild Wars 2 and you have not flown a griffin, it's fun as fuck. It's awesome. It's like, you just have so much control over like your movement in the air and like, you know, just gaining speed and like pulling off these sick tricks. It's so cool. Now, obviously, if they added like, well, they won't, right? Because like the full Guild Wars 2 mount system is just awesome. Because I was going to say like, it's nothing compared to the Roller Beetle. I lied. The Griffin is my second favorite mount. The Roller Beetle is my favorite mount. I love the Roller Beetle. It's so much fun. But unfortunately, we're only getting the Griffin in as dragon riding. But God, like if they added like a full mount system with like Roller Beetle shit, That would be so cool. Honestly, though, like, I'm fine with it just being this. You know, if I want to play with the Roller Beetle, I still have Guild Wars 2, so not a big deal. But yeah, honestly, I think it's cool. That's my take on it. It looks like a fine system. I'm perfectly happy with it. Yeah, it's good. And then what else? Yes, the talent tree overhaul. So this is one of those where I guess I have two main things to say on it. For starters, I can't really comment on individual talent trees until I see them in action. So I don't know if I'll make a video on this, but it's definitely something that I'll do in a video at some point. It might be a members only video. It might be like in a run like this, maybe like I'll just do a stream or something where I talk about all this stuff. At some point, I will talk about my thoughts on the tank talent trees whenever they are finally revealed, because that is something that I am very concerned about. There are talent trees that are in dire need of being overhauled. Big example that comes to mind is Vengeance Demon Hunter. I absolutely despise the current state of Vengeance Demon Hunter, and in large part, that's thanks to the shitty talents. And I think that Vengeance needs a complete overhaul, or, well, before this was announced, I was saying that Vengeance needed a complete overhaul with its talents to, like, actually make it good, like, bring back some of the shit from Legion, and it sounds like that's what they're doing. So, if this change means that I get something closer to Vengeance Legion, or Legion Vengeance Demon Hunter back, I am going to be so fucking happy you have no idea. So, that is like the first thing that comes to mind, is that I might get like my old favorite ever tanking spec back in some form, and I would love that. If I get to play Legion Vengeance or something close to it again, I will love this game. Like, I will basically sing its praises and say everybody should go out and buy Dragonflight right now. So this has the potential to be something that I can absolutely love. And, but like, to be clear, I am speculating here. I am hopeful that that is what they'll do with it, that they'll bring back like all the best stuff from previous expansions, because they have said that's like what they're going to try to do. So I'm hoping they actually do that and it's not all talk. But if they manage to pull that off successfully, at least for like Vengeance and, you know, the other tanks that I enjoy playing, then I will be very happy. But I will have to reserve my actual judgment until I see the talent trees in action. Until I see the tank talent trees, I can't really fully comment on whether or not I think it's going to be a good change. So we'll cover that at some point. But I guess this shows that I think it has good potential. This isn't something where I think like, oh, it's flawed from the start. No, I like this as a concept. I think they could absolutely take this talent tree overhaul and make it into something that everybody loves and that like is a universally praised change by the community. It could be very good. It really just depends on how they implement it. But that being said, the fact that they have openly stated that before the alpha even goes live, they're going to be revealing every single talent tree and trying to like gather player feedback on it, that gives me a lot of hope. Because that shows that they expect it's not going to be perfect on launch, and instead of it being like, oh, you know, people will just get to play with what they have, you know, they're going to post it, try to get as much feedback as possible, and then listen to that feedback to make changes. If they didn't give a shit, they wouldn't be saying they're going to be going out of their way to reveal every single tree to get feedback on it. So I trust Blizzard on this. There's also obviously like the recent shit they've been doing, like, I mean, just look at like all their recent changes, right? With they removed the Valor cap, which is like, what the fuck is that? They removed the Valor cap. That is actually something that I probably should have mentioned earlier, because I was blown away. That is like such a good change that I never expected them to do. Like, that makes it so much easier to get alts caught up. Like, it's just one of those things where you have to sit there and wonder, is like, is this the same Blizzard that we've like always known? Oh shit. What's blood heal? Oh, that's neat. So it full heals the mob, but then they take damage over time. Come on. Okay, I need to focus at least so I don't die here. Keep a battle shout. I should be fine without having to pop a cooldown. Yeah, okay, we're good. Execute. Yeah, I don't know if that's good or not. Yeah, so removing the Valor cap, amazing change. I'm amazed they did that. Creation Catalyst cooldown reduced. That's another one. Like, they didn't need to do that. They did. What else? Oh yeah, the Keystone Master mount. That's like a big one. Because they absolutely did not need to do that. Like, if they just ignored it and been like, whatever, it's just a recolor, who cares? Literally, I don't think most people would have given a shit. I just like memed about it because I was kind of in the mindset of like, I just think it's funny that they're being so lazy about it. And it's just like, oh, haha, typical Blizzard. Like, why did you guys expect anything else? So I was just joking about it because I thought it was funny that people were actually expecting Blizzard to like try and like make a good mount. And then they fucking went out and did it. They actually listened to the feedback and changed the mount. Like, I don't give a shit about it, but I am more just impressed that they actually went out of their way to like listen and fix it. That's just cool. You know, props to Blizzard for doing that. And whatchamacallit, there was something else that they did that I thought was really cool. Well, I think also a lot of their communication in regards to like how season 4 is going to work, I think it's really cool that they've been like openly telling people like, you know, this is how the systems are going to work. This is like how the catch-up thing with like the puzzling cartel dinar is going to work, because it gives us time to like understand it and like provide feedback and plan ahead on what we're going to be doing next year, instead of it's like I have to discover this after like testing it on the PTR. Them being like so open and communicating it is just really good. Oh yeah, I remember the thing. The blood decay change. So this is something that maybe like not a lot of people paid attention to. Maybe if you don't play blood decay, you probably wouldn't have noticed. But blood decay got nerfed recently. If you didn't hear, blood decay was fucking oppressive. And I say that as somebody who really enjoyed playing it. Like, I've been having a ton of fun with blood, but goddamn was it broken. And it absolutely did need a nerf. As much as I enjoyed it, it needed to be nerfed. And the initial nerf that Blizzard gave to it was to basically make it so your 4-piece would reduce the cooldown on Dancing Rune Weapon. Or, no, increase the duration on Dancing Rune Weapon. And basically, by playing really well and doing, like, your burst window properly, you would get, like, a much longer Dancing Rune Weapon. You still do, right? But you get a much longer Dancing Rune Weapon, so it's like, it kind of feeds into itself, like, even more. So, like, the better you play, the longer your Dancing Rune Weapon, meaning you have more chances to extend the duration. So it was, like, a really snowbally, like, effect that it made it, like, really fun to play and really fun to, like, min-max. But it was really broken. And initially, Blizzard was going to change it so that the duration increase was basically, like, instead of it being like a second and a half, they were going to make it like 1.2 seconds or something like that, which doesn't sound like a lot, but over the course of like your entire burst window, that adds up to a lot of time that you're losing on the duration, and it would have made the burst window way less fun. But people complained about this, and in response, Blizzard changed it and made it so the nerf was this like stacking strength buff that you get now caps out at 40 stacks instead of 75. And that means that a lot of the damage potential of Blood Decay is now, like, it's still really good, but it's lower with that nerf. But the actual playstyle of, like, you know, keeping up Dancing Rune Weapon for a longer period of time, which I found to be really fun, that is now unchanged. So it's still the same fun playstyle, and it has the same, like, defensive benefits, but as far as, like, the damage is concerned, it's a little bit lower. And I think that was the perfect thing to change, because the issue with Blood Decay wasn't, like, you know, the fact that the playstyle was bad. It was just that it did way too much damage. So doing that nerf to specifically target its damage without actually affecting any of the other stuff, I think was really good. Very, very, very good on Blizzard's part. And I commend them for actually like listening to the feedback on that and making the appropriate changes. Very good. I guess I have to go into the cave to do this. I thought it was up here, but evidently I am dumb. Anyways, yeah, so back to talking about Dragonflight. I'm gonna make sure I interrupt that. How many more of these guys do I need? I need 5 Sudden Fury Nethermancers. I'm sure I'll find more. I'll hop down into the mines. And then I'll bandage up real quick. Let's see. Reputation from Renown. Oh, right. So, this was something that I remember kind of complaining about. I talked about it on my Discord, and I was kind of bitching about it. Like, the fact that they kept Renown. But, people brought it to my attention that the fact that Blizzard is calling it Renown is kind of weird, because it's not actually Renown. So, they're basically saying that they're turning, like, the reputation system into, or the Renown system into, like, a reputation thing. But effectively all this means is that there is, like, a new side progression thing for reputations that it functions similar to how Renown functions, only in the ways that Renown gives you, like a set amount of, like, token progress. So instead of it being like you need 10 reputation, or you get 10 reputation from a world quest or something, and then you need to get like 21,000 reputation to like actually progress to the next rank. This way it's like you get 1 point of renown for doing an activity, and you need like, 80 to reach max. And every single renown rank gives you some rewards, so you feel like you're constantly progressing. That's like what they're describing it as, in terms of like, it's more of the progression side of it is kind of like renown. But I dislike that they're calling it renown, because when I hear renown, I think weekly time-gated progression system, which is dog shit and absolutely should not exist. But as far as I'm aware, that is not the case. It is not like Renown in that regard. It's only like Renown in the fact that it's like a point-based progression system where you get like unlocks every single time or whatever. So that's good, I guess. I don't know if I would say it's good. It's not bad, right? I have no strong feelings on that. I'm perfectly happy with how the current reputation system works. I don't really think it's an issue. I don't really think it needed to be changed, so I don't know why they're changing it, but I guess I'll wait and see how that works out. It doesn't necessarily sound bad, it just sounds different. So, yeah, I guess. Could be worse. And then professions. So, I'll preface this by saying that any change they make to professions is welcome, because right now, World of Warcraft professions are arguably the worst professions that exist at all in an MMO. So, with that being said, I don't really like the professions change, at least the way they've advertised it. I've been following along with, they've been like giving a lot more information about it. But the way I see it is like the professions changes they're making just bring you closer to like a classic state, really, which is fine, but it doesn't really seem innovative. Like, Final Fantasy's profession system is still going to be infinitely better. So, to be clear, I'm not really saying that I dislike the way they're implementing it, because, once again, professions in Shadowlands are fucking shit. So anything they do is an improvement, to be clear. So I am not complaining about this. I think it is good that they are finally changing professions, because they have gotten to be unbearably bad in retail. But I just think it's dumb because like they're talking about this work order system, right? And I can tell you right now, there is one purpose from this work order system from everything I've seen, and it's to get BOP items. And that's all that matters. So for people who haven't been following all these updates, I'll summarize the known things about the profession system, and then I'll give some speculation stuff based on the like little, you know, hints that Blizzard has teased. So what we know is that basically there's going to be like stats that you can use to improve your ability to craft items. Now, I think this is going to be kind of like Final Fantasy, but the thing that they're forgetting is what makes Final Fantasy crafting difficult is the rotational aspect of it. The fact that you actually have to use abilities to get the craft to be correct, and the fact that getting specific stats will improve your ability to use certain abilities and will like make it so you're better at increasing quality or better at like increasing the completion. And then like, you know, if you have more crafting power, it gives you like more flexibility in your crafting rotation. So the reason why crafting is good there is because there's a skill element to actually crafting the item. And then I know a bunch of Final Fantasy people are going to be like, oh, just use macros. And to me, macros are a fucking cop-out. If you use macros, you know, yuck. Get out of my sight, right? You know, real players actually craft the fucking item using their abilities. They don't just like plug in a macro and do it and let that do it for them. But that's a different rant. Basically, as far as the WoW stuff is concerned, the main advantage to this new system is you're going to be able to craft raid quality gear, not for like every slot, but for some slots, which is something that we have seen in the past, which, like I said, reminds me more of like classic WoW. You're going to be able to craft that in certain slots, but think about it like in classic WoW, you have like, I might have some recipes. Cloth, look at this. Well, that's not really good. Oh yeah, Goblin Rocket Launcher. So this is technically speaking my pre-raid bis for tanks because it has like high stamina. So Goblin Rocket Launcher. Let's say that I am not an engineer. In theory, with the new changes, I would be able to like craft a Goblin Rocket Launcher, or somebody would be able to put a work order for this, and I would be able to craft it for them, and they would be able to use it despite not being an engineer. That is what I have picked up from what Blizzard has been saying. I believe that's the case, and they've said that that is like, you know, the way that it's going to work. Like, you can make raid quality gear, and the reason why it's going to be important is because obviously people want to have that raid quality gear, so they say they want to make it like more like, oh, if you have that one recipe, everybody like on your server knows who you are and stuff like that. And I mean, the reality is that everybody, like every guild is now going to be required to have one of every profession, and you are going to have a guild crafter. And I am going to be that crafter for my guild. I know that because I am already that crafter for my guild, even when professions have a lesser role, because that is just what I do. I like being that person who can like fill multiple roles. So I will have maybe not every profession, but a lot of professions. And I'm going to have to get all of those rare recipes. And that means that I will be able to easily craft all of these really good things for my guild. Now, something they've hinted at is that there'll be like special reagents that you have to like go out into the world to get. And there's like, they said they wanted to make a return to like crafting specializations. So, you know, think back to classic where you have like armor smithing and weapon smithing or whatever, where you get like special recipes depending on which one you choose. I mean, for engineer, a good example is like Gnomish and Goblin engineering, that kind of thing. I don't think they've officially confirmed that. That's one of those things where they've said they'd like to do that, but they haven't like directly shown how they're going to implement that. All this to say, it's a lot of stuff that sounds good in theory. I will give my early speculation. My early speculation, 90% of the stuff that they think they're going to add to professions, they're never going to make it through beta. They're going to make this a basic work order crafting system where you have like slightly improved crafting stuff with like maybe you want to have like a few bonus like stat boosts to improve your ability to craft it. Everybody's going to know the exact meta strat to get those stat boosts. You're going to get the recipe for the raid quality items. You're going to be able to craft the raid quality items, and then you're either going to have somebody in your guild that can craft it for you, which is going to be basically a requirement for any mythic raiding guilds, or you're going to buy it off the auction house. And, well, I think it should be obvious why I'm not too keen on this idea, because we've already seen this happen with legendaries, and I got burned by this because I invested a good amount into legendary crafting, and then Blizzard nerfed the cost because they decided that, well, it needed to be more accessible to people, so they needed to, make it so everybody was able to get into legendary crafting. Now, to be clear, I think legendaries were a dogshit system. I'm not saying that legendaries should have been as difficult to get into, but I'm saying the problem is, one of two things are going to happen. Either you're going to make the system not worth investing in which case, let's be real, nobody's going to fucking do it. Or it's going to be, like I predicted, where if you can get raid quality gear, everybody and their mother will want to do it. So that means that basically every guild will either have a crafter, or they will require their raiders to buy the mythic raid quality piece or whatever off the auction house. And then suddenly we have Shadowlands Legendaries 2.0. Maybe not quite as bad, because at least in this case, it's just a piece of gear. And it's more like, it's kind of, I guess, more akin to buying a BOE. But presumably, if it's crafted, it's probably not going to be as expensive as a BOE. So it might be like one of those things where, like, because it's technically affordable, you're expected to buy it. But I guess the issue with legendaries is that in the case of those, they were massive, and in many cases were like a massive chunk of your DPS. And in some cases, you just like couldn't play your spec properly without them, and they were locked behind a paywall. So that was obviously much worse, but I would say this could be like a kind of mini version of Shadowlands Legendaries if they are not careful. Once again, this is all speculation. I've been following along with the profession announcements, and it is entirely possible that I missed some of the posts. I have not read every single one of them. I've just skimmed through it. And I also, like, the main reason I've been only skimming through it is because when I get my hands on beta, this is going to be something that I heavily test, because I always test professions. I'm an Omnicrafter in Final Fantasy XIV. I also have everything leveled up in Guild Wars 2. I still do shit tons of profession stuff in WoW. I'm like the main crafter in my guild. This is literally my ballpark. So when I get beta, I will test this. I will figure out if it is shit or not, and I will probably make a video about it. So expect me to do a ton of coverage on this profession system. This is something I'm going to do a lot of research into. If it's shit, you'll know about it, and you'll hear it here. So I guess I won't like talk about it anymore, because like it's kind of pointless. We don't know enough to say, but when I do know enough to say, I will let you know. What else? Customizable UI, who gives a shit? Like, add-ons exist. This might affect me because I use the default UI, which like a lot of people shit on me for, but I've always liked this UI, and I'll have to see if I enjoy the new UI, but this might sound like kind of inting, but I've been debating if I don't like this new UI, I might find an add-on that lets me replicate the old UI and just use an add-on to get the previous default Blizzard UI as my new UI. And people would really meme on me for doing that, but I genuinely like the default UI. In fact, I like the classic UI better than I like the fucking, whatchamacallit? Ooh. This is not good. Die. I'm not gonna lie, towards the end there, I literally just stopped looking at my health bar because I'm like, there is nothing I can do. If I die, I die. I need to make sure that the moment I get execute, I hit it. The moment I get victory rush, I hit it. That's the only way I win, and I need to get lucky with dodges and parries, and I somehow fucking got there. Whew! That's why I like Classic. Leveling is intense. You don't get that shit in retail. Whew! That is fun. I was like 80 health or something. No! My cloud. Darn. Overseer Grindgar. I guess I can do that. But yeah, so I guess that's all I really have to say for the UI rework. Minor thing, but it's on the Wowhead News Roundup, so fuck it. Chromie Time. So Chromie Time is going all the way up to 60 now, and Shadowlands is now included in Chromie Time. I've already had people asking me about this, but this is actually probably the one thing that I've been... Well, excuse me. This is probably the one thing that I've been, like, really vocal with my opinion on, so I would imagine that if this is something that you were curious about, you probably already know my thoughts on the Chromie Time changes, and my thoughts are, they're awesome. I am very, very, very happy about it. So I think the changes to Chromie Time are great. I'm glad they're expanding this. I mean, I'm sure that they saw it was like an extremely well-received feature. I love Chromie Time, obviously. My fucking channel was built on Chromie Time, right? So I obviously like it. I had a lot of fun doing all the speedruns and stuff like that. And I think the general like response that I've gotten in terms of my guides is that a lot of people really enjoy like my early leveling route because of the Chromie Time aspect of it, where they get to, like, they can follow along with it, but then if they get to parts that they don't like, they can substitute, like, the WAD zones, for instance. A lot of people don't like those. They can substitute that with something else. It lets them, like, mix and match their leveling experience, and a lot of people really enjoy that. Now, I'm not going to go... Ooh, another chest. How do I want to approach this? Yeah, I won't sit here and go into, like, my full thoughts on, like, what this means for, like, the future of Chromie Time leveling. Because, obviously, there's, like, a lot of stuff that you can, like, talk about in terms of, you know, for the speedrun route, how that's going to work. You know, what we're going to be doing in terms of, you know, the zones that are efficient and whatnot. I'll have to figure that out. My early thoughts, all I will say, is that I don't really think anything's going to change unless Blizzard changes it. So what you'll probably see in terms of the fastest way to level up, to be clear, Shadowlands is not fast. And we're going to have to see how it actually scales with Chromie Time. But I really don't think that Shadowlands is going to be worth it. It's hard to say. I think, if anything, the only thing in Shadowlands that I think genuinely competes with, like, some of the fast shit from Chromie Time is the bonus objectives, and by association, like, the zone-wide quests for, you know, each area. But I don't even know if you'll complete those. Obviously, when doing Threads of Fate leveling, you have to, so it's efficient, because it's, like, free experience. But I think the only thing that you would do Shadowlands for is there's an argument to be made that, like, if you were to learn Shadowlands engineering, you can get the wormhole generator, and what you could do is you could do something like, I take my wormhole generator and I go to Bastion. I do all of the bonus objectives in Bastion, then I set my Hearthstone to, like, Hillsbrad Foothills or wherever I left off. The moment I finish Bastion, I hearth back to Hillsbrad, I quest there. When my Hearthstone is off cooldown and my wormhole generator is off cooldown, I wormhole generator to, like, Maldraxxus, do all those bonus objectives, hearth back, and continue along with the questing. Now, this would be, like, Omega Jank, which is why it's one of those things where I don't really know if that's going to be something that, like, you know, I'll want to implement into my guide. It might be the kind of thing where, like, I do it for a speed run, and then I like try to find like a smoother way to do it for like an actual leveling guide. Because, you know, imagine trying to explain that to like a new player and how that's like the best way to level. But if you think about it in practice, because of the way the wormhole generator works, and because of the fact that the only really efficient sources of experience are from those things. Oh, is this guy underground? I'm gonna be honest, I can't be asked to go do that. What is this quest dealing with the Overseer? I guess, let me abandon the group quests because I'm not going to be doing those. And then... In Search of Ferrolite. And this one. Alright, that should be enough. Oh. Adamantite deposit. Let me go grab that. I don't want to get in... fuck. Whatever. Yeah, so... I think that could be really cool. It's one of those things where, like I said, you know, could work really well for a speedrun, would be kind of cancer if that was, like, genuinely the fastest way. But, point being, there's a lot of routing potential. That's, like, the only way that I could see Shadowlands being integrated into the route. So I've seen some people saying, like, you know, fully doing Threads of Fate is going to be, like, efficient. No. You clearly don't understand how XP works if you think that's, like, gonna be the strategy. There's absolutely no way that the bulk of Threads of Fate is efficient enough to warrant, you know, being included in a Chromie time route. It's literally just the whatchamacallit. It's just that stuff. And another thing, to be clear, Shadowlands dungeons not going to be efficient. Even with the dungeon quests. There are dungeon quests in like classic dungeons, and it's still not efficient. The reason is because dungeons are just slow. I mean, honestly, the main reason why you do the dungeons in Shadowlands isn't for the dungeons themselves. It's to complete the zone-wide quests. It's because doing that dungeon and then doing the dungeon quest associated with it gives a decent chunk of XP, but on top of that, you're making a large amount of progress towards finishing one of those zone-wide quests, which, first of all, obviously you have limited sources of stuff in Shadowlands anyway, so it's less of an argument, because, like, if you only have like a certain amount of ways in which you can gain experience, then obviously even an inefficient way may look good because you just don't have any other way to do it. I don't know if that made sense, but I'm sure some people get what I'm saying. But then, as far as, like, you know, the real bulk of it comes from, it is that massive chunk from the end of zone quest. So for stuff like Bastion, Maldraxxus, and Ardenweald, which are the ones that I usually get, or at least Ardenweald and Bastion, you get like that big chunk, and it's really, really, really good. Go up there. I guess there's, yeah, like 10 of those things that I pick up, so 2 quests. Getting close, only 2.5 bars. But yeah, also another thing is I think that a little bit more of WoD will be introduced. So you'll notice that basically with Darkmoon Faire, I started cutting out Spires of Iraq from my runs, and that's something that I think a lot of people don't realize, because a lot of people are like, oh, well, we've already gotten like all the good WoD zones and stuff like that. So, you know, Spires of Iraq, like, you know, we are already using that. But no, technically speaking, Spires has been like fully cut from the speedrun route. It's literally just there as like bonus in case you don't already have Darkmoon Faire. So if you do have Darkmoon Faire buff, then now you have the entirety of Spires of Iraq to add to like the efficient zone list. And that's probably what will take its place. So I could see, honestly, the Shadowlands stuff plus Spires being enough to cover those remaining 10 levels. That could be a pretty massive chunk of experience. We'll see, though. There's also, if we're going to get really crazy, we can think about like including Stone Talon Mountains in there. I mean, I did that in my original world record. It's a good zone. Stuff that's like not far behind would be like the Plague Lands, Eastern and Western. Those are both solid options. One thing, though, I think, some people may be hoping it's going to change. None of the other expansions will be efficient, right? If something hasn't been efficient thus far, it's not magically going to be more efficient. So the only things that would be efficient are like the existing stuff, which is like Cat revamp zones and WAD, really. Select few zones and WAD. Those are the best things. People pointed out like Legion zones aren't too far behind, but they still are behind. And then I guess the main consideration is how much of Shadowlands do you include into the route. And I think you can you can include a little bit, but probably not a ton. But anyways, moving on. Yes. I'll quickly say, in terms of solo shuffle, because this is on here, don't give a shit. I'm not a PvPer. I did want to make that clear. I see that that's a thing that's being added. I don't give a shit. I'm never going to touch it. But, just so that I've covered all my bases in case people ask. Because I still get questions asking me my thoughts on PvP. And I'm like, if you haven't gathered that this is not a PvP-focused channel by now, I don't know what to tell you. I do not care about that side of the game whatsoever. No offense to people who play it, just literally not interested. I don't have an opinion. But as far as Mythic Plus is concerned, so the new rotation. Now, I have said before, I am really excited for Shadowlands Season 4. I think that new dungeon rotation is going to be sick, and I'm really happy about that. So, on one hand, I am excited for the fact that they are doing an old dungeon rotation. That is very good. I am very happy. That means that eventually, probably, I will get Mythic Plus Mauve Souls back, which, I mean, that alone, I will be happy forever. But it also means that I might get, like, some of the other good ones, like Cathedral of Eternal Night. I know a lot of people just unsubscribed for hearing me say that, but I'll stand by my opinion. Cathedral of Eternal Night is a banger dungeon, and I will fight anybody who disagrees with me. That might be, like, my hottest take ever. Every single time I've told that to one of my friends, they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you like that dungeon? I stand by my opinion. That dungeon fucking slaps. That final boss, you, like, as a tank, like, pick up a shield, and you have to, like, spin it around and block all the shit. Oh, it's so good. I love that fight. So, love that dungeon. Love that boss fight. Banger dungeon. I can't wait to do it again on Mythic Plus. But, yeah, really excited for that. However, caveat, I dislike the fact that only some of the new dungeons will be part of the pool. I think that is kind of stupid. I honestly think there is a better than average chance that Blizzard completely reconsiders that by the time it reaches beta, and they just include all of the new dungeons in the pool, plus 4 additional dungeons. Because why this arbitrary, like, fixation with 8 dungeons? It's not even like we've always had 8 dungeons in a Mythic Plus pool. Like, sure, at the start of Shadowlands, that's how many we had, but who said we need to have only 8 Mythic Plus dungeons? It's dumb. We've had way more than that at many different points in time. So, randomly, like, capping them... Oh, I think my sister's here. I don't know if you can hear my dog barking in the background, but I'm guessing that's why he's barking. Yeah, so I think randomly putting a cap at 8 dungeons and saying we're not going to add any more, so as a result, only 4 of the new dungeons will be in play, and then 4 of them won't be in play, I'm sorry, but that's just dumb. Like, if there is a new dungeon, it should be relevant for the entire expansion. Plain and simple. So, I think that's a stupid change. I don't really see why you can't just be, like, 12 dungeons. Like, was anybody complaining about having too many options? I mean, like, the only thing that it really kind of sucks, I guess, is, like, in regards to, Tazavesh being added to the pool. You now, technically speaking, need to do 4 more dungeons in order to get, like, Keystone Master and Keystone Hero than you would have had to do before. Technically, and I say technically because in reality, you are already going to have to do a bunch of dungeons in order to, reach Keystone Master or Keystone Hero. A lot of times you're not just going to do the bare minimum required. You're going to push keys up and, you get like different dungeons and you mix and match your score. etc., etc. I have Keystone Hero, and I still have like an 18 fortified necrotic wake. So you're not going to have full plus 20s on both difficulties. Sometimes you do a plus 22, sometimes you do a plus 18. That's how it goes. It kind of averages out, right? So I'm kind of fine with there being more dungeons. I like running Mythic Plus. I think it's fun. And I like running Mythic Plus even more when I have a lot of options to choose from. And I think that, honestly, there's just no disadvantage to having all 8 dungeons from the new expansion in at the start, having 4 old dungeons, and having a total amount of 12. To me, it's even better. So, yeah, honestly, it's like, good system. I am happy about the old dungeons coming back, and if that's all they do, I would still say it's an improvement. But I just think it's kind of weird to not have all 8 like new dungeons in there for every season of that expansion. And it is something that I do hope they change later on. But if they don't, I don't know. I won't be too miffed about it, right? I think I would rather have just general diversity in Mythic Plus. But I think, you know, both would be a good solution. I think that's it for Dragonflight in terms of like covering everything. I guess I can give some more general thoughts, like speculation. I guess story speculation, right? Obviously, there's like the argument that like the story doesn't matter, and I've been kind of saying this because at the end of the day, you know, Blizzard's just gonna do like an ass pull for the story. It doesn't matter. I feel bad saying this because I know some people are still like really invested in the story. And I can relate to that considering I've been playing this game since I was 5 years old. And one of my favorite things to do as a kid was look at Wowpedia and like read all the lore and stuff like that. And I love a good story. Like, I absolutely love storytelling in general. My favorite part about Final Fantasy is the story. So don't get me wrong, I love a good story, but I just think WoW isn't the place for good storytelling anymore, as sad as that is to say. That being said, in terms of how I think the expansion's going to go, I would say it's pretty safe to say that Galakrond is the big bad. I mean, all I know is like what they've said in public interviews, but unless like, well, there's 3 options the way I see it. There's Galakrond, there's Murozond, and then there is the Asspole. Now, there could be the Asspole. We could get another Zoval the Jailer, like random ass villain, and it's like, Mwahaha, mortals, I have been pulling the strings from behind the scenes since the dawn of millennia. Ha ha ha. Like, we could get one of those, but I don't really think that's how they're going to go with it. Like, everybody hated Zoval. I really, really would be surprised if they did that again. And I think we're going to get, like, at least a villain that has some, you know, footing in, you know, the Warcraft setting and Warcraft lore. So actually, I would say there's 3 possibilities. I forgot to mention Chromatus. So Chromatus is, I didn't really know much about Chromatus, but my friend was telling me a lot about it, and she said there's, like, apparently in one of the books, there's, like, this dragon called Chromatus that has, like, it's like the perfect like Twilight or chromatic dragon or whatever. It's like the merging of all the Dragonflights and stuff, and it has like all these different heads and whatnot. And I guess it's like imprisoned inside the Nexus, and it can't be killed or something like that. I don't know all the lore. Like, she explained it to me, and she did this like really cool piece of art for Chromatus, like basically her vision of what it would look like. I'm not gonna share it because I don't know like how she would feel about that, but it was pretty fucking sick, and it kind of sold me on the concept of like Chromatus as a possible like expansion end villain. But I think more realistically, Chromatus would probably be like a minion of Galakrond. Like, I could see Chromatus being like the Sylvanas of this expansion. Like, Galakrond becomes like a big threat, and we get to like see him like, you know, be resurrected and like rise to power or whatever. And then he like, you know, breaks out Chromatus and like has Chromatus launch an attack. And then it's kind of like the thing of like Chromatus is like the mid-tier end boss. and then Galakrond is like the final boss. I think that's probably like what they'll do. At least I think so, and I think that would be cool. I think they both look like, ooh, shield block rating. That looks neat. 1 second. I'm Ashley, you there? Yeah, I'm recording. I'm gonna close my door. So. Oh. Anyways, alright, so this won't be enough to ding me. 2 quests, and then I could probably head over here, and that should get me to 70. But yeah, I think that's probably how they'll do it. I've seen some people saying they think it's going to be Murazond. I do think that Murazond is going to be addressed, but I think the idea that Murazond would be an end boss is kind of weird. Maybe they'll pull it off, but I feel like they have a better chance of doing something cool with, like, Galakrond, which is just a big fuck-off dragon, right? Which, you know, that's just cool. A big dragon, you know, to fight and kill. Maybe try to find a way to make it, like, not Spine of Deathwing 2.0. But overall, I feel like that would be just a better suited villain for World of Warcraft, because let's be real, they can't do complexity and storytelling anymore. So as long as they can pull off, like, a cool dragon boss fight, I'd rather they do that than try to, like, you know, do some, you know, spooky twists or whatever with Murazond. But, like, if they include him in the story and maybe make him, like, a raid boss at some point, sure, why not? Obviously, he's not going to be the first here, but I could see, like, Murazond being a raid boss at some point in time. Or maybe he's even a dungeon boss. Honestly, well, I do think it would be lame if Murazond was a dungeon boss twice. That would kind of suck. So, yeah, he would kind of need to be a raid boss or, like, a story boss. Like, you kill him in a quest line or something like that. I don't know. I can't see him being an actual, you know, end of expansion boss. But yeah, I guess that's like, that was the quest I abandoned. That's like the last thing that I really wanted to comment on, I guess, in terms of Dragonflight. I can't really think of anything else that, ooh, 8 agility, 16 stamina. Yeah, that's good. All right. Let me, I'll probably need that later on. Get rid of some of this stuff. And... Alright. Yeah, so... This is kind of... I'm in an awkward position here, because it's like, I technically haven't, you know, finished leveling, but I am so close that any story that I talk about, I'm probably going to finish leveling before I finish the story. Let me quickly scan through this stuff and see what I think about it. Okay, so some quick topics. One thing that I did want to talk about real quick is kind of my thoughts on the music of World of Warcraft. So there's like a lot of thoughts that I have about this. This is kind of one of those things where I've combined multiple different topics that I've thought of over the last few months into one general, like, music topic. I don't have a ton to say about it, but one thing that I've noticed is, in terms of, like, the general music of World of Warcraft these days, I was listening to the Sepulcher, the first one's, like, soundtrack, right? And it's better than most of World of Warcraft's raid soundtracks. I'll give them that. But there's still this classic thing that World of Warcraft just gets wrong, which is the idea that, like, loud equals good. And there's so many, like, tracks in the, like, new raid and just World of Warcraft in general, where it's just loud and bombastic and just shit. Real shit. You know, just because something is, like, loud and, like, boom, 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 it doesn't make it good music. And this is something that I constantly see in World of Warcraft. Like, all the raid soundtracks are, like, you know, these big, like, badass, not really, but, like, they clearly think it's badass, like, soundtracks of, like, you know, big like crashing noises and stuff like that. It's just, to me, shit. Like, obviously, I know that this is one of those things where people are gonna go, oh, second Final Fantasy off again, huh? But like, Final Fantasy has amazing music. Like, they know how to do it. But I think a really good example is the Halandris music. Technically, it doesn't only play during Halandris, but it's like mostly Halandris' soundtrack. I think they did a great job with that specifically. It's definitely a little bit like loud and like kind of over the top, but it fits with Halandris' theme, and I think the way that it like I don't know enough about like music to like describe it. It's good shit. It's the best way I can describe it. The Halandris soundtrack, it's good shit. It's one of the few like sounds or like music things from like World of Warcraft raids that like I've actually liked in recent years. And it is really one of those things where it's hard to put into words, but it's just like the cadence of it, I guess, is much better. It's not just like constantly loud. It like goes in and out. Like I said, I'm bad at describing why I like certain pieces of music. But another thing is, because I was thinking this for a little while, and this was something I wanted to talk about. And then I specifically like, just in general, the ambient music of like, you know, classic WoW. It's like very soothing, like, you know, mysterious and stuff like that. It's not in your face. Like, you can just let it play in the background, and like, you know, it's, you don't notice that it's there, but it's like, it's just nice. It sets the tone for like leveling in a certain area. Obviously there's some like iconic tracks like Grizzly Hills. Everybody knows Grizzly Hills is like amazing. But you know, even just some of the general like zones still have like good themes. Like, you know, going through Hellfire Peninsula and hearing like the doo-doo-doo, 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 doo-doo, doo-doo-doo. Like that very faint like track. It, like, that has been ingrained in my memory ever since I first did like Burning Crusade leveling. And it's not like an amazing track, but it's just like, it's iconic. And it's just very faint and like in the background, and it perfectly sets the tone. And then, just like the other day, I was leveling through Blade's Edge Mountains, which, honestly, let me just say, I wish that I had recorded myself doing this zone, because I think it gets a bad rep. I've heard a lot of people saying like Blade's Edge Mountains is really shit, and it's just like a dog shit zone. And like, it's definitely a little bit complicated to navigate, but I actually did not mind this place. I thought it was like a perfectly fine zone. Like, there was some backtracking and stuff, but overall, like, I've seen worse. I think it was a perfectly fine zone, especially for this period of time. Like, I like it. And I like the aesthetic of it. I think that's cool. And speaking of which, one thing that I did really like from it is the music. There was one point in time I might try to like play or like go there and play that soundtrack before this like video ends, but I remember I was like sitting there like watching YouTube videos while like just, you know, casually chill leveling through BC Classic, and there was these quests. It's like all this shit that I need to do. Use Navod's concoction and then attack these guys. Okay. Whoa. Okay. I see. Yeah, but it was in what area? This area of Blade's Edge, the Vekar stand. I was like watching YouTube videos and just questing, and then I had to like pause my video and just tab back into the game and just listen, because this like track came on, and I was like, damn, that's good. Like, that's a really good like soundtrack for this zone. Like, it really sets the vibe, and I was like, that's really fucking good. It was like one of the best like pieces of WoW music I had heard in a while, and somehow I had never heard this before. Like, I've been playing World of Warcraft for years, and I never heard that particular track from Blade's Edge Mountains, and it really just made me stop and think, and I'm like, yeah, there's some good music in this area. And I wish that Blizzard did more of that, like the low-key, ambient music, because they're really good at that, or at least they used to be really good at that. I would imagine a lot of the classic people probably don't work there anymore. But all I can say is that the shit that they got going in Sepulcher, aside from the Halandras track, which I consider to be more of a fluke than anything, if I'm being honest, it's not working. A lot of their music is just way too over the top, and it's too much. And I cannot enjoy it. One of the reasons I thought about that, admittedly, is because on one of my videos, I'm sure some people have noticed at this point, I've started putting, background music in my videos, and on one of them, I used the old Charlian theme, and some people commented, and they were like, oh, it's the old Charlian theme, haha. And, I was like, oh, yeah, you got me, right? That's what it is, right? But then, some people, I think, were just, kind of excited to hear it, because they recognized it, and they're like, oh, I know that track. And that's fine, but other people were like, why are you using Final Fantasy music in a World of Warcraft video? And it's like, okay, think about the tone that the old Charlian theme sets, and why I might be using that. I like the old Charlian theme, because it's just really fucking chill. I love how laid back and relaxed it is. And I also really like the Baldessian Annex theme. That one I've used in a lot of videos, because it's such a good track. So those two tracks are really, really, really chill. And when I want to make a video that's just a laid back guide that just explains to you how to do some certain thing in World of Warcraft, right? I don't want it to be super fast paced and I'm trying to find a better way to describe it. I want it to sound chill is what I'm trying to say. And the vibe that you get from old Charlian music is the exact type of thing that I'm trying to convey through my guides. So I used old Charlian music. And there is honestly very little in World of Warcraft aside from maybe Valley of the Four Winds music that conveys that vibe. But then you look at Valley of the Four Winds music and it's very distinctly Asian. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's good music, but it would feel kind of weird using that. Whereas old Charlian music is much more just generic. So I just feel it works better as a general purpose whatchamacallit, thing to play in the background of a YouTube video. So that's just kind of something that got me thinking, because somebody commented why I don't use World of Warcraft music, and I basically kind of gave a joking response to that comment. I said something to the effect of if World of Warcraft has better music, I'll use that instead. But I figured that maybe I should actually explain what I mean when I say that I don't think World of Warcraft has good music. Because I'm sure there's probably some people out there who do think that World of Warcraft music is really good. Also, what the fuck? Why am I not attacking? It's my character just randomly didn't fucking swing their axe for 5 seconds. Health potion was almost completely wasted. Jesus. That's frustrating. What's this? The horrors of pollution. Alright. What else? Oh yeah, so do I have time to talk about this? Yeah, probably. I'll make it quick. Maybe I'll talk about this more in a future video. We'll see. But okay, so general guild situation. I've kind of mentioned this on my Discord. For the record, I mean, in general, if you want more information about something, just check out my Discord. Usually I post mini updates there. This I haven't directly talked about, but I guess if you have questions, I don't know, I can answer it there or something. Where do I get the captain's key? Is there a specific mob that drops it? Oh yeah, this guy drops it. Alright. So I was in a guild called Beef Society on Illidan for a little while. By a little while, I mean about like 6 months, I think. It was like 6, 7 months or so that I was in the guild in total. I was in there for a while. Now, for me, 6 or 7 months in a guild is a very long commitment. I usually don't stay in guilds for that long. Generally speaking, by that point, there's been some major disagreement between me and the GM, and I've quit over it. I'm not proud of it. It's very hard for me to like be happy in a like particular situation. It's very easy for me to like find things that irk me, and I'm not the type of person who can like very easily just like set aside something that bothers me. So if something's like really bothering me and I bring it up to like a guild leader and they don't have any intention of fixing it, that a lot of times is like an easy deal breaker for me and can make me want to leave a guild. So that's happened more times than I care to admit. And I'm just going to pop retaliation here because I can't fucking be bothered with these guys that just keep dodging my attacks. So I don't want to have to use a health potion. Come on. There we go. Gonna... Healing done is... Oh, come on! Fuck off! I sit here and wait for this to be gone. Can I at least eat food? Eating food does nothing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so, basically, like, I had some disagreements with this guild. I've kind of talked about it before, but, you know, in Sanctum of Domination, I bounced around guilds a lot, and I finally settled on this one. And while there were some things that they did that I wasn't, like, super thrilled with, overall, I don't really want to, like, harp on that stuff because, like, I did enjoy that guild. So, like, I could sit here and talk about, like, the things that, like, Beef Society did that, like, I didn't agree with, but at the same time, it was, like, you know, I enjoyed my time overall in that guild, and I think a lot of the stuff that, like, I didn't like, they are well aware of because I brought it up to them. And at this point, there's no reason to address it because they did end up disbanding. But the TLDR is right. So a bunch of people started leaving just because, like, not anything in particular, more just like burnout and whatever. And I get the impression that the officers were just kind of, you know, tired of running everything. And they were just kind of burnt out on the game too. And I know a lot of the people that were quitting were like their IRL friends. So the way they probably saw it is like, why should I keep bothering, you know, leading this guild and putting in all this effort if most of my friends have already quit and I'm not even enjoying the game anymore? And, like, obviously there's still, like, you know, the non-IRL people like me, for instance, but, you know, I'm not going to expect somebody to, like, lead a guild when they absolutely hate playing the game just because, like, you know, I happen to be a raider there. So I don't blame them. Obviously, it was, like, frustrating for me because it's never fun to have to, like, find a new guilds in the middle of the tier. So I even was kind of honest with them at one point, and I'm like, you know, I'll be real with you guys. I'm kind of pissed off that this, like, stuff happened after the guild disbanded. But, like, I've tried to make a conscious effort to, like, you know, message all the officers and be like, you know, hey, I hold nothing against you guys for, like, you know, not wanting to play anymore. I understand, you know, I hope, like, we can all still be friends. And I think, you know, we're on good terms. So I'm happy with, like, how it ended. They just decided one day, you know, like, we canceled raid for like 2 nights on 1 week. And then after that, they were just like, yeah, we're just not going to be raiding anymore, just at all. So it kind of ended with, like, you know, there was no real drama. I know I've talked at length about, oh, do I need to still do this quest? Electroshock goodness. Seeping sludge globules. Oh, I need to do another one? This gives 13 gold? That's a lot of money. Whoa. Alright. Oh, I can do the zap throttle. That thing. Alright. What was I saying? Yeah, so honestly, it's like, it's one of those things where yeah, there's like not a lot that I can really say in that regard. Overall, we may have had some disagreements, but I did like the guild. I liked the people, and I think that's the important part, right? I liked the people that I was raiding with. I think they were, like, fun people to run with. I still maintain that, like, my video of, whatchamacallit, like, the dangers of drunk raiding, which was recorded with that guild, right? Easily, like, the best video that I ever got to work on. You know, I think I did a good job editing it. I think the end result was really good. But that video wouldn't have been anywhere near as good as it was, in my opinion, without the actual, like, you know, content, right? The people in that guild doing that run, and it just being, you know, a hilarious spectacle. So I thought that was fun. I enjoyed, like, you know, running with them and stuff like that. But, you know, I guess all good things must come to an end. That being said, so one of the things is, like, you know, finding a new guild, it never is fun. So I had to do that. Avoid waste squall, but I already have this one. So it's the other seeping sludge. Where do I find that? Oh, so it's in a different place entirely, and I'm just getting jebaited by the quest thing. And it's telling me to go here when it's really not here. Ah. Alright, fuck it. Alright. So, yeah, you know, it's never fun having to find a new guild, but I did get, like, a lot of offers, and my main concern going into a new guild was keeping as many friends as possible. Because, you know, I mean, I care about my friends, right? I like, you know, I like having friends, I guess, who doesn't, really? But the way I see it is, while I'm fine with making new friends, like, I generally consider myself to be, like, a social person, you know, I don't like to just, you know, make a ton of new friends and just constantly, you know, make new friends and then, like, you know, throw them away, right? You know, if I make, like, a new friend and I, like, you know, actually enjoy, like, playing with somebody and, you know, just talking to them and stuff like that, I mean, I care about that. That matters to me, right? So, like, I don't want to, like, lose, you know, a potentially good friend just because, you know, the guild fell apart. And the unfortunate reality is, like, you know, a lot of times, if you stop playing with, you know, somebody, you just kind of stop talking to them. It's not really, you know, a bad thing. It's just kind of how it works. I've, you know, had a lot of guilds fall apart, and that's just the reality in a lot of cases. You know, despite my best efforts, I lose contact with people, and, you know, I don't end up hearing from them for a while. It's just how it goes. There are some friends that I have who, like, you know, I've played with since, like, Legion, and in many of those cases, like, we haven't even raided together since Legion, and yet I still talk to them, like, on a regular basis, and we're still, like, very good friends. And yeah, sure, that's the case sometimes, but usually it's not. So I wanted to make sure that I could basically stay in the same guild with as many people as possible. So, when I was looking for guilds, basically, I would always be like, okay, look, at the end of the day, you know, I'm looking for a tank spot, right? But the first question I asked in every single interview is, you know, what other spots do you have? And primarily, I mean, the two main people that I was looking for a guild with, who luckily did end up joining the same guild that I did, was my Resto Druid friend and my Enhancement Shaman friend. And as it so happened, one of the guilds that my Enhancement Shaman friend was looking into also reached out to me. So that was already nice because, you know, it was already guaranteed that, like, they were interested in, like, having him join. And they had, like, sent me a message, so I was like, all right, well, that's one guaranteed. Like, if we both join this guild, you know, we'll be in the same spot. And I enjoy raiding with him. So that would have been nice. And, you know, he was talking to the officers, and he's like, oh, this looks good. And then I messaged them, and I'm like, well, do you guys need a Resto Druid? And they were like, yeah, you know, pretty much we just bring the best 20 players. And one of our healers is a little bit weaker, so we definitely love to have a Resto Druid. And then we ended up joining that guild, which is the current guild that I'm still in. And basically, as a result, I got to, you know, still end up raiding with two of my best friends from the last guild. And, I mean, I'm happy about that. right? It's always fun to like, keep some of your friend group together. It is nice how like even some of the people that I'm not raiding with from like that old guild, I still talk to like, I don't know if I would say like frequently, but like semi-frequently. So I did make like a decent amount of good friends in that last guild, which is honestly one of the reasons why I really liked it. And I was kind of like sad to see it fall apart. And then on top of that, one of the officers from the old guild, Beef Society, ended up joining this new guild after the three of us had joined. And it's kind of cool because I had always like gotten along with him well. And I had like chatted with him before, but there is a certain element of like, it's as much as I wish this wasn't the case, it's kind of hard to really like become friends with somebody when they're an officer in a guild that you're like a raider in. It's kind of like becoming friends with your boss, right? And I always ran into this issue whenever I was like on the other side of things. So like whenever I would lead my own guilds or something like that, or lead a raid team, it's my, natural instinct to try and be like friendly with people and to try and like make friends and whatnot. But I noticed that like a lot of people didn't really feel as comfortable talking to me if I was the raid leader, because they would get that feeling where it's like, I wasn't really being friendly with them or something like that. Or maybe they felt as if, I would stop like, being friends with them the moment they like stopped performing well. When it's like, really, I don't know, I just like talking to people, right? So, I didn't really talk to... Oh, no. Don't fear me into that mob. Okay, there we go. Huh. Well, Mode of Shadow, but I haven't gotten, the quest items I need, which, I think after I get that, I can probably go back, hand in those those 3 quests, and that should get me to Ding, I think. I might be barely short. We'll see. But yeah, so although I got along well with this officer in the guild, like I hadn't really talked to him a ton, just because I felt like, it was hard to have like real conversations when there is that element of like, he controls whether I go to raid or not, to a certain degree. Obviously, it's not that, like, straightforward, but you get what I'm saying in terms of, it's hard to, like, really have a completely, like, transparent, like, friendship with somebody if there is, like, a power dynamic there. So, it's been cool because I always did, like, feel like I would get along well with him. And now that, like, we're both just, like, raiders in this new guild, yeah, like, I'd say, like, just as good friends with him as I am with like the shaman and the druid. So I think that's nice. It's nice that like I got to become like better friends with somebody because like now I get to know them in like a different setting, if that makes sense. I know that sounds like kind of weird, but it's cool to me. Like it's something that I was kind of happy about. Like I like making new friends. It's just nice. But like, the main thing with this whole, like, guild stuff is I was really, like, concerned when it all happened because, I had just made all these new friends in the guild and I didn't want to lose all of them. So it was definitely really comforting to know that I would at least get to, like, stay together raiding with a bunch of my new friends. And that's always good. Lessens the anxiety of like having to find a new team because you join a new team, you don't know anybody there, you're still trying to like find your place in this like new group of people, and having at least some familiar faces around, or I guess does the term familiar faces really work in the context of a video game where you don't like know what people look like? You get what I'm saying though. I guess it is more of a figure of speech, but I'm just classic doing my classic thing of overthinking figures of speech and words and blah. But, yeah, it is just comforting, I suppose. But one thing about this new guild, I guess the only thing that I somewhat dislike, and this is going to sound super petty, but they private log. And, if you know me, you know that I am a massive parse whore. That is, like, kind of my thing. I like tank damage, and I'm not afraid to admit it. So I like trying to go for like tank parses and stuff like that. What? Ooh, what the fuck is that? That's not good. But the main thing is, I've always had the approach of like, I will try to like min-max my damage and I will try to like do as much as possible, but at no point ever will I int prog in order to get a parse. To me, it's like, parses are more a reflection of, how well I was able to optimize my damage for a given fight, and, whether or not like I died or did dumb shit, that's something that like obviously I know and my raid knows. So if I get like a really good parse, but I played like a fucking monkey, then yeah, I know that nobody in my raid is going to respect me for getting that good parse. So at that point, it's like, I mean, I'm not doing it for my raid's respect per se, but it's more just, if my raid wouldn't respect me for getting a good parse, then at that point, I probably wouldn't respect myself for getting a good parse, then it wouldn't really be worth it. Because at the end of the day, the progression is what matters. That's the main reason that I'm raiding, to, get cutting edge. So I'm not going to, like, fuck over a kill, because if so, I would just, feel bad about myself, and I'm sure my raid would probably be pretty pissed off at me. So basically, to me, I only want to get a good parse if it means that, like, that's like a sign that I did what I needed to do on that fight, and I optimized my damage properly, and I played correctly, etc., etc. So, that being said, the fact that there aren't any parses is, like, frustrating, because on one hand, I still really enjoy optimizing my damage. I still really enjoy trying to, like, do as much as possible, play as well as possible. But goddamn is it frustrating knowing that despite playing super well in Halandris and getting the rank 8 World Brewmaster parse, not rank 1, but still decent, especially for a first kill, despite that, I still don't even get to show it off. And I have to sit there and keep it in a private log. So, it's rough. Private logging is one of those things where, I don't know, like, I understand the mentality of it. Like, when people explain it, they're like, oh, we private log because this. And I'm like, I get it, but also I disagree with you, that kind of thing. Where it's like, I can understand why they think private logging is important, but really, I think it's dumb. I think, private logging is one of those things where it's like, unless you're at the absolute top end, where obviously the only thing you care about is, like, literally just, the race, like, to world first shit, I just don't see the point. It's like, if somebody's playing well and they get a good parse, like, let them be happy about their good parse, right? If somebody is playing like a monkey to get parses, that's the kind of shit that you just kind of sit them over. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think that it's kind of one of those things where it's a guild leader's job to, I guess, moderate that behavior within their own guild. If they have people who are, like, doing monkey shit for parses, that's a problem, and that's the kind of thing that you bring up to the person and say, hey, if you keep doing monkey shit for parses, then I'm gonna bench you, and, that's not good. Don't do that, idiot. That kind of thing. So, yeah, I don't know. It's the kind of thing that you think should be obvious. But apparently some guilds feel the need to basically make it so private logs only in order to discourage people from having that mentality. Wow, that cast was, either I'm getting really tired or that cast just went by, like, so fucking fast. No. Berserker Rage. Okay. I'm alive. This. But yeah, otherwise, it's good. I could expand upon that story in more detail. If I had more time, I'd probably, like, tell the full story. But it's, it is what it is. That's, like, I mean, that's honestly most of what I wanted to talk about, minus, like, the TV shows, which I feel like at this point I might as well just, save that for its own topic. Because I feel like if I started talking about TV shows and then, like, just kind of didn't finish talking about the rest, or if I, like, really got on, like, a tangent about one show, like, I really want to talk about like my thoughts on Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul because like they are amazing shows, but it's the kind of thing where like if I start talking about Breaking Bad, I'm going to talk about Breaking Bad for like a fucking hour, and I just don't have that time right now. So that's the kind of thing that like I could go on like a long rant about. Good rants. I love that show. But basically about why I think like Breaking Bad is just like a masterpiece. And the only thing that I would be ranting about is the fact that my fucking dad, for some reason, says that, you know, he doesn't think Breaking Bad is a good show, or like he thinks it's a fine show, but he says it's like too like, you know, hoity-toity for him. And he's like, oh, you know, I think it's like too, I don't know the words he always uses, but he's like, you know, it's too like, tries to be too sophisticated, and I find that such a stupid argument. I've argued with my dad about that a lot. See, I'm already doing it. Look, Breaking Bad's a great show. Go watch it, and then after the fact, watch Better Call Saul. But that's something for a different video. I can't like get into that now. Where are the fucking void elementals though? I still need these things. Like, did somebody kill them all? Or do they just have, like, a really long respawn timer? This is, like, the last quest I need. And now, for whatever reason, it's taking me forever to find these guys. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I guess last thing I'll say is, one thing that, like, I wasn't sure about. I don't know how much into detail I want to go on this. Oh, no. That's not good. But, so, I generally like to think that I'm fairly good at talking to people. You'll see where I'm going with this, right? But, you know, generally speaking, you know, it's not... I know it's like kind of like weird flex, right? But I like talking to people, and I like I like getting to know people. It's like, to me it's interesting. It's like I was kind of like talking to one of my friends about this, and I think it's kind of neat how, you know, in certain ways, like I find like, you know, everybody's like kind of their own like puzzle, right? Like everybody is their own like unique individual person. Obviously kind of sounds stupid when I put it like that, but there's like a combination of like factors and stories and stuff that like leads everybody to be, you know, who they are now. And I think it's really cool, like, you know, talking to somebody and like getting to know them better and like figuring out like what is it that, you know, shaped the person they are today, like what their interests are, like, you know, cool stories and like anecdotes from, you know, their childhood and stuff like that. And that's something that I like, you know, I like talking to people about, and I always feel like I've been fairly good at like, you know, when talking to my friends and stuff like that, like getting them to, I don't know, like open up, right? Maybe that's like a bad way to put it. But that's something that I've never really felt like I've had issues with. Like, generally speaking, people say like, you know, I'm easy to talk to, I guess. And it's kind of like jarring sometimes if I like meet somebody who, you know, I consider to be like a friend, and I like, you know, enjoy like talking to and doing stuff with, but sometimes it seems like they just kind of like shut down on like certain topics. And it's something that, like, you know, I'm never really sure how to approach, because, you know, if I like talking to somebody, but I just get the feeling that, like, there's something they don't want to talk about, like, obviously you don't want to make somebody, you know, feel uncomfortable, right? Because, like, I don't know what the backstory is there, right? I don't know if it's just, like, maybe I'm reading too much into it, right? And maybe I'm just, like, you know, they're just, like, shy or something like that. And, whoa, what the fuck is that? But yeah, you know, maybe they're just like shy, and like they just don't like to be, you know, don't like to. I don't know why this guy's inviting me. I'm not on whatever quest you're on, dude. Maybe they don't like to initiate like conversations, and that's just more of like a, you know, it's not that they mind talking about something, they just don't want to, engage, I guess. Um, but then at the same time, I always have to think about like what is like the worst possible scenario. The worst possible scenario, I guess, in that case is like, um, it is something that's like a touchy subject, and I don't want to like push and ask questions because maybe it's like something that they're not like they're genuinely uncomfortable talking about, and like if I ask the wrong question, maybe it like you know makes them feel bad. So then I'm like I basically end up in a position where I'm like you know I kind of feel nervous like talking to like people like that because you know I don't want to feel like I'm putting them in a position where they feel uncomfortable, right? By like, trying to ask them questions and like get them to open up. But at the same time, then I feel like, if I don't talk to them as much and like I basically address them like less than I would like a normal friend, right? Then I feel like I'm treating them unfairly because of the fact that, what if they are just shy and they don't like opening up as much? And then I kind of feel bad because I'm like, well, maybe I'm just kind of being an asshole here. And by like overthinking and like assuming that they're just like, that this isn't something they want to talk about, then like I'm not being as like open and friendly and like talkative to them as I would like a normal person. Right. And it's just like, I don't know. It's a dumb thing to think about, but I guess that was something I was thinking about. Like, there was a particular case like recently where I was just like not really sure how to approach that, right? And it's like that's why it's kind of like I guess weird for me because I don't know, I generally I like to feel like my friends, at least specifically when I'm this whole conversation is like people I'm friends with, right? So like I'm not talking about like talking to random strangers. Like obviously random strangers, I don't expect them to like open up and tell me their life story or anything like that. But I feel like generally speaking, once I've like gotten to know somebody to like a certain degree and like we're friends and stuff, and then like I talk to them, generally speaking they're like fairly open. So when people like when somebody like that is like guarded, I'm like just not sure how to approach it. Like, should I ask them? Should I push? Or should I just like say, yeah, fuck it. If they don't want to tell me like any personal shit, I won't bring it up. But then, yeah, it just makes me feel like, I don't want to feel like I'm treating them differently and like, alienating them by like not talking to them as much because it makes me feel uncomfortable. I'm sounding dumb the more I talk about this. But I guess that was just the last thing on my mind. And, like I said, the way I like to do these is I just like to kind of go through my thoughts as I'm doing it. And this is something that has definitely been bothering me for a little while. And I don't know. I guess that's something where I've technically I've been vague about this, and I've been intentionally vague because obviously I don't want like this person to feel like I don't really think my friends watch my videos anyway, but there have been once or twice situations where like people watch my like speed runs and they like listen to me like shit talk like a guildie or something like that. Like I had that happen earlier this tier, but it was like one of my friends watched it and heard me shit talking this one warlock that like none of us liked, so it was fine. But in this particular case, it's like I don't know who watches my videos, and I don't want to like explicitly like take the risk that they like identify themselves and feel bad. But like it's not even like necessarily a bad thing. It's more just like I feel bad, right? Like I feel bad because I'm not sure how to like properly talk to this person, because like I feel like I'm good friends with them, but I feel like there's just like some barrier there that like I don't understand, and I don't want to push, but at the same time it's like it makes me uncomfortable because I'm like sometimes I'm like I don't know if I did something or said something wrong. I don't know. It's just a weird situation. But it obviously you can't like talk to everybody the same way. You can't approach everybody the same way. So you have to my ultimate like fail safe is just play it safe, right? You know, I don't want to put somebody in a position where they're feeling uncomfortable. So if it means that I, you know, just don't push and just, you know, say, okay, I guess I won't be like as good friends with this person, I guess. That's kind of maybe what I have to do. Something I'm just thinking about. Is this 70? Yo, 70. All right. And that's that, I guess. I honestly, I know I said before that I might go like to Blades Edge Mountains and like play the music. If you want to look up the Blades Edge Mountain music, you can. But I don't feel like flying all the way over there for something I already talked about. At this point, I still have my 5-page essay to write. I have a few other assignments I need to do, and then of course I need to edit this video because there's like multiple parts that I need to stitch together, and it's a lot of work. So I'm exhausted. I finally hit 70, finally got that out of the way, and now I can move on to other projects. So I hope you enjoyed watching this. I'm sorry for like the scattered format of this, you know, like using using the face cam at the start and then opting not to use it for the rest. And, you know, I did want to tell like more stories, but there is like a lot of stuff that I think was fairly important that I wanted to talk about. Namely, you know, my thoughts on Dragonflight, right? That was a big one. And my thoughts on like 9.2 ultimately with like Sepulcher and stuff. And then of course, you know, the membership stuff, that I did kind of feel the need to mention that at some point in time. And I figured doing that through this video would be probably the best way to do it. Kill two birds with one stone. But yeah, thank you for watching. Like I said, hopefully by next week I'll have another WoW-related video out. And then after the fact, it's time to work on Final Fantasy. And that might take me a month. I might post updates in my Discord. We'll have to see how long that whole project takes. But anyways, yep. Thank you for watching, and I will catch you in the next one. Peace.